Ever since we announced Diablo 4 at last BlizzCon 2019, we've been sharing updates with you guys through our blog, whether it's items, skills, zones, even user interface updates, and you guys seem to have really enjoyed that. Today, to mark the special occasion of BlizzCon Line on Blizzard's 30th anniversary, rather than doing a blog, we're actually going to share lots of video, introduce a new class like we saw in opening ceremonies, and also cover some open world topics, including mounts, camps, and PvP.
Yeah, this is like the ultimate blog post, right? We get to actually hand deliver it. This is the dream. It's all finally out there, and we can talk about all of it.
Just in case some of you guys missed it during opening ceremony, let's take another look at the Rogue Announce video.
Your prayers do not fall on deaf ears. Just know they are being heard. There is justice within the light, but you have to be patient. Now, pray with me. May Akarat guide and protect me.
May Akarat guide and protect me.
May he shepherd my soul
May he shepherd my soul
and grant it mercy.
And granted mercy.
What are you doing here? This is not the time.
But this is confession. And I have sinned. I was a thief who stole from those more fortunate. I strayed from your light and found my trade in the shadows. They call it murder. I say, job well done. I am a thief, a heretic, a murderer, Father. Will Akarat save me?
You mock our light. But those monsters were a scourge upon my flock. And you were the answer to their prayers.
Then we are settled, and you owe me.
The name you seek is... Thank the heavens for you.
Heavens? I assure you, Father, the heavens didn't send me.
Wow, I love that ending. There's two things. There's the rain of arrows off the mount for the win, and then when that guy takes the ear and he stretches it onto that hook right at the end, it's like, oh.
That ear box never gets old. I always wonder where all those ears from Diablo 2 when you kill other players went.
Now you know there's some creepy guy in a church collecting ears and putting them in a box. Just what we always thought.
No spoilers, but we're going to be hearing a little bit more about World PvP a little bit later in the segment, but ears are definitely making a comeback. But let's go back to the class, because there's just nothing more exciting to be able to introduce to a Diablo game than another class for players to check out.
Yeah, this is a pretty cool thing. We don't get to do this very often, right?
I think it was you that said that, John. There's always room around the campfire.
There's always a little room.
We had kind of like very core archetypes to begin with. The brute strength of the barbarian, the arcane knowledge of the sorceress, kind of a return of a shape-shifting classic with the druid. No RPG lineup is complete without that dexterity class that's kind of like defeating enemies with finesse, with speed. And we kept coming back to just the idea of bringing it to the kind of the godfather of all dexterity-based archetypes, the rogue that we saw in Diablo 1.
I mean, you got to be excited to have the rogue back. I mean, I know that like when we were exploring different classes, like you had talked about some of your experience with Diablo 1, right?
Oh, for sure. So one of the things that's super cool is like the rogue was always able to adapt their playstyle. So fans of Diablo 1, Diablo 2 rogues will be able to create very archetypical rogues, starting with the weapon selection. On the melee weapon side, rogues can use swords and daggers, as well as bows and crossbows on the ranged side.
You know, just those sort of dagger attacks mixed with bow attacks, it's like, it just looks great on screen. With all the classes having this real strong identity as far as the animations and what they do, you think about the druid and shapeshifting, or the barbarian with sort of, his leap attacks. There's just all these great things that you discover with the rogue that you can't really do with other classes.
I love that you can start cosmetically from such a iconic place where you're wearing the red armor, you kind of look like part of the sisterhood of the Sightless Eye from the original games. You can maybe even add some tattoos into the mix, some scars, make that rogue your own. Or if your fantasy of the rogue is a more traditional RPG outlaw, you're definitely able to create that and put on your kind of hood and half mask and be more of a shadowy character.
Yeah, and the character customization, you kind of mentioned it, being able to craft that, that the class of your dreams or your nightmares. It was a feature that I was honestly super nervous about when we started, because we never had this in a Diablo game. But seeing where it is now, it's one of those things that like I'm super excited about with where we're at. There's just a lot of creativity and fun looks, and you can be that tattooed criminal outlaw, or you can be a more noble looking kind of sort of like thief with good morals.
Well, one of the things that we kind of kept running with beyond just the cosmetics was customization. We had this niche to fill in the class lineup that spoke to the finesse player, to the dexterity player, and just that everyone's idea of what that could be was a little bit different, whether it leaned more on range or melee. But we took that a little bit of a step further. We really wanted to have each class in our game have that one thing that makes you go like, that's bullshit when you see a player use it, and then makes you want to re-roll that class because no other class gets it. For the rogue, it's the class specialization. The 3 specializations are combo points, Shadow Realm, and exploit weakness.
I like Shadow Realm because I take the problem and I make it smaller. I mean, it's just I just pull 3 guys into the Shadow Realm and duke it out, and then I come back in. I'm like, all right, smaller problem.
I love the idea of exploit weakness. The way it works is during some of the enemy attacks, players will see an icon flash over the enemy's head, during which time they will get to retaliate with much more damage than an ordinary attack. If you're quick on the draw, this is the specialization for you. I'm just like a little bit skill capped there, and like every time I try to make it work, I'm just a little bit shy of the skill level that's required for that.
It's almost like you're a surgeon. And it requires a really strong ability to assess what's happening all around you.
My personal favorite is the combo point specialization. As you might expect, this ability lets you build multiple combo points, which enhance your spender's effectiveness in combat. It basically, you just like get into this rhythm of combat of like 3 builders to a spender, lets you build up to these big moments. It almost makes like a rhythm game out of combat, which I really enjoy. And the way the class specializations work is you will work with one of the world groups of rogues around the world in Sanctuary that you will find and do class-specific quests that no other class can do. Whether it's the Sisterhood of the Sightless Eye, the remnants of that order that you choose to work with, or the mercenaries of Kyrgyzstan, or the outlaw smugglers of the swamps of Hawazar, depending maybe on what speaks to your class fantasy, or depending on which specialization speaks to you or you find more powerful, you'll be able to complete that quest line and then activate that specialization, which then you can mix and match with any of the playstyles. So you could be a combo points, ranged, or melee player, but you could also be an exploit weakness, range, or melee, or hybrid player. It just gives the class such huge variety in builds and playstyles.
I love how that ties into the open world aspect. The ability to go to Kyrgyzstan or Hawazar and get these special quests that only the rogue can get. That touches on one of the things that I love that we've done, which is like connecting the weapons and equipment to regions. When you're exploring the world and you pick up a sword in Kyrgyzstan, it's a scimitar, right? If you're up in Skazglen, which is up in the north, it's more of like a broadsword. It's this sort of like this, it's a subtle thing, but I think it really, different armors that you get in different regions look like they're from the place. And so giving that sense of place in the world is something that I every time I play the game, I feel it, I see it in just like subtle ways, and just really enhances the overall sense of immersion and experience. And I just want to see what's around the corner.
The weapons are also like, going back all the way to Diablo 2, just such an integral part of the class, and the ability to augment your weapon through magic, through enhancements, it's just something that really spoke to us when we try to tap into the core of the class. Going back to those mercenaries that you could hire, it was always kind of cool to see what kind of special arrow shot they would come with. And it's something we paid homage to with the imbue system. All the way from directly elemental imbues like the frost imbue, which feels a lot like the ice arrows that the D2 mercenaries used to shoot, all the way to we expanded it to feel a little grittier, a little darker, into things like poison imbue and shadow imbue. Just the ability to take any sort of attack and kind of mix and match with those imbues.
Once that kind of clicked for me that I could take any ability and imbue it with either of those elements. Rain of arrows with frost and rain of arrows with acid is completely different, right? Like you're essentially freezing the battlefield, and then I just love poison imbue because of the gruesome deaths that all the monsters experience. And we've had a ton of fun making that art, so it's always fun to kind of see just a field of goatmen melt into nothing. You just kill everything on the screen in a gory mess, which I never really gets old.
It's a really flexible way to take a build that you're already comfortable with, that you already like. Say you're really comfortable with flurry and shadow step as kind of your melee skills, and you find yourself needing more crowd control. Without changing your playstyle, you can just add the frost imbue to your bar. And now you're able to use those same abilities to slow down enemies or build up to a full freeze.
Yeah, and Frost Imbue plays pretty well with group play as well, right? Where I can freeze an enemy and somebody else can blow it up.
Or also the way that chills work in the game, they build up to a full freeze. So if your best buddy is a sorceress player, your chill spells and your Frost Imbue chills will actually build up faster than if you were using a single player. So, just ask to open with Blizzard before you frost imbue, and you'll basically be freezing enemies twice as fast, which is super awesome synergy. So the last thing that's worth spending some time talking about the rogue is like how mobile the class is, just how able the class is to kind of close the gap between themselves and the enemy. Even while they're mounted, you might find yourself, a full screen away and just dismounting into a rain of arrows, closing the rest of that gap with maybe like a dash, and then getting back out of there, dropping some caltrops. They can basically control the fluid motion of combat in a way that no other class can. That's something that beyond all of the other customization options that you have, whether it's the playstyle, whether it's the range at which you engage with enemies, whether it's the cosmetics, just the sheer mobility of the class lets you just adapt to the situations. Even when you would have totally been toast as another class, a room full of elites, you're able to use offensive abilities in creative ways. Abilities like Shadow Step, right? Like abilities like Shadow Realm, abilities like Dash. So you're able to kind of like use them to your advantage in a way that gets you out of a very dangerous situation by picking that one lone skeleton archer that maybe is not surrounded by everything else. You can Shadow Step there, get out of the way, and live to fight another day, which just feels like such a rogue thing to do.
When I play the rogue, I really do feel like surgical precision. I really feel like I can move through the whole screen without. It feels kind of effortless, and almost sometimes a little unfair. It's like when I go into Shadow Realm and I'm dashing, I'm like, am I cheating? Did I just break the game?
And we'll hear more about PvP in a little bit, but I just couldn't go without mentioning that some of our most feared PvP players on the team play rogue, and just the way they're able to like surprise you. You might be with a group of friends, and just that mobility lets them go to the middle of the group, unleash a rain of arrows that's frost imbued, and before you know it, you're all frozen. And looking at a rogue while you're frozen, let me tell you, there are fewer scarier things in our game right now than that.
So Luis, this was like the ultimate blog post. This has been a lot of fun getting to share a new addition to the campfire. And of course, there's probably going to be more in the future, right? We always say there's a little bit more room around that campfire.
That's right. And that pretty much wraps it up for the Rogue. So why don't we go to Joe and Karina and learn a little bit more about those open world features that we promised.
Well, thank you to Luis and John for introducing the Rogue, which I'm really excited that we finally got a chance to talk about and announce to the community. And we're here today to talk to you about Diablo 4 and the open world. Now, I think maybe the best way to start this conversation, Karina, would be just for me to ask you, like, what are you most excited about what we're adding in Diablo 4 for the open world? Like, what feature, what mechanic, what are you most excited to talk about first?
I am really excited about just exploring the world. I am a huge completist naturally, that's the way I play, and I love exploring and looking under every single nook and cranny. The more this game has been growing, particularly since last Blizzcon, the more fun I am having just riding around the open world on my mount and exploring everything I possibly can.
Yeah, it's really fun, I think, now that we've kind of taken Sanctuary and just made it so much larger when you're playing through the game. When you compare it to like Diablo 3 or Diablo 2, there's tons of like exploration and movement throughout the world in those games, obviously, but now that we've really been able to embrace the open world concept, we can really dive much deeper into like how does Sanctuary actually all fit together, like be able to ride from Skosglen to the Fractured Peaks, like it's very, very interesting that way. One of the things about that I think is really neat is the collection aspect of mounts. So I mean, there's all these horse breeds and other mounts you can find throughout the world, from completing puzzles or just finding hidden locations or slaying certain particular kinds of monsters. Find various horses or things to customize your horse with, like horse armor. There are hoof plates you can get and trophies to show off your accomplishments. There's lots of different ways to make sure that you can personalize your mount, make it really feel like it's your companion.
Yeah, and it's really cool that like you mentioned with the horseshoes, you get to actually change the speed at which your horse can run. And it's something I like, to be able to customize the horse to the type of gameplay that I like to enjoy as a player. And it's really, really fun. I like the amount of variety that you give us.
And I mean, there's more to mounts than just that as well. So like one thing we know we didn't want to do with mounts in Diablo 4 is we didn't want to have like jousting, this idea of like fighting from horseback. It's not really the Diablo experience, right?
Yeah, that's something I'm super excited for. Like we showed last BlizzCon, we had the sorceress, we showed her dismount skill, Ice Dash, where she shoots forwards off her mount and destroys everything in her path. Well, with the rogue, we got to have a little bit more fun with it. And the animation department has done a fantastic job of having her leap up into the air and fire down like the rain of arrows that destroys everything. It's really, really cool. It feels really good.
The idea of like leaping from your saddle and just raining arrows down on your enemies as you pass by, getting down the fray and then starting to like stab people and poison people, like that is spot on what we're looking for. Being able to jump in, engage with enemies from your horse, and then just fight it out, duke it out using your skills and everything else like we want.
It's interesting that your mount can't get damaged, but if a monster actually attacks you while you're mounted, you will actually be forced to dismount. So there is a flip side of actually judging for yourself when you do want to use that skill in order to prevent you from being forced off unintentionally.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of gameplay there to make sure that you're using it in a way that is most appropriate to help you get where you're trying to go and also fight the monsters you want to fight. One of the things I'm most excited about for the open world right now is this feature we have called camps. So camps are basically these strongholds of evil out in the overworld. You got to remember that, decades ago, during the events of Reaper of Souls, when Malthael rose to power, the Reapers killed like 9 out of 10 people throughout Sanctuary. Like a tremendous number of people passed away. Now there's a big power vacuum out here, decades later. And these monsters have started to move into these places. Bandits, monsters, goatmen, all kinds of different creatures, skeletons, the undead, have started to resurface and come back into these areas and start to take them for themselves. You, as the hero of Sanctuary, get to kind of wander through these spaces and begin to reclaim them for the people of Sanctuary. That's part of what makes them really, really neat. Each of them have their own story. They're their own unique, fixed place in the world. Unlike
quests are something that happens randomly in the world and you can come across them anyway. Camps are a permanent fixture that you as the player, when you come across that evil, you can actually have a real impact on the open world that everyone else can see, because once you have defeated that evil, one of the really fun things is that you basically unlock that camp and you make a new waypoint that previously didn't exist for yourself, but suddenly all the marketplaces open up and now you have a blacksmith vendor in a location that previously didn't exist, which I think is really, really cool.
Now, what we're looking at here, this was a village, the village of Karayisu, which now has fallen to ruins. The people here in the Dry Steppes had a problem. The problem was there were bloodthirsty cannibals that dwelled nearby and would regularly raid their community. And the people had to come up with a solution. They weren't strong enough to defend themselves from these cannibals, so they made a dark bargain with a demon. And they were able to gather enough power to push these cannibals out and protect their community, but not without great cost, as we can see here. You're kind of helping resettle parts of Sanctuary in many ways when you take these camps back from the enemy. Vendors will come back, and now suddenly there might be new quest givers, new stories that need to be told. Dungeon entrances can appear in some of these places afterwards. There's all kinds of things that occur after you take over the camp and liberate it from these forces of darkness. And again, it's just so cool to see you permanently change the world as you find these places and kind of wander through and solve these problems. One of the other neat things about camps, and in general, the overworld, just broadly speaking, is we have so many more opportunities now to kind of play with movement.
It pushes the bar vertically as well as horizontally, and we now have been playing around with the idea of jumping across chasms to allow the player to get access to a location that they previously didn't have.
There's all kinds of areas where players will find their own path, allowing them extra movement options they haven't had in previous Diablo games.
We are also in a vertical top-down camera for the environment, and so it really breaks up the plane that you typically see as not only as a developer, as an animator, but also as a player. There's such a huge variety of things that you can possibly do to mix it up and make things a little bit different. There's certain puzzle elements to it. That it's not so straightforward and not always obvious. So it's not just a matter of running through the world and getting, to your goal. It's you have to think about it.
Yeah, definitely. Now, Karina, I know that you're very excited about PvP.
I'm a huge fan of PvP. I love the first time that we all actually had a chance to, as a whole team, play PvP, because the amount of feedback that generated, I think it took design 3 days to go through it all. And what that showed me is that I find everyone either love it or they hate it. And I personally love it. I really enjoy it. So the way that PvP works is that the hatred of Mephisto has been bubbling up from hell, and it has created these areas in the open world that you can freely walk into that kind of consumes you and makes you turn against your fellow players.
PvP, even in these areas, these fields of hatred, right? Even in these spaces, it's not mandatory. So these are optional places players can choose to go to kind of collect shards of hatred that they can collect from killing monsters, from completing events, opening chests, all kinds of ways to earn these things, not necessarily just killing players. And as you earn these shards of hatred, they're kind of in an unpurified state. They're in a basic state. You need to bring them to a purification event in order to turn them into a currency that you can then use in the nearby small encampments around the fields of hatred. And what's really neat about that is that when you're trying to purify these things, that's when everybody nearby finds out and hears oh, okay, well, someone's actually trying to complete a purification ritual. We need to go and kill those players and take all of their shards before they finish. But once you purify them, they're yours. You can't lose them. But before they're purified, they're free game.
Yeah, I think it's really important to note that, like, even if you don't want to engage with other PvP players, you can actually explore those areas and collect the Shards of Hatreds from specifically monsters. But the second you need to then turn them in and purify them into a currency where you can spend them on gear, trophies, and other content, you actually are hostile yourself and actually can be attacked during that single moment. But I think that really creates a lot of opportunity for you to team up with friends for just that one little moment in order to gain the reward that you spent so much time collecting.
So you called out earlier that the Shards of Hatred are used for like some of the vendors you could find in the Fields of Hatred. There are some special vendors that only kind of arrive in these areas. They'll have special costumes or new mounts and weapons and things along those lines. Nothing that's like strictly more powerful than stuff you can get in other parts of the game, but stuff that really like speaks to your desire as a PvP player. And I think one of the things that's really kind of neat about the system in general is that as a player, if you choose to go hostile, betray other players that are near you, try to get as many Shards of Hatred as you can, you're going to slowly begin to kind of like infuse yourself with that same curse of Mephisto. And you're going to become a vessel of hatred. Now, once you do that, everyone within a very large radius of you is going to be able to see you as a threat on the map. And they're going to get a bonus for killing you. So when that occurs, you have a set amount of time you need to survive. And if you're able to do that without running away or jumping in a town portal and trying to escape, if you're able to do that and finish that period and manage to escape or defeat your people who are coming to try to destroy you, you're going to get a really big bonus at the end. And that's been really, really exciting to watch in our playtests already as people are like, kind of wrestling for this status and then trying to defend it once they actually achieve it.
Yeah, and there's also the ears that you get to collect as a trophy. It harkens back to D2, where I think you could sell the ears for 1 gold. I don't know if we're going to be doing that. I know we were playing around with them as a currency at one point, but I think right now it's just a cool trophy that you get to collect and show off.
Yeah, right now, very, very cool trophy. The thing was really neat about the Diablo 2 ears, like you could fill up your whole inventory with them, obviously, but being able to see like the people that you took the ears from, like seeing their character names on there, was always like the interesting, fun part. Kind of like proof, like, yeah, I got that person that time, right? So we want to make sure that we embrace that aspect of it. That's the important part for us. I think that's going to be a really, really great callback to Diablo 2 PvP.
Right, yeah. So I love where PvP is going, and I love that it is such it's only one part of how large and open the world is, and really harkens back to the adventurer in me when I play the game. How do you feel?
I'm super excited as well. I mean, there's so much to look forward to in Diablo 4 right now. Like what we talked about today just scratches the surface. In general, as a Diablo fan, there's a lot to be looking forward to in the franchise in the future. Thank you so much for watching today. We look forward to speaking to you more about this game and others in the future.
All right, we're gonna watch the video sent to us.
Now you know what I seek, Marius. Release the demons from my...
Wait, we got Kane back? Oh, it's 2. It's 2. It's Diablo 2 Remastered. It's Diablo 2 Remastered. Come on.
Lord of Death.
Come on. Show it to me.
Though this be our darkest hours, it may yet
There we
be
go.
our greatest moment.
I knew it was there somewhere. Somewhere out there I knew. Somewhere out there. Yo, sick. Ooh, love the campfire. Oh, that multi-shot looks awesome. Wow. Yo. And console, okay. All right. That'll be interesting. Oh, that leap attack was awesome. Oh. Oh, the Diablo fight is gorgeous.
Not even death.
Oh, Resurrected. Let's go! Come on!
So that was super exciting. I'm Mr. Lamesi. I am a Twitch streamer. I have been playing Diablo 2 for 20 years, streaming it for 6 years. I probably have over 25,000 hours in this game and just absolutely love it. So seeing the remaster happen, I have to just, of course, ask a very first high-level question. Why the D2 remaster right now?
Well, Diablo 2 is a very special game to Blizzard, as many of you well know, and Diablo 2 also had its 20th year anniversary. So with that, we really wanted to stay true to what that authentic experience was for Diablo 2 and bring it to the current audience and improve it for the existing audience and invite new people to experience it for the first time. It's also good learning opportunities too for us, especially when we're partnering up with Vicarious Visions now to work on a remaster projects like this together.
So it's been a great partnership. We've actually worked with Blizzard for a while now, a couple years, even starting with some Battle.net integration type things. We just finished Tony Hawk remaster. Before that, we did Crash Bandicoot remaster, and it just seemed like a perfect match for us to work together.
It was a shock to my system to first to come in and then see that it's a remaster trailer. Was not expecting that. But then to see the complete shift in the design and the art and everything. And I'd really love to hear more about how you came up with the process for how you want to remaster the look of it, right? How you wanted it to visually exist. And I'd love to bring in Chris Amaral to talk about some of that. Chris, can you discuss a little bit of the philosophy and the design decisions around this remaster?
So luckily we had a ton of good inspiration from the original D2 art. Our primary focus is always nostalgia, right? We want to make sure we focus on getting this right and deliver an authentic experience that players remembered from 20 years ago. Every choice we make with the art, with the models, with the environments should really ignite that nostalgia and then reinforce that emotional connection from the original game. But then we came up with like a 70-30 visual guide. 70% is basically the classic. This is where we don't touch. We don't touch what works, right? We want to maintain those iconic shapes, colors, tones. Everything should be one-to-one and faithful to the original. We want things to feel authentic and preserve those original designs. With the 30% new, that's kind of like where we're going to elevate that art. Every change we make should really signify that step forward visually.
I also noticed that the game was 3D, and can you talk a little bit about the discussion or how you moved and some challenges moving from 2D to 3D?
Well, I mean, evolving from a 2D sprite game, like a 2D image game, to a 3D is very challenging. We basically had to write a complete new PBR renderer, so a physically based renderer on top of the old game logic. It's difficult because you're dealing with models versus 2D sprites, where you have to basically write. You have dynamic lighting, you have dynamic VFX. Like a lot of that is an additional system that we have to work out on our end.
So the follow-up to that question, I suppose, is I wasn't able to see any items when I was watching that trailer. Are all of the items also going to be remastered? All of the gems, all of every single piece of this? And what sorts of flavor did you decide to add to that artwork?
So everything is being redone. So we remodeled everything because everything has to drop in the game. So you have your icon art, and then you have your 3D space art that flips, right? So we had to basically model everything. And as far as the inspiration, we actually were inspired by some original documentation that we found from Blizzard North, where there was a huge Word doc of where the original artists pulled inspiration from. So a lot of that was very historical landmarks, locations, and very very much real world referencing. So that was kind of where we kind of pulled our inspiration as well. We wanted that functional design that the original art had. Everything felt like it was believable, and that detail really does help to give it some realistic context and makes you feel more immersed in the game. It makes you feel like you're part of this world when you can see every little buckle and strap.
I remember when we went into the tavern and there was garlic hanging from a beam, and we're all like, what's the garlic? And this is all full 3D everything. And then they're like, oh yeah, there was garlic in the old game. We go back and it's like 4 white sprites, and you're like, holy cow, yeah, garlic, and there's hams hanging and everything. So it was really cool to see it almost for the first time.
And it's funny because the original SD, like, it was made in all 3D. So we actually came across a bunch of screenshots that were a different camera. Like, it wasn't the isometric camera. It was like either marketing art or something else, or maybe just exploration. But there was shots of that garlic in the original art. You could never really see it in the pixel art, but it was there. So it was telling that they were really trying to achieve something very grand with this art.
I'm not gonna lie, I never knew that they had garlic hanging in there. I mean, maybe a couple white sprites. I thought they were maybe candles, or who knows? No clue. But that makes me excited to go look around now and just like explore all of the areas in the game, just to look at the new detailed art and see what was.
Well, you see it now too, because also we have the one new feature for the art on the art side of things is a zoom camera. So it'll help you get in there and look at all the details. Like it was something that I really felt strongly that like a lot of ARPGs that come out now all have a zoom feature. So this will really get you up and close and personal with like your armor, your weapons, like everything, the runes.
Another way to look at it too is our legacy toggle feature, where you can flip back between the old visuals of the game and our current visuals. It's not even just a simple art swap. It is really the old game running underneath, because like Chris was mentioning, our new art engine our graphics engine is running on top of the game, and is mimicking what is running underneath. It's still following all the same data and rules and timings of everything. So we are still being true to that 25 frames per second of what the game is underneath, but rendering it in a way that has more frames per second.
Yeah, I'd love to hear more about that specifically, because when I go into Diablo 2, I'm thinking 25 FPS, and like you said, the game is built on that. My faster casting, my hit recovery, all of this stuff is built on 25 FPS. So how do you create a game at 60 FPS?
So all of the logic and how the game talks with the server and everything like that runs on that cycle, and that hasn't changed. So we still have benchmarks in all of our content, say for animations of when a hit frame occurs, how long it can recover, and all of that. That all matches exactly. Now it can run at a faster frame rate, and so modern games run on time, not frames. So we've done that. But all of the logic still runs on those same things. So you can wait for your breaks to occur. All of those things still happen at the exact same. And that was through no small effort, but it's super important, right? Because even if you can't see it right away, you feel it when it's different. We've done that on lots of areas. So for example, the original game only had so many sprites to render your rotation. So you'd have your character and they're rendered out at so many angles, and the monsters even less. But you could actually walk at greater directions, right? You have, I think it was 64 different squares around you that you would path to, and you'd have feet sliding. We've increased that, so now there's more granularity. Obviously it's 3D, your character can run straight, but underneath the hood, I mean, this is a game made back when the inspiration was tabletop games. And so the game is a grid. So it still respects that grid, right? Like on the controller will still allow you to move small amounts because you push the stick a little bit, but it's still, you're either in a run state or a walk state, stamina's still a thing, you're still on a grid. Like all of that logic, once again, is all being driven by the old game. That hasn't changed.
Rob was mentioning animation. Animation is also like, it was very challenging because you only had a few of the frame counts basically to make that animation. So it wasn't like a modern game where you have tons of different keys to make it very fluid animation. But we had to really like maintain that timing, that pace. The posing was a big focus for us too. We wanted to get those iconic poses for each character, and then just align that silhouette.
So continuing the talk of visuals, I want to talk about characters, cosmetics, how they look. Because I know something that I love with Diablo 2 is just putting on, a scale mail, putting on a full plate mail, putting on a sacred armor, and seeing the character like have the different change and all of that. But some things still don't like reflect over in the color of it or whatnot, right? Some do, some don't. Is there going to be changes there, or is it just enhancing all of those visuals and making them just look even cooler?
So our goal was to basically be one-to-one with parity with the original game. So we built every piece of armor that was in the original game and is now in the remastered version. The only difference we did is with the icon items. So we actually now we have a more connected visual with the icon and the item that drops in the game. Where before you had different visuals. That's really the only thing we pushed on as far as modernization.
Yeah, so like shields or weapons, a lot of the unique items that you find in the game had special kind of icon arts, right? And that is something we're actually going to be showing on your character in the new visuals.
That definitely excites me. I think that's something a lot of people would love to see, a lance guard and have the cool stuff actually on their character there.
It will be the same model you see on those icons.
Are we going to see remastering of the cinematics in the game?
Yes.
Yes, we are. Yep, the entire full 28 minutes or whatever is going to be all remastered with new high fidelity art. It's going to look amazing, by the way. So
will the sound in those also be remastered, and any other sound in the game be remastered?
All of the audio has been remastered, as well as we've added additional surround sound features. There's more ambient, there's more effects going on. It's just a richer experience if you want to play with your, full setup. However, we have to use that measured hand as well with audio. There's just a lot of very, very iconic sounds that we really couldn't change, right? Like if you put a skull into your inventory, that pop noise, we really couldn't.
Don't change my skull sound.
Exactly, right? So there are certain things you're gonna, you'll hear. For like your footsteps running will have some variety. When the rain kicks in, it's going to have a lot more depth. When you go to the jungle, you'll hear a lot more life in those trees. But yeah, there's just some sounds we couldn't mess with, right?
With Blizzard, when we're creating new games, one of our design philosophies is to what we call find the fun. And when we were looking at D2 again, we very much felt like the fun is still there. So it's actually one of our core pillars for Diablo 2 Resurrected specifically was to keep the fun and keep it at its core. And because of that, we're looking at it more as a remaster at that point, and like what can we do based on what the community wants or what features naturally are necessary for making this game run on modern day systems and things like that.
I think also we want to thank and appreciate the fan base, right? This is really a true nod to the original game. We want to preserve that game and the structure of that game as much as we can. And if we went with the remake, it would be a completely different game. So I think that was the reason why we chose this.
Speaking, from my experience or from some of my community's experience and the discussions we've had, we definitely felt like with Diablo 2, a remaster just seemed like the way to go, because there's so many, like you said, there's so many of those tiny details within the game that overall, when you add them up, create such a big part of the experience of the game. And remaking that into a new game could be a challenge, and could also be a challenge in keeping the fun of the game in that way. I kind of look at it a little bit like StarCraft Brood War, which also had a remaster, and how it's like a lot of the pathing bugs and the duds from the Reavers and all of these things in the game that were kind of awful are what make the game beautiful and what make the game super balanced. And if you were to go and remake it and remove some of those issues, it would change how the whole entire game plays. And so I felt like with Diablo 2, that's kind of the same idea, right? You got to keep some of those difficult details, because then it ends up creating the overall experience that we all know and love.
Yeah, we also felt that, for a game during its time back in 2000, based on limitations, or everyone was still looking at strategy guides or just limited internet, it led to that kind of typical game design you see, where there was a lot of mystery, discovery. So we felt like that was another part of part of keeping the fun, which was to maintain that discovery of the game as well.
So speaking to maintaining and possibly changing, what are the pieces that did end up staying the same, or if it's easier to explain the other way, what are the pieces that were really changed to bring this remaster to life?
So at its core, we want it to still be the same. So right away, things like the balance, the monsters you see on the spawn rates, item drops, and things like that are the same. And what we're doing is trying to take any of the rough edges you see, compatibility issues, resolution issues, and obviously the art, improving the arts as well. All these kinds of things you come to know from a remaster, but still maintaining very much what the game is. So,
and when it comes to the features we added, this is probably the biggest area where we scrutinize so much is this addition straying too much? You know, does it still create the same gameplay experience and other things like that? So things like a shared stash, we know people use mule characters, right? And so adding a shared stash we felt was the right choice when it
we have a shared stash?
We have a shared stash.
Yeah. We have a shared stash.
Oh, thank God.
Now the way that the shared stash works is there are rules, right? You can't have your ladder characters mixing a stash with a non-ladder character, and you can have your offline characters, you know, can't use your online. But for the most part, we're like, people do this anyway with a mule character, so it's okay to give them this feature.
That is like the greatest feature that you could add, because there's nothing worse than opening up the game, going in, dropping all your GG items to mule them over because you've run out of space, and then not being able to log back in, or the game's not created, or it didn't perm in time and losing all of your gear, or trying to find someone to help you transfer your gear over, because, oh my gosh, a shared stash is amazing. Thank you so much. That's such a help.
Like I said, maintaining the core was a thing, but the other aspect of it was to see where we can improve, right? So the shared stash is one of them, because we saw it as a very common concern, especially around muling, which people had workarounds anyway, right? So that is one thing. Another example is we are reimagining the UI in the game. With a new reimagined UI, we're still trying to stay very faithful to what you come to expect. So you'll still have the classic globes on the HUD screen, the skill icons, the potion belts, and all that. But we are reorganizing a little bit. You know, we're trying to integrate the menu buttons and the stamina bars closer together within the HUD, so it's built a little bit cleaner. And naturally with reimagining a UI, we have some liberties to add a few things. So going back to the information I was talking about, a big thing we're doing on the character screen is we're adding an advanced stats screen as well. So we're going to be showing you all the information you get from items as well. So you don't have to do that kind of math with like looking at each of your items and calculating how much magic find you have, for example. It'll all be like summarized right there for you.
Something that we've seen already in a lot of mods where they've gone ahead and taken that information and created a little screen. So that's really nice to see that you guys are implementing that as well. Because yeah, I don't think anybody like sitting down and counting up the magic find of every specific item, you know, and all of their charms and all of everything to figure out what is the number, how much do I have.
We've also added auto gold, so you can opt in. It is a feature you can turn off, which is one of the things we have to be careful of. You know, a handful of other things where we're like, if you want this, you can turn it on, but you can also keep it off. This was actually something that we started looking into when we were adding controller support. There's a lot of paths that we could have taken with controller support, obviously for controllers on console, which we're coming out on, but allowing you to just plug a controller in for accessibility reasons, for that might be the way you want to play. But it's a PC first experience. Like for example, there's still an inventory grid, there's still inventory Tetris. That's core to what Diablo 2 is, right? Taking that away, it starts to become something different.
And I love that. I think that's the perfect way to really introduce it, because you're gonna have that split in the community. You're gonna have half the people who say, just give me auto gold. It's 2020. I don't want to worry about having to pick up every individual gold stack. But then you're gonna have the opposite side of purists who go, don't touch this. Like, that completely changes my game experience. And you know, if I'm speedrunning through the game or playing through whatever, I want to be able to go over and pick up the gold stacks and take that time, and that's more a part of the Diablo 2 experience for me. I want to jump back to features in a second, but before we do, you just brought up console play, And I feel like we have to jump into console, the decision for console, and how you're gonna make that work. You already talked a little bit about like auto gold, having that to be a little more accessible. But when I think of Diablo 2, I think of a mouse going and clicking everywhere and how does this work on a console?
To say it wasn't a challenge would be a bold lie. So there's a couple things. For the most part, the game thinks you're still using a keyboard and mouse with a controller. That was almost a rule we kept, that helped keep us on the rails, because we didn't want to be sacrificing, once again, that authentic experience. But we did want to make it more accessible, bring it to a modern audience. I mean, there are people who were born after this game came out that we want them to enjoy it and play it. And a lot of those people are used to, just more modern titles that could use a controller. Also, from an accessibility of just allowing you to plug in a controller, helps for many other people to get to enjoy the game. The biggest thing I think that the two big things we'll say. One is you're changing the way you play the game from being kind of an eye in the sky and telling your hero what to do by clicking on areas to actually being your character and directing them. So pathfinding is gone, right? Because you're doing the pathfinding and things like that, which creates some very interesting things. For example, the sorceress's teleport is meant to teleport to wherever you click. So in that area, when you're playing on the console, we will have a kind of a default distance that you will teleport to. Whereas on the PC, you can click wherever you want. Same with Barbarian's Leap, although that one's interesting because it levels. But it's become a very, very fun challenge. Like, I'm a necromancer and I need to target an item on the ground that has a certain keyword. It's working so far, but you guys will be the ultimate judge of that.
Yeah, we've had a lot of talks back and forth, play testing and things like that. A big challenge we had too was categorizing, all those 300 character skills, to see how each of them really play, to see what challenges there were. And yeah, like Rob mentions, the Necromancer Iron Golem is a favorite of ours to continuously talk about because of the various ways it can target. Also, like a Sorcerer's Telekinesis is another example.
Watching the trailer, we see the assassin and druid at the campfire. We see a druid casting tornado. I have to ask though, even still, this includes Lord of Destruction, right? This is going to be a full encompassing remaster and not just classic or just a piece?
That's correct. Yeah, we are going to be including both the base Diablo 2 and the expansion Lord of Destruction as well. And we're even keeping the mode of playing non-expansion character as well, right? So you could still play a classic barbarian, for example, and things like that.
Okay, awesome. Because that was something I was also going to ask was, will there be classic mode? Because once again, when you go to the purist, you always have the people that go back all the way and they're like, classic is pure and that's it, and I won't play anything else.
Yeah, it was very much a mode we wanted to keep. Even based on popularity, it might not be as much, but it's still a part of the game, and it still leads to interesting ways of playing too, right? A lot of it's even data driven too, so like a lot of the reasons to keep it were pretty clear to us. Like, let's make sure we're not taking something away from this remaster.
I'd love to go ahead and start talking about some of the other features, or continue talking about some of the other features that you had mentioned before, because hearing each of these already has gotten me so excited for this game. And so what are some other little things that you felt could be changed, wouldn't change the whole flow of the game, but just improve it a little bit?
One thing we're looking into is making it easier to interact with your stash. So having quick keys to move to your stash is one thing versus like dragging the mouse to every time you want to move something to your stash. Other things we're looking at as well are like an item comparison tooltip. So in case you're looking at some other item, you can hold shift or whatever controller button is mapped, and then you can see what equipped items you have just for quick glances, things like that.
The item comparison is a great example of us adding it, but added it with a measured hand. So we don't suggest any gear for anybody. The gear in Diablo 2 is so quirky and different, and every class can use everything, that us recommending things like that actually was more confusing to people. So you hold shift and it's like, here's what you got equipped, here's what it is.
I think that's the great way to do it with Diablo 2, because I agree. I mean, that's I think that's one of the best parts about Diablo 2. The items are so fantastic, so unique in their own design, that it would be near impossible to have a tooltip that could actually recommend one or the other, you know, because it's all so unique to every situation and character and skill build and everything.
We added 5 more languages, so that's a feature to a lot of people who speak those other languages. The whole front end is pretty much modernized now, so your character is much bigger front and center right in the beginning, and you'll have a backdrop of whatever act you're in. So that's all been streamlined. You can still, you know, play online or offline, but that flow has been improved.
So what are your favorite changes that each of you have within the game so far?
There's a lot of fun. It's fun to see a lot of the art come to life with our new visuals. So for me, one of the things I've been waiting for since like first starting on this game was to see that character creation campfire scene come to life in our new arts, and I'm really happy to see how far it's progressed, and I love seeing that. It's just such an iconic moment. It's the first thing you really see in the game before you get started, and it's amazing.
Can I say all the art? No, I'm just kidding. So we added, like Rob mentioned, we added like an act specific screen in the front end. And it's basically this large screen where we have like a diorama of each act, and it's amazing to see because it feels like you're really there. Like you can see the detail, you can see every aspect of the scene, and like it just has that very immersive feeling to it. So that's probably my favorite part.
I think mine is a little bit more squishy. I think our game has gotten a little scarier. I think that there are certain areas in the game where just the way that the 3D lighting is and the way the sound is, and I play it on a big screen TV sometimes, and just it feels scarier, it feels creepier, a little more claustrophobic in certain areas. That's not just one feature, there's a lot of things going on there, but I think it's really, really cool. I would like to hope that had the original creators had the tools we have today, it's the experience they would have wanted to make.
Yeah, I think the lighting really helps with that too, because we're a 3D game. That's one of the biggest differences between the original games. So what the game had before with the sprites, with 3D models built into sprites, was not a true real-time lighting system. So because we're pushing that with a 3D graphics engine running on top of the game and getting actual 3D lighting inside of those kinds of caverns and corridors makes for a very interesting experience now, because it just feels more immersive with having light react around you like that.
Yeah, I would definitely say, I mean, I've only seen the trailer piece you sent me, but even from that, just seeing like down in the tunnels or the sewers or any of those like you said, cavern dungeonous zones, the lighting, it was darker and brighter, and then things like the skeletons with the fire, it just had like this different, I agree, creepier feel. So I haven't seen much more than, or anything more than you guys showed me, but there was definitely a different feel to the game, and I loved the fire the most. I think just watching like the sorceress meteor was like gorgeous.
Fire and lightning, once we got all the effects up and running, that was definitely a couple of times where we would be just in a review and we're like, oh, like, and 10 minutes would go by and we're like, oh crap, we had a meeting, we were just playing now. Another thing that kind of goes without saying, that just because it's parody, but 8-player multiplayer, that just works, but once again, it was tricky to get that going.
So with multiplayer, are there going to be any changes, any differences in there from PvP to trading to how players interact, units blocking each other? I mean, all sorts of stuff.
So with multiplayer, we want to keep all the features you've known and loved there. So PvP will still be there, down to like opening the party window and engaging hostility. Trading is still going to function the same as you know. You can go into games, trade items, or talk in chat channels and things like that. Areas of improvement, though, like I said, going back to my mentioning of reimagining a lot of the UI, improvements to the Battlenet lobby. So we're trying to look at some things like improving like how you browse server games. Like, so when you're looking at a game to join and typing passwords and things like that, that's the kind of area we're trying to see how we could smooth out in ways like making sure you can browse normal games, Nightmare games, and Hell games, even though you've graduated to the higher difficulty. I'm sure you've known that.
There's nothing worse than accidentally killing Bale in Nightmare when you're trying to do Nightmare Bale runs and you're like, I can't find any of the games anymore for Nightmare Bale runs.
But you can if you log into a separate character.
Right, you go to a separate character and then look at it.
That was kind of our logic, right? Since there are workarounds there, that made it easier for us to make the decision of allowing some of those things. Another change is also looking into reducing ladder seasons overall. So right now, ladder seasons in Diablo 2 are 6 months, and we're looking at reducing that as well to help have more engagement and kind of drive more incentives too. 6 months is a long time, and we're looking into like if we make it shorter, we could probably have greater beats throughout the year, as well as seeing people strive harder for getting like that to that level 99, right?
So is there going to be any reward change on that, or will it just simply be the same standard? You get to 99, you're 99 on that leaderboard, and I mean that's a giant reward in itself, but I don't know if there's any other piece go up on the Battle.net website or something.
We're not looking into adding anything beyond what the game really did, but in some ways there will be some things that kind of come out of because of what we changed. So we have the leaderboard, right, where you can see each class going to level 99. There are easier ways to filter through that. And we're also looking into saving that, right? So you can always look back to previous seasons as well. So in a way, we're creating that kind of legacy now that has kind of been dropped from the past. So that's one advantage, is your names could be there in the legacy if you're looking in the past.
I mean, I think that would be cool enough. Just anything to keep it there as like forever. Like this was season 1, season 2, Like that's when I got my 99. Because I know a lot of people like to go and reflect kind of on their old characters and pushes and stuff like that.
Character expiration will not be a thing anymore, by the way. Due to modern Battle.net integrations, you will not have to worry about refreshing your characters, so they will stay with you.
Awesome. Will there be anything different with like character names then, if that's the case?
Oh, yeah. So this was one that we talked about for a very, very long time. So because we are moving to global servers and we have cross progression, we will allow duplicate names because with everyone being in the same thing across all consoles and all platforms and other things like that, you would very quickly bump into duplicates like day one. And so we are allowing duplicate names. However, they will also be appended with your gamer tag or your Battle.net ID or other things like that, so that you are still unique. But this also allows us for people to play the game quicker, because we can autofill in your name, other things like that.
Rob touched on it a little bit, but another mention there was going to global servers as well. So this is a new thing we're doing, where the concept of US West, US East, Asia regions, and EU are no longer going to be a thing in terms of like being on separated servers. So now for the push for a global play with Diablo 2, you can now be able to join across people around the world.
I think that's a fantastic change. That's always been one of the like saddest parts, is like they're on EU and I'm on, US East, and then my other friend's on US West, and it's like, how do we get us all together? Okay, somebody has to make a sacrifice there. And so that seems like a really positive change. So far, you guys are killing it. I'm loving absolutely. I just want to say, like, I'm loving all of the changes and all of the decisions that have been made. It feels like you're really respecting the integrity of the game, but really bringing in a lot of that quality of life, because Diablo 2 just had some of those pain points like muling and separate servers and all of that. So I just want to throw that out there really quick.
There's a lot of love and care going on into this. Like we're very passionate about Diablo 2. I can even give you a little anecdote of when I started on the team. I was asking around too. Naturally, as a designer, I want to know as much as possible about this game in order to make good decisions on a remaster. So I asked around like what kind of files and leftover archives do we have from before, from Blizzard North, and I was told, like, I was given some, and like this, I was told that was it, which I quickly disbelieved, because I like to just do my own little digging arounds to find out things. So I dug around a lot in a lot of archives, and I looked around in different teams as well, because naturally a game from 20 years ago, people have moved on different teams, and like, where has data moved around across our other games across Blizzard. So it was within folders, I like to say, that I found a lot of old source files from Diablo 2. A lot of things, like, within folders of saying stuff we should archive. And there was a lot of stuff to archive indeed, because there were a lot of things, like, we're talking like model source files, old tools that Blizzard North used to create, like the sprites and things like that. All these things I spent months and months organizing and communicate that out to the team, and help getting Blizzard library team and other people to help out too, to help share as much information as possible, which helps a lot with when we're adapting some of these models and whatnot and making new art out of it, because, you know, sometimes those pixels aren't good enough, and if we have some kind of source model to look at, if we have it, now we can make even closer decisions.
On that day when he found that, I think that really helped me greatly. Like, we sent all of that imagery, even the models, I think we sent over to the outsource teams and different art teams, which they used as like a stepping stone. The only piece of art we actually reused one-to-one were Tyrael's wings. So we actually took the Tyrael wings from the old Max file, and then just repurposed that for ours. Like, we did very little work, very little modernization of that. We just made it work. But yeah, we did follow a lot of the rules that the old game actually used. For like another example is the succubus, in which I think the old Blizzard North model, they reused the assassin mesh for the body, and we did the same thing. We use our assassin mesh for the succubus.
Yeah, a lot of fun discoveries that we're actually kind of making the same decisions on in interesting ways. Another example too, like, is because we found a lot of stuff. There's a lot of old texture files for some environments on the game. So another example is like the walls you see in the Act 2 tombs, with those kinds of like paintings on them, are the same textures we're using, because we found the source files for those.
Any symbology we have questions on, we always like jump into that archive, try to find some kind of source or reference or something, and we just reuse it as much as possible. We want this to be as true as possible.
That could even carry over to the cinematics too, you know, like a lot of the cinematics cover the same locations. Think of like Tal Rasha's tomb with Bale in front of it, and there's all those runes going on behind him. Finding sources like that to try to match as much as possible was a goal, and I'm glad to say we did find those kinds of things, and they're matching it very well. So it's helping our cinematics too. There
was even concepts we repurposed. Like, we found a couple concepts that were amazing from 20 years ago. The Bloodhawk and the Bloodhawk Nest, and we used that completely to rebuild our new asset.
I mean, that's fascinating. I feel like I could just sit here for hours and hours, days, as you guys talk through every single thing you found in the source files.
I could too. I'm still organizing it to this day. I still could find something that could work out. As I put it, I'm very meticulous with this stuff because I love it so much. You know, I'm putting, like, categorizing everything. Like, this is everything I found on War Eve. This is everything I found on the Greater Mummy Monster or Bale or something. And then if Chris comes to me and needs help with like some kind of way of identifying what parts of the creatures are or something, I even go through lengths of like seeing if I could open up those models and actually re-rendering them out in a way that we could actually see it in higher detail, and like, you know, see like what, like, oh, the Greater Mummy is showing like part of his bone on his knee, so we should try to match that or something like that. And there's a lot of interesting stories and references that we actually used to create the new art by re-rendering models out to see everything.
Yeah, it was literally like video game archaeology, and even learning how parts of D1 were made, parts of the code that were commented out. Totally geek out on just all of the, you know, because it's a game that we all kind of grew up in, and a lot of us got into the games industry because of these types of games, and this game in particular, right? Like, and so it's almost like we're treating it like a classic car, right? Like, okay, it probably shouldn't run on leaded gas anymore, but you really can't change it, right? You just got to make it, you know, good enough, even better, you know, than they remember, and good for another 20 years.
Yeah, and even like, mention of Diablo 1 is very key too. Like we look at Diablo 1 as well, because naturally this being a sequel to Diablo 1, especially within the time span of when it came, like Diablo 1, was 1996 and Diablo 2, 2000. A lot of things carried over throughout development. So going back to see Diablo 1 and what it's like also helped us make decisions, even some of the arts too, because like we discovered certain things we didn't even realize before until later down the line. Like an example is in the Chaos Sanctuary, you see a lot of statues with these black knights, and those are actually the same Chaos Knights you see in Diablo 1. So like sometimes some of the things I find, even source files from Diablo 1, were useful for us for reference, so we can make the new statues and things like that.
Even the sorcerer and the Act 3 hireling shared very similar models. Like it was just an addition helmet or a little bit of detail on the chest, but that was really the difference.
You guys need to do a just like developer archaeology discussion at some point where you just sit down and talk through all of this, because this is like the most fascinating stuff I've heard. I mean, I've played so much Diablo 2 that I know so many intricacies of the game, but like when there's like more to be discovered, it's like, oh man, I'm like itching to know. So I would love to just listen.
The funny thing is, like, going back to our like core philosophies on the game, like, we wanted to keep discovery and the mystery and stuff. Because you keep discovering things all the time when you play Diablo 2, like all these little hidden rules and informations. It kind of carries that fascination over through development as well. Like we find a lot of things in the code, design documents, models, things like that, that were really fascinating to see, like how they were made. And I learned something new every day on the projects.
One thing, shifting back to the online play here, I know there's definitely going to be questions around security. How are we handling duping? How are we handling bots? How are we handling, just anything around that, realm downs, and all of the disconnects and all of that good stuff that we deal with online? What's being taken, or what actions being taken there?
So moving over to modern BattleNet helps us with a lot of those types of things. To say it's Loctite, I wouldn't dare do that. That's like throwing a gauntlet down to the community to try to break it. But all of that should be far more secure now. Now, we do still allow you to play offline, right? You will need to authenticate that your copy is legit, but after that, you won't be bothered. And so there's a reason why we leave those characters quarantined away from online.
I mean, yeah, we have a server team working on it, and these are some of their efforts, right? We want to stop the bots, stop duping as much as possible. There's a lot of strides happening in the back end of things.
So I'm excited to play this game, and I'm sure a lot of other people are very excited. How can we sign up for this closed beta, and when will this game be coming out?
Actually, we will be doing a technical alpha, and you can sign up on our webpage today for future waves of invites. As for the game itself, it will be releasing 2021.
Well, I just want to say thank you to the remastering team right here. I absolutely am blown away by how much effort and how much passion you guys are putting into this game and just into Diablo 2. I've loved Diablo 2 for 20 years, and I never thought that the game could get better. But I think you guys are respecting the integrity while upgrading and adding and improving, and I think this is going to overall just better the game. So thank you guys so much. I appreciate you having me on and for all of the hard work you've done.
Awesome, thank you. I mean, your praise means the world to us. I mean, you and people like you who keep the game going for 20 years, like that's, if you guys didn't do that, this might not be happening, right? We see the passion in what you do, in what your colleagues do, like, so thank you even more. And thanks for coming to do this. This was fun.
Hey everyone, I'm Rod Ferguson, the executive producer for the Diablo franchise, and welcome to the Diablo Q&A. I'm joined today by three of my favorite Diablo designers. We have Luis Barriga, who's forbade me to roll my R's when trying to say his name, so I feel really bad about myself, but he's the game director for Diablo 4. We have Wyatt Chang, who is the lead designer for Diablo Immortal, and Rob Gallerani, who is the principal designer at Vicarious Visions, who works on Diablo 2 Resurrected. I want to do a real quick, how long have you been here question. Luis, how long have you been at Blizzard?
15 years.
Nice, 15. Wyatt, how long have you been at Blizzard?
Started at Blizzard North just over 18 years ago.
Wow. Rob, how long have you been? Sorry, what day of the week ago?
Yeah, what
did you
day of the
join?
week is it? I think sub 2 weeks.
Yeah, you're the only person who looks at his wrist to figure out how long have I been at Blizzard. But
I've been at VV for 20, but Blizzard is 2 weeks. We'll say 2 weeks.
It's awesome, and welcome to the Blizzard family. It's great to have VV as part of Blizzard, and you guys are kicking butt, as they would say. So
Awesome,
welcome.
thank you.
All right, let's get into the questions. First question for Mr. Barriga. So rogues are canonically only women. Does that mean we'll have two classes that are locked to one gender, the other being a male druid?
Yeah, so the Sisterhood of the Sightless Eye, they're canonically women, and we do have the remnants of that order. We also have other groups of rogues that we're showing in Diablo 4. And of course, for all of our classes, players have full customization options, and they're not gender locked.
What about the factions? So one of the questions we've been getting a lot around is are the rogues part of one faction as part of Diablo 4?
No, so the player rogue, you can always come up with your own background that, if you want to RP somebody that belongs to a specific group or comes from a specific region, we want to give you maximum flexibility, but we want to show that there exist NPCs that are part of an order, that belong to a group, that aren't affiliated, and then kind of give you that freedom to create the character that you imagine.
Nice. All right. Next up, Wyatt. You had that awesome tech alpha in December. And so people are curious, do you have any major learnings coming out of that?
Yeah, the Tech Alpha was focused primarily on the early game and the mid-game systems. So we were able to check how people felt about the controls. We got feedback that, it felt like an authentic Diablo game, which is great because, using a completely different input mechanism to still feel like Diablo is what we were going for. And so that was great. Also, since we didn't have any of our late game systems in, people would get to level 45 and kind of say, okay, what not? What do I do now? Right. And that kind of validated that, we have some work to do on end game systems. That's up next for the team. And we're looking forward to talking more about that later this year.
Awesome. Thank you. Let's see. Rob, question starts with hello, Blizzard. So hello, Caleb.
Hello.
Are there going to be high texture animated cinematics at the end of every act and major moment like we had in Diablo 3? Basically the question. So are the cinematics in D2R similar to the way that they were done in Diablo 3?
So no, the style of how they were done in D3 is different. So in D2, what we're doing is we're literally remaking shot for shot all 27 plus minutes of the cinematics that have just become iconic for Diablo 2. So the original soundtrack will be playing all, remastered for 7.1, but the visuals of what you see will be full 3D models, full scenes, what you come to expect from a current gen Blizzard title.
One of the things that's great too is we're actually keeping all the same performances. So we're up-resing the audio, but those actors perform Marius, poor Marius, it will still sound like Marius and his following of the Dark Wanderer, which I think is really cool. Back to you, Luis. The question is, I noticed in the Diablo 4 gameplay videos that when you hit a monster, the monster becomes highlighted or a lighter color. I feel like this ruins the immersion of the game. Will there be an option to disable it?
So we really like how it works, the emphasis that it places on how visceral combat feels. But we have run into situations where specific members of the team find it very distracting, almost like an impediment to play the game. So we do have it as an option as part of our accessibility suite. We do want to make sure that our game can be played by as many people as possible. And also because many times the combat impacts do have animations or other effects associated with it, we find that it's not
it does add something to combat, but it's not mandatory.
Oh, nice. Wyatt, back to you. Frank says, are there plans to continue the seasons of Diablo 3 in Diablo Immortal?
Seasons. Great question. I think that people sort of find seasons appealing for a couple different reasons. If I were to name probably two of the most common, one is that a progression reset gives you the opportunity to feel like you're making progress very quickly early on again before some of the later stages of the game kick in and your progression rate slows down. The other thing people like is having those content updates. For Diablo Immortal, we're really focusing on the content update part. We want to provide regular content updates to the game, and so you can definitely expect the game to stay fresh and exciting through those content updates. But we don't intend to reset progress. We feel like, since Diablo Immortal really wants to double down on having lots of progression systems, we want players to experience the new content that we release every patch using the characters that they have leveled up and built up over their previous play sessions.
Nice, great, thank you. All right, Rob, you're it. This is actually a multi-part question, so the idea of submitting one question, they're sneaking in like 4, so be prepared. You may need to take notes. So maybe we should just take them in part. We'll take them in parts. I'll make it easier on you. I see that. So first one, I see that there's cross progression, but it doesn't seem to have cross play. So PS4 people play with PC, for instance. So cross progression, cross play.
So we will definitely be supporting cross progression. Your characters that you create online are saved on Battle.net, and they're pulled from all the different systems you want. But as far as cross play, that's not something we're supporting right now. You will be able to play against people because our ladder leaderboards are global across the world and across all platforms.
Nice. Okay. Well, then, part 2 is controller support for PC? ?
Yes, absolutely. Literally, you just plug a controller in and you push a button on it, and it just swaps over to controller play.
Wait, pushing buttons on controllers? That's how that works? No idea. What about local co-op like D3? Is there going to be a local co-op in D2R?
So there won't be couch co-op like there is. We did look into that, but the game is fundamentally built around your character staying in the center of the screen. And when we started departing from that, it wasn't D2 anymore.
Right.
And really, the name of the game with Diablo 2 Resurrected is like the authenticity of this original experience. There will, however, be local play on the Switch.
Nice. Well, and network co-op, like we're bringing back a big feature, right, with 8-player co-op?
I love that 8 players is a big thing when we're just keeping on what was there originally. But yes, pretty much all the ways you could play before are now preserved. So 8 players on Battle.net. If you want to have a local character and have people TCP connect into your game with 7 of your friends, that's all good too.
Nice. Using my modem and plugging the phone in. And all right, Luis, back to you. In the last quarterly update of Diablo 4, you also introduced legendary affixes with damage multipliers. Don't you think the system will escalate the same way it did in Diablo 3? Or are you strictly planning on not only balancing builds by increasing or decreasing damage multipliers?
Yeah, we definitely expect that as you progress, we want you to feel more powerful. And this being an RPG, we do want numbers to go up. But absolutely, players shouldn't expect it to be in the millions or billions or anything like that. We have gotten that question before. And it's something we're trying to control as much as possible with an understanding that we still want you to feel powerful. So hopefully players will find that, as we show them more of the game, that we're striking a good balance there.
Nice. Wyatt, will the lore go through the lore of Diablo 3 and maybe even go into Diablo 4?
No, the lore of Diablo Immortal is focused on the span of time in between Diablo 2 and Diablo 3. That's a 20-year period, so we feel like there's a lot of stories to explore. There's a lot for us to look at. There is an exciting opportunity for us, is that one of the zones that we have in Immortal is called the Library of Zoltan Kulle. And during Tech Alpha, we had a dungeon called a Destruction's End, and it basically involved something kind of similar to time walking for those familiar with World of Warcraft, where time walking allowed you to visit a lore piece kind of outside the bounds of the normal timeline. And so while we have plenty to explore in between 2 and 3, we even have the opportunity to revisit a few key moments in Diablo's history as well. So that should also be exciting.
I think two of my favorite things too is one is because Immortal is before Diablo 3, that means Deckard Cain is still alive. Spoiler.
Yes.
Which is awesome to have Deckard back. And the other is that basically it means with that, Diablo 2 Resurrected is kind of the prequel to Immortal. So, you know, if you're getting ready for Immortal, you got to play a lot of Diablo 2 Resurrected just to get ready for the story, right?
We should make that game.
we should totally make that prequel.
That's a good idea.
You should just look to the guy next to you. He's taking care of it. We're good.
2 weeks, guys. 2 weeks.
Rob, let's see. Bots and cheats in Diablo 2, will there be more protection against them in D2R?
Yeah, so we're moving to modern BattleNet. And so to claim that there will never be a dupe or never be bots, I would never challenge the internet. But we have far more tools in our toolbox to kind of combat things like item duping, like bots, and even things like toxic behavior. You can, now report players. Chat with other people in other games. It's just a lot of the luxury that comes with running on the modern BattleNet.
Awesome. Luis, back to you. When trying to make a darker world like the original Diablo and Diablo 2, what are your biggest challenges? Do you get any limitations because of the actual state of the community?
Believe it or not, like a big limitation is striking the right balance. We find that if we go too hard just everywhere, you kind of get numb to it. So like if we just have corpses everywhere and blood everywhere and everywhere looks like a death metal album cover, you just start tuning it out, right? But if we do strike a balance, and of course, cultist temples and hell and like dark basements, like you're gonna have horrific scenes, right? But we find that by once in a while giving you like these really awesome, awe-inspiring like vistas, or even like some of the environment has this dark beauty, and you get these moments of tranquility. So then when we show you like the disemboweled bodies, like it really hits like that those moments become very punchy. So oddly enough, that's been like the challenge, is like not going too hard everywhere evenly and finding like the right spots to really amp it up. And then as far as the state of the community, we find that so far, like people have been reacting really well to the tone in our quarterly updates. So really excited to show you guys more.
What about the kind of the state of the world? Like 20 years ago, part of the Diablo 2 charm was that it was probably the darkest game out there. It was almost like this cult classic in the sense that it was kind of felt a little like forbidden. And now we're in a world of Walking Dead and Sons of Anarchy and Game of Thrones, and like there is people are a little bit more desensitized to that darkness. Does that mean you need to push it further than maybe D2, or like how do you think about how people are they been desensitized?
I mean, that's a great question. I feel like in a way it gave us the opportunity to go like, hey, maybe we can do something like by 3 they come, and maybe there is an appetite for that, for like blending in a lot more of those horror elements. So and a lot of that was based on like seeing kind of the shifts of where pop culture was going and what things were acceptable and mainstream, and we're like, yeah, maybe we can do like a very horrific opening cinematic, and we took a chance with that, and we think it landed pretty well.
Awesome. Yeah, it was amazing. Okay, Wyatt, I'm sure you got this question a million times, but I'll give it to you again. Can you tell us when the game is coming out?
We do get that question. No, I can't say when the game's coming out, but what I can share is, so earlier this year we finished our first technical phase, but there's more testing phases ahead. In fact, I think it's safe to say there's more testing ahead of us than there is behind at this point. We still need to get the Crusader and Necromancer in. There's more zones. During technical alpha, the level cap was 45, but the shipping game is going to be 60. That's going to come with 2 or 3 extra zones, and with the main quest line. And then on top of that, I alluded to this earlier, but there's the Elder game systems that we've been talking about. both PvE Elder Game systems and PvP Elder Game systems, and we want to make sure that we have proper testing phases to make sure that those get the testing that they require, so we can collect the feedback that we need to make the game good.
And will the Crusader make the next testing phase? Like when can I play as a Crusader?
Yeah, we're not talking about the timing yet, but there will be a testing phase with the Crusader, and there will be a testing phase with the Necromancer.
Fair enough. Well done, by the way. PR is gold star. That was well done. Okay, Rob. Will there still be player collusion with other players? For instance, Maggot Lair was always tough to traverse.
I don't know about players colluding with each other, but I do think that collision is definitely a thing that will still
it was
exist.
collision. I apologize. By the way, Pez Radar, Adam Fletcher, our community manager, collected the questions, and the fact that he didn't run a spell check or look at grammar. I don't want to call him out for not completely doing his job correctly, but it's at Pez Radar on Twitter. Anyway, sorry, carry on. So collision in Maggot Lair.
Yeah, so it will still be there. The Maggot Lair is still a tricky place to get around in. This is one of those things where had we taken it out, yes, it would have made, co-op in Maggot Lair easier, but that's a system that touches so much of the game that we couldn't touch it without causing unwanted side effects. So
Right.
there will still be player collision. You can still stand in a doorway. Don't do that, though.
Nice. Well, I mean, the game is driven, the D2 simulation is running underneath, so that movement of the player is still moving on a grid in D2. It's just being presented in 3D, right?
Yeah, it's a good way to describe it is that really the original game is the puppet master, and all of the 3D engine is just the puppet. And so all the strings and everything that's being told what to do is being driven by the original game.
It's just a really good-looking puppet.
It is a really good look. It's like where how puppets look creepy. In this case, it's a very nice engine that runs on top.
That was a terrible metaphor. You started on a path, realized you were digging a hole, and then aborted. That was amazing to listen to. Okay, Luis.
Just in time.
Okay, are there any plans on supporting druid builds that focus on staying in one were form for a longer duration?
Yeah, so you can definitely make builds that every button is a werewolf skill or every button is a werebear skill, and those builds are quite effective. And then how that manifests itself is that you basically do end up being in that form for a longer period of time. But then if you're backtracking in a dungeon or going back to town, basically if you're out of combat for a little bit of a longer period of time, you will revert back to your beautiful druid body that we want to make sure that you keep connecting with that druid. So but absolutely, if you're if deep in your heart you're a werewolf, like you will be I don't want to say 90% of the time, but you will be a werewolf the majority of the time in combat if you go with that build.
I feel like you were mocking the dad bod druid there for a second. Was that a shot at the dad bod? Is that what you're doing? Because that hits a little home for me.
I'm just trying to display pride in all diverse body shapes that we have with all of our characters. The druid's so popular in the team, like it's a good one.
And what I really want is to be able to ride my mount as a bear. Can I ride my horse as a bear?
Unfortunately, no. That's one of the things where we force you to shapeshift. That is not allowed. It's like just a little too much for Sanctuary.
Why do you hate fun? Why do you hate fun?
It's not ready. Sanctuary's not ready for this.
Sanctuary's not ready for bears on horses, ladies and gentlemen. Bears on horses. Okay, Wyatt, back to you. How will the game work for future update after release, update/expansion wise?
We have many patch content plans. We want to continue to support the game well after release. Honestly, for us, the game's release is just the beginning. We want to make sure that we're able to continue to build and add new storylines, new zones, new dungeons, new items, new paragon trees. I don't know what else. New classes. All of we'll just
just more of everything. You're saying more of everything.
There's more of everything. We'll just keep piling it on.
Nice. Okay, Rob. Diablo 2 Resurrected. What patch will the remaster be based off of? Skill synergies and elemental immune enemies in the later patches severely limited the build diversity and fun factor.
So it will use 1.14, which is the current live version, and we're aware that the balance of the game live has quirks to it, right? So your Hammerdins are still going to be pretty good to use. And the reason we did that was we wanted to focus on nailing this foundation of the authentic experience. We didn't want to start balancing it out to something else, because if we gave players this game that they remembered but things felt differently because we balanced them or rebalanced them, it's too many variables. So right now we're focused on pretty much what's live today.
Nice. Awesome. Okay, Luis. Diablo 3 felt very isolating with the lack of trading between players. Will Diablo 4 have trading between players?
Yeah, absolutely. We definitely want Diablo 4 to be very social. I mean, the shared world is something that we're leaning on, and we do want that opportunity for players to go like, oh man, I can't believe you have that item. Let me barter with you. We're still figuring out the limitations that we're going to have. But trading is definitely going to be a big part of it, both direct player to player and also with your clanmates through a clan bank. So stay tuned for more details, but we will definitely have trading.
Awesome. Wyatt, will there be PvP and PvE competing with and against others, raids, etc.? For example, a battle arena with a ranking system and free-to-play friendly system where you can spend day and night developing your skills and challenge other players would motivate everyone to keep playing this game even after they finish the storyline.
We will have lots of great, awesome things for people to do after they finish the storyline. It's another thing I can't, we don't have any announcements to make today, but PvE goals, yes, absolutely. PvP, group-based PvP for like you and not just like, 3 or 4 of your friends, but actually like larger groups of your friends to do in PvP combat with other players. Yes, absolutely. And it's going to be rad. Awesome. It'll be awesome.
So rad is
I think
rad is what you're going with? You're not going with lids or poggers or anything?
Yes. I guess yeah.
I like rad. What's wrong?
It'll be lit. It's gonna be poggers.
Rad.
Tell me when I'm showing my age.
I'm the one working on a 20-year-old game for Rad.
I just want to do the hello fellow kids meme. That'll be good. Okay, so Rob, will the classic Diablo 2 be updated to have better screen resolution like 720p or even 1080p, since the default resolution is unplayable on full screen for me? And by me, I don't mean me. I mean the person asking the question.
So we'll be running at 4320p on PC, 2160p on next-gen consoles at 60 frames per second. On PC, you could run uncapped. 7.1 sound. If you want to run on a 21:9 monitor, yeah. So those are the pretty much what you'd expect from a modern game. So that's what we did.
You were so quick and precise with those numbers. I mean, it's almost like they were written down right beside you.
Post-it notes stick to all things, even cameras. Totally unrelated topic I just brought up there.
Apparently Adam has decided that you should get a follow-up question since he put them out of order, so we're just living with that now. Can you explain the old frame rate and breakpoint system and how it can be preserved with uncapped frame rate?
Yeah, so this one I'm going to go into a little bit of detail, and it's because there's a lot that actually is about the old game's feel. So the original game, like a lot of older games, ran on frames, not on time. And so if you imagine the game running like a bicycle wheel with the spokes, if something happened in between a spoke, it wouldn't really click over. So that's what breakpoints are. Breakpoints in the game are you've upped your stats so much that it would go faster and fall in between a frame, so you don't get credit for it. And so there's builds made that way hit certain breakpoints. Now we have to preserve that. So our modern game still runs with all the spokes. All we're doing is we're adding a much smoother tire around the outside, so we're throwing a lot more visual frames in. So the animations that you see can run very, very smoothly, but these moments when the game is checking to see what happens are still in the exact same spot that you can be.
Believe it or not, I actually understood that.
Me too. I'm like, is it a simile or a metaphor? But I got it. That was really good.
Well, I think in Rod's mind it was one of those old timey bikes where the front wheel's really big and the back wheel's.
What do you
really
mean
small.
old timey? All bikes are big wheel, little wheel. That's what you ride. And what does old timey mean? Why does it have to be old timey? I mean, if anybody can paint a picture with words, it's Rob. We all know that. It was beautiful. I saw every word. Okay, we're at the point in the program now where we're going to enter what is lovingly called the lightning round. And so we're going to we've gone past the essay part of the test, and now we're on to multiple choices, one word answers, as close to one word answers as you can get. And I'm going to be picking on one person for like as many as I have here. So, and my first victim, person that I'm going to be talking to is Luis. You're going to be getting the lightning round. Are you ready? Are you prepared?
Let's do it.
You need a drink of water or anything because they're coming fast. Okay. They're coming fast. All right. By the way, I've been doing interviews all week with Rob. One-word answers are impossible. So I'll be interested to see how this.
Luis, was that the Diablo water mug?
Look at that! Always on brand.
Yeah.
Product placement.
Always on brand.
Nice. That's good.
Okay, here we go. First one. Will every class have their own set of class quests?
No.
Transmogrification, is it going to be a thing?
Yes.
What about fishing?
No.
I added that question. I was trying to trick him. Okay. Will Diablo 4 have couch co-op?
Yes.
It's a little slow on the answer, but okay. Like that was we know this is a definitive feature. It's going to be awesome. Are there town porter scrolls or books in Diablo 4?
Yes. I answer super quick. It's my internet. It's acting up.
Okay. That's good to know. Good to know.
Blame the lag.
Okay, here we go. Although we know that the high heavens closed its gates to the mortals, will we see any angel meddling and sanctuary after Lilith's return?
Technically, yes.
Technically, yes. Okay.
Which is the best kind of yes.
I know. Well, it's kind of like I want to know more now about how angels are. Anyway, were we ever close to Nereus' prison during our Diablo adventures?
No. We actually thought about messing with you with this one, but no.
Nice. Okay, moving on. You passed. You survived the lightning round. Congratulations. You can sit back and relax because now I'm going to have to pick on Wyatt. Wyatt, are you ready?
Oh boy. All right. I'm allowed to do short if it's lightning-ish, right?
Man,
lightning-ish round.
Working with designers is so much fun because you have to like negotiate and talk about the analysis.
Sorry,
can it be a thunder round?
Can I expand on one of those, Rod, now that I passed? Because I feel like I had the team told me go with the long version, and I think I messed it up and put it on in the wrong pile.
But Luis, you're leaving an opportunity for people to quote you out of context on the table there.
Okay.
No, but we like the long answer. It was around the other classes having class quests.
Yes.
So we want every class to have a unique mechanic, and for the rogue it was the specializations. And the way you unlock those specializations is through class quests. So the rogue really needs that to provide context for that mechanic. It doesn't mean that no other class will ever have a class quest. It just means that we might add them as necessary. But it definitely means that it's not something we're doing as a blanket statement that all classes will get class quests going forward. Hopefully that made sense. But also, no.
I was going to say, so wait, a lot more information in there besides hidden in that no. There's so much more information. Okay. Most of the time here is going to be spent on the question. I feel bad that it's a short answer, but the question is, will Diablo Immortal ever consider having mass PvP like guild versus guild in the open world? This thing was the best feature other mobile games have offered, like Black Desert Mobile, etc.
Yes.
Nice. Can gestures...
And it will be lit.
I will allow it. I will allow the extra words so that we can have that. That's great. Thank you. I will allow it. Can gestures be included for character animations?
Character animations.
And gestures be included for character animations?
Maybe. I guess I'm not sure what's being asked, but Yeah, like swipes on the screen or something like that.
Like if you wanted to give me a gesture right now, like can they do would they figure out, can you put those kinds of gestures as a character animation?
We'll look into it.
This reminds me of the yes or no Congress hearing questions.
Yeah, exactly. I know, we have to negotiate yes and no's. All right, back. Will Diablo Immortal support 120 hertz devices?
No, not on launch, but maybe later.
Okay, I will allow it. Will the release include... My pleasure. Will the release include Paladin and Necromancer classes?
If by Paladin the person means Crusader, then yes. The Crusader and the Necromancer will both be part of release.
And will I be able to play them in the next testing cycle?
You maybe.
Just keep trying.
Was that one Rod? Because then it's no.
Damn it! It's even worse. Okay. How many players can the largest raid have?
Yes.
Okay.
Large groups.
Large groups, thank you. Some. Okay, moving on. We're moving on to Rob. Congratulations, Wyatt. You survived the lightning round. Good job. Okay, Rob. This is going to be strain on you, Rob. Short answers.
Well, the bar has been set quite moderately. So.
Okay, will trading in D2R still function the same as in D2?
Yes.
And I'm buzzering you on that as an incorrect answer. That is an incorrect answer. It doesn't actually work the same. Come on, talk about linking in chat and then all that
stuff. Yes, so you will still have to trade with another person, but you have a lot more quality of life features.
Who else would you trade with? Yes, you have to still trade with another person.
Well, you can't trade with a mailbox, right? You can't trade with something like that. So you can item link people. So if you're in a game or in a trade channel, you can be like, check out my item, and you just link it, and they can see the stats. You can also item compare, so you can compare those items to what you already have equipped. So there's a lot more quality of life things to be able to access trading in the same manner that it was done in the original.
I will allow it.
That was entrapment.
Will you be throwing any new rune words into D2R?
No, not this time.
The most important question of all, which feels odd to not have as the last question. So once again, Pez Radar, thank you very much. But the most important question of all, will D2R overwrite an original D2 installation?
No, absolutely not. Everything you have about D2 currently will stay D2. This is a separate product, separate game. You can play them both at the same time if you want.
Luis is enjoying his original copy of D2 in the background there, so inappropriately. And next is, well then, what can I load a D2 original character into Resurrected?
So right now we're keeping them separate. The modern BattleNet characters are all more secure, so no.
Okay, well this is it. The final question of the lightning round. Will my Shaco still be green?
Was it green in the first one?
Is that your answer?
No, I'll give people a better answer. So the icon of it is green in your inventory, so it will be green in this one. Whatever it looks like on your character in-game, it's exactly what it looks like on your character in this one.
Okay, I will allow it. All right, that's it. We're out of questions. So I want to thank you for tuning in and watching the Diablo Q&A. I want to thank my 3 special guests for putting up with me for the last little while.
For their tolerance.
For their tolerance and patience. But thank you, Luis, Wyatt, and Rob. This has been fun and very informative. I learned a lot. I hope everybody at home watching learned as well. So until next time, we'll see you online.
What's up, everybody? Bloodshed here. If you don't know me, I'm a Diablo content creator. I love the hell out of Diablo ever since I was a little kid, grinding legendaries all night, way past my bedtime. As an adult, I still do that, but I also run a full-time Twitch stream and a YouTube channel where we make build guides, educational videos. Because of all this, I've been able to build an amazing community and I have the opportunity today to talk to some of the Diablo Immortal developers. What's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, Bloodshed? Should we refer to you as Blood or Mr. Shed?
Mr. Shed might be too formal. We'll go with Bloodshed's fine.
Okay, great. Well, Bloodshed, I'm Caleb, the lead producer on Diablo Immortal.
Hey, Bloodshed. My name's Wyatt Chang. I'm the lead designer on Diablo Immortal. Thanks for making this time so we could talk about the game.
Yeah, I'm super excited to kind of delve into Immortal here.
Yeah, and you were actually part of the technical alpha, right? You had a chance to play.
Yeah, I played, I think, over 100 hours. I was grinding, yeah. Burning the thumbs and the screen. It was fun. It was a lot of grinding, but I had a good time with it.
I know some people kind of picked a class and went really deep, and some people played a breadth, kind of played them all. What was your experience like?
Yeah, I went through and I played all the classes, all the way to max level, even grinded out a little bit of Paragon in each of them. But I think my favorite was Wizard. I spent the most time on Wizard. What was your guys' favorite class?
So my favorite class is the Monk. I love the mobility. I like just getting in and out and like destroying whole packs of mobs together. That feels really good. But I think like in terms of fantasy fulfillment, my favorite would have to be the Barbarian. I just love that it's like the meat potatoes, pop demons with my axes feeling. And so sort of like nothing takes that place in my heart. So my answer is cheating. It's 2.
Every time we do a playtest of some kind, I like to play a different class. So this time around, it was time for some Barbarian love. And I played Barbarian up to max and played some Paragon after that. Had a good time with it. I love some of the legendary items on the Barbarian. I got, there was one sweet legendary I found that it was every time you use Hammer of the Ancients, it would summon an Ancient to fight alongside you. And then I got another legendary item that gave Hammer of the Ancients 2 charges, so I could actually like double up on those, and that was super fun.
Yeah, I had a Twister legendary that turned into a giant tornado, and that was really cool. I was just running through the Elder Rifts, gathering up all the mobs, and then just using this big tornado. It's like as big as the almost screen. It's a really awesome one. A lot of the abilities I notice have like a dual purpose. Like with Monk, you can kick, and then you can kick off the wall, and then with Wizard, you can place like an ice crystal, and then reflect the Ray of Frost off the crystal, and then just do this big AoE to all the enemies in the area. What was it like designing all that interaction that we don't have in other games?
When it comes to designing the skills for Diablo Immortal, we definitely want to make sure that we're bringing something new. You know, in a lot of ways, it's good when the classes feel familiar, and sometimes it fits like an old glove. People love to have their Barbarian with Whirlwind and Whirlwind through enemies. It's such a classic. People would always want to look for that. It's also really important that we have new experiences, and I think things like the Ice Crystal and the kick that you mentioned are really important. You want some things that are new, some things that are improved over previous, and some things that are familiar and comfortable. And I think the right mix of all 3 when it comes to class skills is what lets us have, honoring the Diablo legacy while still pushing in new directions.
One thing I definitely want to dive into is the speed, like the progression speed. It really gives me like D3 vanilla vibes where, legendaries aren't dropping left and right. And like everything you get, you're so grateful because you don't get that many items or like crafting materials. Like you're always kind of thirsty, and then it feels really good when you get it, Was this all kind of planned, this pacing? Is this what you guys are thinking about?
Yeah, I think that, you always want to have a good pacing of reward, but you really want those random moments to be exciting as well. So for us, finding a new legendary item is that surprise, right? It's like, oh, sweet, I got a legendary. And if it's happening too often, then it's not as exciting anymore. But we also want to make sure that you're feeling like every play session was worth it. And so that's where systems like Paragon and Gear Rank Up come in, where if I play for 15 or 30 minutes and I don't see a legendary item, I've still managed to advance my character in other ways. And so you sort of have that like predictable reward that you can count on, but then you also have those moments of excitement that come from an awesome drop.
When I hit max level on my Wizard, I was bummed because I'm like, no frozen orb, like that's so iconic, right? And then I got a legendary that turned it into Frozen Orb, and I was like, this is cool. Like, it kind of makes you think like anything's possible, because you can just kind of modify the skills to become other skills.
Yeah. And there's something super exciting about finding a legendary that you didn't even know existed in the game. It's almost like the magic that existed during technical alpha. Nowadays, sometimes we play and all the information is available on the internet, and you can look it up, and sometimes you even know what item you want beforehand. I think one of the things that kind of made the technical alpha special was people being genuinely surprised, like, what? I didn't know that this was in the game. I think that's awesome. And I also think, there's a lot of people who play games and they don't look stuff up on the internet beforehand, and they'll get that experience and that feeling. And we're hoping that, with a little bit of a slowed down pace of legendaries and kind of having the skills and the legendary items be easy to understand, people can really have that discovery process as they play the game.
I think that's one reason why I had so much fun too in the alpha, like you said, is it's a full Diablo game. It's like you're getting a brand new Diablo game, and everything's new, and we're discovering stuff left and right, and you get that like new player feeling all over again. And I'm sure we don't even have all the game yet.
Yeah, it's like a kid in the candy store, right? It's just everything wide-eyed and awesome.
One of my favorite things about Immortal is the variety. There's so many different things to do. And as you're leveling, you get to a point where you can't really continue until you do some other quest grinding. I like it because I can go do bounties or, run some Elder Rifts. Was like the break intentional?
Yeah, great question. It was absolutely intentional. A couple reasons for that. In Diablo 3, Greater Rifts were great. They're really fun, but some of the feedback that we got was that people wanted a bigger variety of things to do. There's sometimes just, a lot of a good thing can still, leave you wanting to do other activities. And in Diablo Immortal, we said, okay, well, let's make use of our outdoor world. Let's make use of these instanced dungeons that we've created. Let's give players a variety of activities to do. The other reason to have this variety of activities is one of the goals for Diablo Immortal is we really want to double down on progression. We want there to be lots of ways for people to meaningfully progress their character all the time. And so we have, we have the gem system, and we have legendary gems, and we have gear rank up, and we have legendary collection, we have Paragon. And by having all these different ways for you to improve your character, it lets players sort of really feel like, what do I want to do today? What am I in the mood to do? In what way do I want to make my character more powerful?
I think that's awesome. Sometimes I feel chained to like a quest hub or like a zone where everything is in this one little spot. But being able to go around the world and hunt for different things and have a little bit of variety, and there's a lot of variety actually in the game, it makes it so much more enjoyable.
Cool, awesome. I'm glad it's working out. We feel like it's working out pretty well too, and we're looking forward to being able to build on that.
The PvP event is something special. Like, it's like the World of Warcraft Gurabashi event, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, what was it like designing the PvP in the game?
Kind of zooming out a little bit, every zone has its own event that's associated with it. So for example, in the Battlefen, like you mentioned, there's a little arena where a chest spawns and players can fight over it every 3 hours. But over in Ashwold Cemetery, every half hour there's a carriage, a ghostly carriage that comes through, and anyone in the zone can come by and attack the ghostly carriage and partake in the loot. And there's kind of like a different thing going on in the Dark Wood. There's a corruption going on, and the Tree of Inifis has a ceremony where you can fight a corrupted image of yourself. And so in every zone there's a different mechanic. And when we got to the Battlefen, there was this idea to allow just a free-for-all PvP event. And it definitely turned out to be a lot of people's favorite.
Yeah, I had some experiences there. The first time I showed up, it was like me and like 5 people. And I was all bright-eyed, and I'm like, let's do this. It's going to be a fun little bloodbath. I found out really quickly that you can group for the event, and it was 4v1, and it was an experience. Speaking of like these zone events, the Ashwold event where you have to like escort this horse and carriage, I believe, through the zone was my favorite one by far. Seeing everybody on the server kind of coming together, fighting over it, and then getting the loot was pretty awesome. Do you guys have any like favorites?
Oh yeah, my favorite is in the Library of Zoltan Kuhl. Sort of peppered around the zone, you'll find these hidden tomes, and if you collect enough of them, you can combine them together and it essentially unlocks a secret level. And so it could be a level where you go in, fight some mobs, get some cool loot and come back out, or it can actually even summon a world boss like a Hydra that everyone in the zone has to come together and kill. And so I like the randomness there because it feels like doing it over and over, you could get a different result and it kind of keeps the excitement up. So one of the things also new is our Paragon system. And we were able to design something from scratch for this game with all the learnings we had from Diablo 3. So my question is actually for Wyatt, what was that like designing a new Paragon system?
It was cool. It was cool. We had Paragon in Diablo 3, but once you reach Paragon 800, it became a more sort of just a linear path. And being able to say, okay, we know that Diablo Immortal is a game that's going to, have a long lifetime. We're going to provide content updates to it. We're going to be adding and expanding on all of the features. How can we design a Paragon system that is exciting now, but will also be exciting years into the future? And that's where the idea of let's have multiple trees. And when we want to expand on the Paragon system, we'll add additional trees. Each tree provides players with some choice of where they want their Paragon points to go. And the system is completely extensible anytime we want to raise the Paragon cap. But that's me talking as a designer. Blood, you experienced it from a player's point of view, and also as someone who's done a lot of Paragon in Diablo 3. What was your reaction to the Paragon system?
I was blown away by the choice. You can specialize in 4 or 5 different trees. And then with each tree, there's these I don't know what they're called, the circle and square nodes within the tree. So there's traits and other abilities that you can earn.
The circles are the ones that give you bonuses all the time, no matter what tree you have picked as being active. And then the squares are the active specializations that give you a special bonus when that tree is selected.
I love to kind of min-max whatever I'm doing in the game. So if I'm doing PvP, I can swap to that tree and get those bonuses. And then if I'm doing some farming, I can switch to the treasure hunter tree was my favorite. And then I can get, more bonuses doing that activity. So I guess, for me, being able to kind of control how my character is performing, I'm all about it. There is a dungeon now where you can kind of go back in time where you fight alongside Kuhl and you get to hang out with Tal Rasha. It's kind of like a WoW time walking event. Are you guys going to explore this mechanic further? Maybe we can, I don't know, do a dungeon after the Sin War or something like that?
That is a great call out, and you're spot on with even referencing WoW time walking dungeons, because that's actually how we've talked about it internally as well, is hey, the Library of Zoltan Kuhl is this opportunity for us to dive into the past. We get to see Tal Rasha and Baal have this conflict and for the player to relive it. And we really love the way that World of Warcraft used the Caverns of Time and time walking to further expand the reach of the types of stories that you could tell. So no announcements today, but definitely something the team is excited about using.
I noticed that every dungeon has a cutscene. It feels like a full-fledged, normal, AAA game. It's awesome.
Well, we have a policy that, that relates to the cinematics, but also things like audio design that, a lot of mobile players, they don't play with the sound on. But because this is a Blizzard game, we felt like for those players that do, we have to really show up and show people that AAA quality that they've come to expect from any of our games. And so that provides us a lot of just excitement, enthusiasm on the team, because we know we're not holding back. Not just because this is a mobile game, we do less. We still, just take it to 11, every chance we get.
Speaking about the story and the characters, we get to hang out with Deckard Cain again. What was it like working with him?
Yeah, that is awesome. It was great to be able to bring Deckard Cain back, being able to work with Michael Goff again. There's a short BlizzCon line segment with him. He's such a beloved character in the Diablo franchise, so I'm glad we're able to do that. I love that we're able to visit characters that are fan favorites, but we want to be, we're not just Diablo on mobile, it's a brand new game. And so as part of a brand new game, we've got brand new characters that we want to explore as well. From Skarn, one of your main antagonists in the game. You've also got Zul and Lethis. We're going to be exploring the storylines behind Vala and Josen. Vala, go to the Demon Hunter, being able to learn more about her and her history. We've got all new stories to explore.
Yeah, I didn't realize how much I missed Deckard Cain until I got off the boat, like you said. And I'm like, man, yeah, this is awesome.
He's back.
He's like the glue of the franchise almost, It's awesome.
One of our goals was to be a mobile MMO. And one of the ways that, we really focused on is having a cool town hub like Westmarch. I don't know if you felt like Westmarch made the game feel bigger.
Well, when I first heard about it, I was like, oh, that's cool. There's a hub for everybody to go to, like a little town. But it's way cooler when you get to play it because you're there and you get to see everybody running by. You get to check out everyone's gear, and it does feel a lot more alive. And it became one of my favorite features, I think, overall, just because it's like we were talking about WoW, seeing people with certain gear and inspecting them, I think really kind of brings like the game and the community together.
I think one of the best parts is seeing all the different spots in the city where people go for different activities, whether it's leveling up their gear or getting gems slotted in or going to do some rifts or bounties. It's really cool to just watch people sort of like in the traffic, going from here to there. And it feels almost like a living city, right? Where there's a bunch of people just going about their day and it feels very, like you said, like an alive.
Yeah, watching people take group selfies in,
exactly.
In different sections. It was cool, yeah. I enjoyed it.
A central town hub was something that we wanted to do for Diablo 3. Back then, internally, we called it Player Town. And it never quite made it. In game development, you have to kind of pick and choose the features that you're going to incorporate, but I'm super thrilled that we were able to incorporate a capital city into this experience. One of the things I think is special about having a game with a capital town, and also just an online game where other players are always around, is you really get the sense that the world is real. That like when you close down the app, when you aren't playing anymore, the world lives on without you and is alive without you. And I feel like having a capital city really brings that idea home.
Now we just need to have like a working bar in Westmarch and I'll be happy.
There is actually a bar in Westmarch. There wasn't a whole lot of reason to go there during Technical Alpha, but it's got a whole tavern vibe in there and go hang out.
And to be able to sit and maybe order something or hang out.
There's going to be some reasons for you to swing by the bar later. I think one of the ways that Diablo Immortal is really trying to do something new is with the social aspects of the game. When we talk about the game being a mobile MMO, I think finding reasons for you to enjoy being around other people is really important to us. I mean, you can play through the main story campaign solo, just if you just want to kind of take in and digest the story and do it at your own pace. But providing incentives and rewards for interacting with other players, I think actually makes the game more fun.
Yeah, speaking of like community, we did a dungeon together on Alpha.
Yes, we did. I had a lot of fun running that dungeon with you. So I was just watching your stream. When the Tech Alpha was going on, there were a bunch of different content creators who had their streams going, and I saw you. So I'm like, oh, well, let me jump on. And I remember I typed out in chat to you, I was like, hey, Blood, do you want to run a dungeon together? And you said yes. And so that was cool. I was able to jump on. We were able to party up, no problem. I'm really glad that the voice chat was there because I was like, well, you're streaming. how do we get on voice? Like, do we need to like get onto Discord somehow? But since you were streaming the game, I think it all just worked out and all the audio passed through, and that was a good time. I think that was one of my highlights from the technical alpha.
Oh, that's awesome. That means a lot. So I gotta ask you guys, are there any plans for controller support?
Controller support is one of the most requested things that we got coming out of Technical Alpha. And so you are not alone in wanting to be able to sit comfortably and play with a Bluetooth controller. We're actually going to be investigating how we can bring in controller support in the future. And we are very excited that the community responded so positively to it. And so nothing to announce today, but definitely look for updates on this in the future.
Yeah, the touch controls are really good. I would use them for any kind of quick gameplay sessions, when I'm out and about or doing things. But, when I'm kind of plopping down for the day, it would be cool to kind of switch to controller mode and kick back. Did you guys play in any areas outside of your home?
Yeah, I mean, one of my favorite experiences is being able to just take my dog out for a walk and, play. I was just taking my dog for a walk. I was at a intersection and the PvP event in Balfen came up, and I was just like, I'm gonna do it from here. Super convenient to be able to just play from the park or wherever. I remember Leviathan was joking that he could play while he was waiting at the doctor's office, and it's almost like, okay, you're up. He said, no, you can go. I'll keep waiting.
5 more minutes.
Don't worry about me.
Wherever I was out where I could play comfortably, I was playing Immortal, and it was a cool experience to be able to just play it wherever I was and kind of get progress on my account.
What kind of stuff did you enjoy doing?
That was actually my favorite thing about Immortal was the amount of activities you could do. There's like these layers out in the open world, there's legendary mobs, there's a lot, but I think hunting for layers or like hidden dungeons, it kind of gave me some of those D2 vibes.
What was the max rank normal gem that you got during Technical Alpha?
Not too much. I think a 5. Does that sound right? I think it was like level 5 for the normal gems.
5 definitely requires that. That sounds like 10 to 12 hours of grinding a day for a while.
Layers, I mentioned, were one of my favorite kind of activities to do in Immortal. I noticed some of the tile sets look like D3 assets, and are we going to get like a more variety of tile sets and layers?
In Technical Alpha, we had 2 of those tile sets intentionally, just for that small test. But we plan on adding a lot of diversity and variety to those tile sets, and there should be a difference between what you see in a Rift, which sort of like takes its tile set from a global pool of different things you can see, versus like a layer, where a layer could be inside Biofen or Ashwood Cemetery, and the layer below a cemetery should look different than the layer below a jungle or a frozen mountain or whatever the zone is. And so we're putting a lot of effort to make sure that there's diversity there and that it feels connected to the world above it.
That's really cool. So if it's like a foresty type zone, the layer is going to have like a foresty, mossy type dungeon to correspond with it. That really kind of increases the immersion. I like that idea.
Yeah, we want you to remember where you are in the surface world as you dive down into the layer, but that by no means limits the amount of diversity and like rich art we're able to put into each of these tile sets.
Did you expect players to grind so much in general, like with all the Paragon that we grinded and all the gem levels and everything?
There were some people who seriously went ham on it, for sure. Like, it was pretty impressive. And I mean, I took it as a compliment. When people want to play the game that much, it means that we've made something special that people want to enjoy. I think it speaks doubly so when it's a limited technical alpha, it's only going for a short time, and progress isn't carrying forward. For people to play an RPG and invest time in a character that is ultimately going to be deleted really means that they're just having a lot of fun doing it. And that's great to see.
I was really surprised by how far people got in challenge rifts. Like, to see that was just awesome because, I don't think anyone internally had gotten that far naturally without using, some like developer powers. And so just to see in 2.5 weeks, people, just blowing the dev team away in terms of challenge rift progression. That's cool. That makes us really happy.
Probably got a lot of good data off of it from the alpha, I'm assuming.
We got a lot of cool clips on Twitch, man. Like, like we just got a lot of great observation, like just watching people play at that high level and seeing what skills they use, what do they talk about, what kind of gear or legendaries do they want. Like that informs us a lot, just watching you guys play.
It was really cool to see sort of how a lot of the high-end players take on the game. It was also interesting to see how like just your average person walks into the game. We held the test primarily in Australia, and being able to see, you know, not like the elite top 5%, but just your average person who downloads the game, you know, how long does it take them to finish the tutorial? How many hours do they want to play? What percentage of people are coming back? Like, we've been gathering a lot of data, and it's been extremely helpful.
So I was there at Blizzcon 2018, and how do you think the announcement for Immortal went?
Yeah, that was rough, for sure. I think a lot of people came, they had Diablo 4 in the mind, and you know, at one point during the Q&A, it was asked if the game would ever be coming to PC, and you know, I had probably not the best response. And what went through my mind is I really wanted to be able to say, hey, you know, we're making Diablo 4. And that's not something that we could share at the time. An inappropriate remark came out instead. And I am glad that now hopefully people can see, you know, there's more Diablo on its way. We have a lot of love for the Diablo universe, and our goal ultimately is to provide more Diablo options for more people.
Yeah, so I mean, I was there at BlizzCon, like I said, in ground zero, and it was tough. I mean, it was really hard with all the, you know, passion at an all-time high from the community. It was tough to stream it, but you know, I always believed in Immortal. It was so much fun when I played the demo. And
Thank you.
I was like everybody else. I wanted D4 to be announced, but with all the hints and you guys saying that there was multiple projects in the works, I guess that was my glimmer of hope that I was holding to. And so I was able to look at Immortal, I guess, a different way, because in the back of my mind, I knew like Diablo 4 was probably getting developed. But I streamed it, and I regret nothing. It was fun, and I feel like I can tackle anything now.
Cool. Well, thanks for supporting the team.
Yeah.
We got feedback, and I think that really sustained the team through that time. Is for the people who played it at BlizzCon, there was a lot of feedback that said, you know, this is good. You know, I think the game kind of spoke for itself, and you know, playing is believing for this game. And I'm looking forward to the future where we can get the game in more people's hands so they can see for themselves.
What's next? Like, is there another testing phase? Like, what's happening?
We will have a new testing phase, which will include new content, for example, a new class. And we're really excited to bring that to a wider audience as well, potentially for a longer period of time. Our previous test was only 2.5 weeks, and so we're looking at our next test as an opportunity to test more endgame systems. And so we're really excited about that, and we'll announce more about that very soon.
Oh, so you're saying all the stuff that we've experienced is still not the true endgame that you have planned?
Oh, no. No, we have an epic endgame planned for Diablo Immortal. And for the technical alpha, it was very much focused on just that like early and mid game. And so I believe we've said before that like the challenge rift alone is not the sole endgame of Immortal. We have a lot more planned.
The level cap of the technical alpha was set at 45. For the release game, we're planning for it to be 60. So, you know, at 45, we wanted there to be something for players to do, which is why we have the challenge rifts. But the tech alpha was really focused on the early leveling experience and the mid-game systems. There are whole new other systems that we still have planned for the Elder game.
Well, I had a blast playing the alpha. I had an awesome time hanging out with you guys today. So thanks for having me.
Yeah, Bloodshed, thanks a lot.
Yeah, Blood, it's been an absolute pleasure.
It's been amazing to be part of BlizzCon Line, and I look forward to what's to come.
Hi, my name is Devin Brom. Blizzard has sent me on a dangerous and harrowing quest into the realms of soggy Seattle to interview the nefarious artist, Brom, or as I like to call him, Dad.
Hi, my name's Brom. We're here in my studio today to interview one of Blizzard's devious dungeon designers, Devin Brom, or as I like to call him, Son.
Can you talk about some of your early influences?
I think we'll have to start with my background as far as my lifestyle, meaning my father was an Army aviator, so we traveled all over the world. We moved every 3 years. The first 3 years of my life was in Japan, where I was subjected to just a barrage of Japanese animation and Godzilla films, and that was like my initial inspiration, I think, for a lot of the drawings and the horror and the stuff I did. By moving around so much, it can be very lonely. It takes a little while to acclimate and make new friends. And art was always that friend that was always there. So no matter where I was or how lonely I felt, I had art to fall back on. And it also helped with making friends, because as my skill developed and I became, better than most other people at what I did, there was always a group of geeky fantasy nerds, waiting to draw wherever I went. And then I finally graduated high school in Frankfurt, Germany. And what was so amazing about Frankfurt is I was just immersed in, Gothic medieval culture. And at that time, I was so into fantasy, so that really, fed into that whole inspiration for what I was doing. On top of that, there were a lot of direct influences. Being a child of the 70s, there was a lot of pulp horror mags and comics at the time. But I think my primary influence is literature, even more so than movies. Big fan of Robert E. Howard and the Conan series, Edgar Rice Burroughs, and John Carter of Mars. But one of my biggest influences was the Elric series by Michael Moorcock, and I think he was one of the first people to really put together, Gothic horror and fantasy.
And then I already know a little bit about this, but could you tell us a bit about Grandma's Basement?
Most certainly. Why have I always been drawn to the macabre? Even as a kid, if you gave me a choice of a fuzzy bear, I'm talking 2 years old, and a skull. It's like the skull. I have to have the skull. I don't quite understand what that's all about. Things I often point out to maybe help people understand this is if you were to maybe go to a group of elementary school kids and give them assignment to draw a toaster, they would all be like, oh, no, that's boring, I don't want to do that. But if you said, I want you to draw a scary toaster, not only does that become interesting to them, but it becomes interesting to us. I want to see their scary toasters. And one of the many things that warped me down the path that I have gone, my grandmother's basement was dug out of the ground, and it was just rocks and dirt, and it was like going into a tomb. It was, there were snakes and spiders and centipedes and all the cracks and crevices. But the basement had one light bulb. So my brother and I would go down there at night, and the game was to turn the light bulb off. And who could stand there long enough without turning it on? And having the over imagination that I have, I always lost. I always felt like fingers and claws were about to get me. I think that's one of the many things that has perhaps warped me and sent me down the path that I am now upon. So Devin, I have a question for you. Devin, can you perhaps tell us a bit about your early influences?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, let's see, the most obvious would be Diablo itself. It came out, I was like 3 years old, and it was on your computer like right from the get-go. So I've been playing that pretty much my whole life. So I guess my delve into game design kind of started at like that early of an age, and it never really stopped.
It's amazing how much Diablo has been part of our family from just the earliest memories. I mean, with my first computer, Diablo was one of the first games I played. And then, of course, as soon as we could link them up and play as a family, the whole family, Mom, both you and Devin, you and Killian played. So what was it like growing up with two artists for parents?
Oh yeah, so it's funny, when you're born into that, you don't really realize that it's any different really until you you go over to your friend's house and then you realize, like, wait, where's all the skulls? Like, where's the battle axe in the corner, you know? Like,
weapons and skulls. All families should have weapons and skulls. What's going on here?
Around then, when I started realizing that something was a bit different with our family. But no, more seriously though, like it was great. Like I feel like both you and Mom always encouraged me and Killian to follow like creative passions, even if it wasn't like traditional art, just whatever we were passionate about and enjoyed doing. You always guide us in that direction, which was very hard to come by in the more like normal suburban community that we grew up in.
Being two weirdos, it was easy for us to encourage you guys to be as weird as you wanted.
Absolutely, yeah, no. And can you tell us a little bit about how you first broke into the industry?
I guess I'll start with the fact that I've always drawn horror and monsters and fantasies. My earliest memories, as I was talking about earlier. But when I graduated high school, you know, I wanted to find out a way to make a living at that. So I signed up for a 2-year commercial art school. And unfortunately, what they didn't teach us was how to draw and paint, which was the main reason I went there. As a matter of fact, they went so far as to discourage us from, you know, pursuing fantasy and horror because they felt like there just wasn't much of a market out there. And in some ways, it's true. It was a very small market. So I followed that path and I graduated and I ended up doing commercial art in Atlanta, Georgia. And at that time, what that meant was a lot of product rendering, photorealistic airbrush product rendering. And, you know, at first I was so excited because I was getting paid to do art. But at some point, I was trying to understand why I was so unhappy, why I was creatively so unsatisfied. And of course, it was because I had these monsters that literally needed to get out of my skull. And so I started going back to what I loved, and on my spare time, my non-existent spare time, I put together a portfolio of these things. And I would go to the conventions and shop them around, talk to art directors, show my work. And I scored a few comic covers. They didn't pay anything, but I was so happy because I was, you know, doing creative, you know, superheroes and monsters and creatures, you know, the things that I love, and I was getting paid for it.
Could you tell us a little bit about applying to TSR?
Yeah, that's quite the story. So I go to conventions and I was talking to art directors, and my portfolio was a bit lacking at the time, I have to admit. And I talked to the art director at Dragon Magazine, which worked for TSR, and he said, well, you know, you're not really what I'm looking for, but the art director at TSR, who does Dungeons and Dragons, you know, might have some work for you. So I sent my portfolio and I followed up with a call, and somehow in the conversation it came out that, you know, that they did have a staff position, and I just took it upon myself to go, I need to apply for this. I'm going to come up and you're just going to love me so much you're going to hire me. And this guy was so nice. He didn't tell me no. He was like, oh, okay. So I show up, show my portfolio, and people, you know, were nice. They had several artists on staff there, Jeff Easley, Clyde Caldwell, Fred Fields. And, you know, they were all kind and supportive. But at the end of the day, the art director pulled me aside and he said, we have, you know, 11 people that we're considering for this project. And of those 11 people, you're number 11. I was like, oh, okay. So, you know, I was a bit demoralized and I went back to Atlanta, tail between my legs. But, you know, I was so passionate and so determined to break into this field, I decided I was just going to go to New York City. And New York City at that time was where you broke into book covers, fantasy book covers. And that was like one of the places where most fantasy and horror art was done. And it was make or break. I had no jobs lined up. I was just going to go there and somehow get into this industry. So we're sitting there. The U-Haul is packed. All that's left is our cats in the carrier and the phone. And I'm waiting for a call from my parents. And the phone rings and I pick it up. And it's TSR, it's art director. He goes, are you still interested in that job? And I'm like, of course I am. And he goes, well, apparently the other 10 candidates aren't willing to move to a small town. So if you would like this job, you can have it. And I'm like, oh my God, yes. And he said, now I understand you're probably in a lease and you have a bunch of work to get done before you can make the move. You know, about how many months will it take you to move up here? And I looked out the window at the U-Haul and I said, I can be there in 5 hours. And we were. 5 hours later, I was working at TSR.
That's incredible. All right, so how did you first connect with Blizzard?
So, as I mentioned earlier, Blizzard, especially Diablo, has such a long history in our family. And when I got my first PC, a couple games on it, and Diablo 1 was one of them. And it just, right from the start, this was the game for me. Soon, I was spending 2 hours a day playing Diablo. I was supposed to be working. So I actually had to ask your mother to hide the CD so I could get work done. I think the big thing I want to say about my connection with Diablo and Blizzard is I've done a lot of work for a lot of different companies, and what's wonderful about working with Blizzard Diablo is just the fact that I'm a huge fan. That came through both for myself and for you as well. So it's just been a part of our family since you guys were little kids. How did you first connect with Diablo?
Yeah, totally. So I've been playing Diablo since I was about 3 years old.
I remember.
But yeah, and then I knew that I wanted to get into game design. So after graduating from DigiPen, a couple years after that, when I heard about a opening for the dungeon design team, and that just sounded like the dream job.
Yeah.
So even though I was like, I probably won't be able to get this, I still applied for it, ended up getting the design test and all of that. And when I went in for the in-person interview, I just clicked immediately with the people there. They're all just...
You guys spoke the same language.
Exactly. No, they've all been playing Diablo for as long as I have and stuff. So it was just really easy to get along with them.
And I find that interesting how, you were intimidated by Diablo, and it's the thing you loved the most, and it's the thing that you knew the best, but you felt like you had to perhaps, work your way up there. But in the end, it turned out that the thing you loved most was what you were most qualified to do.
Totally. And yeah, I often think about that too with a lot of the other positions I applied for that I didn't get. It just, perhaps those were positions that are basically other people's Diablos, like the things that they're the most passionate about that perhaps if I got, I wouldn't have appreciated it as much as they had. But with this position, it just fit perfectly.
You get up every day and play and get paid for it.
I know, right? Yeah, yeah, that's all I do. Just play the game. Yeah. Could you describe the process of working with the Diablo team?
So in a word, collaboration. My biggest joy in working with the Diablo team is just the collaborative nature of the whole process. These are the very best concept character designers, game designers in the world, and there's so much talent on that team that they make me look really good when I get to do one of their characters. And as far as breaking down the actual process, usually what happens is there's a brief, there's some basic description of what we want to bring to life in a painting. Sometimes there's a lot of concept work already done, sometimes there's just a minimum. So again, that's the part that I really enjoy. And once we build up that character to the point where everybody likes it, then it's handed off to me to do the final paint. And one thing I love about Blizzard is even though we have so many hands working on something, they're really good at letting you put your mark and your bit into that piece. So it's incredibly rewarding at the end of the day to, as a fan, to be working on these paintings that I would love to do anyway, but also to be working with such an inspiring, talented team of artists and individuals.
Could you tell us a bit about your inspiration for Lilith?
So Lilith, they had a handful of designs started, and I just thought they were beautiful. I thought they hit it out of the park right in the beginning with that one. I did some concept work as well, and it went back and forth. So I loved that I was able to contribute on that level. But at the end of the day, I feel the success of that piece, and I do love that piece, which is rare for me because usually I'm not happy with my paintings when I'm done. I feel the success of that piece is based on the incredible designs I was handed. Again, they made me look good with that one. Can you describe the process of dungeon design and working with the Diablo team?
Dungeons in Diablo are all procedural. They're all made up of basically these little square chunks of levels. My job as a dungeon designer is trying to sort of balance the pure randomness of a dungeon with the uniqueness and character of the dungeon.
Yeah.
If you go too random with the dungeon kind of lacks any sort of feel. There's no real story to it. If it's just random every time, you never know what you're going to get.
Yeah, for sure.
And then if it's too unique, it becomes predictable, where if you've played that dungeon once, you've played it 100 times basically, and you know what to expect. Again, with that collaborative nature, we're always in contact with dungeon artists, encounter design, and quest design, especially on campaign dungeons. It usually starts off with a back and forth discussion with the dungeon design team and the quest designers, trying to figure out what the story is there, what we're trying to convey and progress in the story of the overall game.
And I have to say, being able to look over your shoulder from time to time, just seeing and hearing the ideas you guys come up with, I'm just so excited to play Diablo 4. I can't wait. And then the added, on top of everything, with our family history playing the game, that the group of us will be able to play your levels and just be like, oh my God, this horrible thing, look what this horrible thing Devin's doing to us now, oh my God.
Yeah, it's definitely taking a return to darkness for sure. And yeah, I think we're all very excited about that. But Dad, could you tell us a little bit about your personal work?
I had so many of my own visions that I wanted to get out there that I wasn't able to. So I started writing my own stories, and it just started out with short stories and then they grew into larger novels. But what happened is writing these stories sort of re-inspired my want to paint or draw and paint. It was like when I was a little kid. When I was a little kid, I would write a story, draw pictures and staple it together and make a little book. And I was doing that again. I was able to write a story, paint all the pictures and put it together and make a novel. And I've written 5 novels to date, and I'm just finishing my 6th. It's called Slewfoot, The Tale of Bewitchery, and it's a story about witches set in colonial America.
Awesome. I'm really excited for that one. Yeah, I remember reading Lost Gods and absolutely loving like the world building that you put into that and stuff. So yeah, really excited for that one.
Okay, so we have a final question here, and it's pretty much to both of us. It's about advice to starting artists and for budding game designers. I think we both touched on this earlier, and when we were speaking about following your muse, following your passion, the things that you love the most is where you put your most energy into and can often be the things that you're the best at. So my advice is, especially to artists, is fill your portfolio with the type of work you like to do. Perhaps, apples are the hot thing now and you feel compelled to paint apples because you'll think you'll get that work. But if you love to paint oranges, because you're such a good orange painter, fill your portfolio with oranges.
For game designers in particular, I would say just like play a lot of the games out there and just start writing down things that you really liked or didn't like about those games and why. Just practicing articulating those thoughts will help a lot. If you can, get a hold of game engines like Unity or Unreal and try to teach yourself those and just start creating stuff. Like it can just be simple prototypes or a more fully fledged game project. Anything like that not only helps you develop those skills, but it also gives you things to talk about during interviews. Like people love seeing that you're truly passionate about what you're creating, and every project you make is an opportunity for that.
All right, so I think that wraps up our joint interview of today. We really appreciate everybody joining us, and I just want to emphasize again, what a magical community Blizzard has created, and especially with Diablo. It's brought inspiration to myself and my family, and I'm looking forward to seeing Diablo 4.
Sweet, yeah, see you in hell.
Welcome everybody to BlizzCon. We know that you all want to hear more about Overwatch 2. Allow us to invite you behind the scenes to explain more of what we're doing and why.
Everybody, please hit record. Fingers crossed. We lost Scott.
It's off to a good start.
This is going great.
We've been assembling one of the best teams that I have ever worked with.
I'm nervous.
And I'm so proud of the progress that we have made together.
We really liked the stylized drop down.
Imagine that it's coming forward, boom, boom, this starts to spin.
The scale and the scope of this game have meant that we've needed to grow substantially.
We have to... Sorry. Let me start. Overall, I think we've done incredibly well as a team moving to work from home.
Oh, shadow play.
There have definitely been challenges, but the team is really putting everything we've got behind this game.
To me, it's the next big step in the Overwatch universe. New heroes, game modes, major story beats.
With competitive and PvE, I see Overwatch 2 as the Overwatch for all of my friends.
You know, we're always inspired by what story and franchise development does with the animated shorts. We really wanted to bring that cinematic experience into the game.
You can invest in your heroes and grow them over time. I am super geeked out about Overwatch 2.
I can't wait for people to play this game. It just gets better and better.
There are some things that we just can't do without a sequel. So thank you so much for your patience so far, and I hope you enjoy this behind-the-scenes look at Overwatch 2. All of our players at home, they want to see one of the new maps that we've never talked about before.
Really? I can just talk about anything that I want to?
Yes.
You're serving this up to the guy that is like unintentionally leaked information in past interviews.
You can do it officially now.
Okay. So one of the maps that I'm most excited for in Overwatch 2 is our Rome map.
We always want Overwatch to feel like this globe-trotting adventure for our players. So we're having a lot of fun coming up with the Overwatch version of Rome.
We wanted a very romantic, sort of this powerful feeling of old world architecture. One of the most exciting things for me is the early building of these maps, where we get to sit down together with key people from the environment team, level designers, effects groups. We'll spend some time talking about moments in the game that we really want to see, like the Colosseum or a grand view of the hills of Rome in the backdrop. And then we'll go back and do a paint over, or we'll do a concept painting of certain things based on that.
We try to draw inspiration from as many different sources as possible. For example, one of our environment artists had just taken a trip to Rome, and he returned with thousands of pictures and was so excited to work on a map set in Italy.
There's a lot of ancient architecture in Rome that represents the empire that it used to be. So we brought some of that back. Some of the things that are destroyed in real life, we kind of rebuilt in a kind of an Overwatch style.
It's one of the most beautiful pieces of environment art that I think we've made for the entire game, and it just absolutely took my breath away.
Can we reveal more maps?
Yes, Scott. Scott, why don't you have the honor? Why don't you reveal, like, is there an artified, like, let's pick an artified one.
I know what map I want to talk about. It's the one that I just get super excited about. New York City. New York City is just an amazing Overwatch location.
We're really striving to make it as authentic as possible while still putting this Overwatch spin on it.
There's a lot of amazing buildings and architecture pieces that just, especially for artists, stands out a lot. And they usually use this kind of Art Deco style from the 1920s, 1950s.
We started in an area that's a little bit like the Village. There's some smaller shops there. There's a fire station, little pizza places and things that people that are familiar with New York City will either recognize or maybe see the reference that we're trying to make with some of our different locations. It feels like something you haven't seen in other games before because it's uniquely Overwatch.
Well, we should move on. Otherwise, we just have to reveal more maps. So we were talking about PvP, and you know, one thing that I think is really interesting about PvP in Overwatch 2 is some of the philosophical changes we're making to the approach.
PvP feels different and new. We're upgrading our combat feel. The roles are playing differently. When it comes to all new maps, it's a pretty big departure from where we are on live right now. So I can't wait to see where we end up with it by the time we launch this thing.
We're also experimenting with the idea we call role passives, which are passive abilities that a hero can have based on what role they are. For example, currently in our internal builds, the tank heroes all have knockback reduction against them, and they also generate less ultimate charge for enemies that are shooting at them. Damage dealing heroes have a movement speed bonus, which is great for flanking around the map. And healing heroes, support heroes have automatic healing that kicks in after they haven't taken damage for a while, very similar to Mercy's passive, but a little bit of a lower rate.
One of the more shocking changes that we've been exploring in Overwatch 2 PvP is a change to the tank role entirely. That's applied to all of the tanks. We want to try to make them more toe-to-toe brawlers and less characters that just stand back and protect other people.
So, for example, for Reinhardt, we've given him 2 charges of Fire Strike, so he can throw Fire Strikes a lot more aggressively and more often. Also, his charge, he's able to cancel it now, and you can steer it more aggressively, so you can, not quite turn a corner, but you can definitely more accurately pin targets. And because you can cancel it, it allows you to use it much more aggressively and, really go after those key targets without feeling like you're going to sacrifice, all of your positioning, everything to get there. He's almost more terrifying now with this, be able to unleash his full arsenal more often than kind of just being the guy with a shield.
The changes to Reinhardt that we're trying, and they might not shift, that's just the reality, but the changes that we're trying right now are to try to embrace more of that instinct that players have when they want to play a big burly character that looks aggressive and feels like it should be aggressive.
Shortly after BlizzCon, we spun up this group, our combat field group, to really just work on what happens when a player holds the trigger.
We're putting a ton of effort into looking at all of our characters and trying to give them even a more visceral weapon feel.
From sound to VFX to animation to the design of these units, all new sounds for a lot of our weapons in the game, and a whole new sound system that's driving it. And we didn't just level up a unit, we leveled up the rest of the game.
When we first started working on Overwatch, we spent quite a bit of time working on gunfire sounds and just general combat feel to make it feel really awesome. We're revisiting pretty much everything, nothing's off the table, so we're looking at even kind of small things such as quick melee attacks that every hero has. So they have kind of new audio pass and a new kind of feel and visual effect when you hit things.
One of the bigger efforts we're undertaking for Overwatch 2 is what we're calling our Weapon 2.0 sound pass. What this is a big overhaul to the weapon systems in the game. That means the way the gun feels in your hands. You could feel the ammo running out as you're getting lower on the clip. We've really tried to amplify those sounds to better encapsulate the gameplay and the gunplay that comes with Overwatch 2. Another key for the weapons was getting them to feel like they're in the environment. This meant working with convolution reverb. It's a new system that we've implemented into Overwatch. It's a way that we can capture the acoustics of an environment and transport it onto the sounds that we're using. So we went and captured tales of guns in different environments through our weapon shoots.
Wow.
And then we've cut them and applied it so that we can support a lot more environments. Now we're supporting outdoor, urban outdoor, warehouse tales, tight tunnels, small rooms, and it gives a lot more presence to the weapons and the way that they react in the world.
The shooter genre has evolved a lot since Overwatch 1 came out. On top of that, I think we really want to push the visceral nature of how we do combat. So we focused a lot, not just on the wonderful sound effects, but also with how the gun moves as you shoot. So you can really feel every single shot leaving the chamber. And there's a lot of subtle little tweaks we have to do on the gameplay engineering side to make that feel really visceral. Everything from making sure that the camera shakes are crisp, making sure that if you get shot, you know exactly these tight indicators show up on the outside of your reticle. All these things play into making the game feel not just tight and responsive, but also modern and up to date. Take 76, for example. What we wanted to do in Overwatch 2 with his weapon was make it really feel incredibly powerful, and that happens with a bunch of different elements that mix together. But it really feels like the gun is almost just outside of your control. A lot of that comes down to this camera shake technology, where every time you fire the weapon, you want to feel like it's running through your entire body, and the camera shake gives that extra bite to every single shot out of the chamber. It makes him feel really great.
You guys got a sneak peek of Sojourn from last BlizzCon. She's been under development for quite a while, and she's actually quickly at this point become a lot of people's favorites in-house. When we look back at Overwatch when it was originally created, there was a lot of heroes that were made from a gameplay standpoint kind of surrounding a weapon type. For example, Pharah was based on a rocket launcher hero. Widowmaker is clearly like kind of the sniper. We thought there was a weapon that was kind of missing that would be a lot of fun to play with, and that's a railgun. It's so much fun in the playtest to have this really powerful shot that can, rip through enemies if you really are accurate with it. And she's all about that aim skill. So if you got that aim skill, you'll love her.
We're still exploring new game modes, and we're also reevaluating older game modes that people are more critical of. We're of the mindset maybe 2CP doesn't exist in Overwatch 2, and maybe there's a new cool game mode that replaces it. We really want Overwatch 2 to feel like the next evolution, a true sequel to the first game, not an add-on. It's not a small part. It's not an extension of the original game. This is an evolution and a replacement to the original game, and I think it's exciting. Hero missions are probably one of the things that's the hardest to wrap your head around if you've never played one of them.
The goal around hero missions is for these to be this co-op PvE experience.
I personally only play competitive mode. Like, I'm all about that competition. And I have friends that they don't want to do that at all. So I'm really looking forward to a game that I can play hours and hours with my friends who aren't in competitive, and it's also something that I'm interested in.
Hero missions are the content that people are playing as they are leveling up their heroes. And so for a system like this to really sing, you need a lot of missions. We don't want players to feel like they're just in this grind to get to the top.
And there's a lot of really, really good back-end technology that we're exploring so that the heroes are constantly bringing their personality and some light story to these hero missions as well.
The goal is to make as many as possible, hundreds of hero missions. We've explored a lot of different ways of getting to that much content. So have like different sets of enemy units that people will be fighting against, and there's different hero mission types. At the same time, hero missions can take place in all of the multiplayer maps that we've done, and we're also adding new spaces onto some of these maps.
It's a huge challenge for the art team. We take maps that a lot of people love and recognize, and we have to add a lot more art and level design to it.
In this one hero mission playtest, we came up to an area in Kings Row that usually has a gate on it. Suddenly that gate opened and I saw a new area of Kings Row that I had never seen before.
You may be playing a payload game type, and the payload may decide to take this new route instead of going the usual route.
That was really, really cool. It was like this eye-opening special moment.
Lan, our lead tech artist on the environment side, very early on her own free time, made a prototype of a sandstorm on the Temple of Anubis map.
And at the time, we didn't know what we wanted to do with that, but it looked awesome.
We looked at it and went, oh my God, we absolutely have to do this.
So we put some new technology in place that allows us to do this dynamically. You start the mission off, clear day. Midway through the mission, suddenly this sandstorm or heavy weather would show up.
It made the world just feel so much more alive.
There's a sunset, daytime, nighttime, but depending on where you are in the world, these look different. California or Hollywood would have what we call a California sun. In New Bonnie, there's a great African sun that happens there. You sort of get a sense of space and mood. This is what really brings the levels to life.
For me, the dynamic world's exciting. Just seeing these dramatic landscapes, the wind and the atmosphere blowing by. It's a much more cinematic experience for the player.
Before you start a mission, you look at a map. It's nighttime in Necropolis, or there's a sandstorm in Necropolis. Players can make some comp choices based on knowing this information. Characters like Hanzo or Widowmaker start to be a little more valuable because they have abilities that allow them to see through the sand more clearly.
Are we going to talk about any of the types of objectives in hero missions?
Yeah, let's talk about the objectives. Players are being asked to do different things from one hero mission to the next so that they all feel really fresh to the player.
For example, we have Gather and Return, where you're trying to go and grab these different canisters to kind of safeguard them so they don't go off and affect the population in a negative way. It creates this really cool tension in the world where on the one hand you're trying to split up and go grab all these canisters to be as efficient as possible, but at the same time now you're having these sort of special enemy units spawn that are really difficult, and if you kind of get caught by yourself it turns into a pretty bad situation really quickly, and it feels extremely cooperative and like a very different way to interact with the Overwatch universe.
We're experimenting with all sorts of ideas, and just internally we have names like Wall of Death, Scavenger Hunt, and Kill Quest, and all these new mechanics and enemies for people to experience. Players will be able to jump in night after night, play different hero missions, and then work through the progression system, leveling up their heroes.
At Blizzcon in 2019, we started to talk about progression, and we showed the very early version of our talent system, which I think was really cool. We had that one talent where like Meg became the rolling snowball, which was a big hit. We've really blown that system out.
I'm real excited about talents. You can play the same hero in so many different ways. Now with the skill tree, you can have fun every night doing different things and kind of experimenting.
Yeah, the talent system is like really deep and rich, and every single hero has different trees. You might open up 76's tree, and as you're leveling and picking new talents, you're starting to feel your hero change. We've had some pretty hilarious versions of the healing one where his biotic field travels with him. It also repulses enemies. We called it the snowplow build, where 76 is like running through spaces, pushing enemies away from them.
Designing these is super fun because it's like we get to break all the rules that we've sort of established for ourselves, and we get to really take the gloves off and do crazy things like Junkrat can dual wield grenade launchers, and we've had Mercy be able to area effect res their whole team at once at super long range through walls. It's been a ton of fun, kind of like mad scientists making all this stuff.
You're all used to using these kind of kinetic weapons like Soldier 76's rifle or fire attack like what Reinhardt's Flame Strike does. As soon as you start to mutate these things with talents, all of a sudden maybe you're doing freeze damage or electrical damage, but it gives the animators a bunch of crazy opportunities. You know, the animations are going to change to show them freezing and shattering. And if you shock someone with a lightning attack, they can shake in place and stun, maybe chain to other enemies. All sorts of stuff to make you feel like you're controlling the battlefield in novel ways.
As a huge RPG nerd myself, the first time I opened up the talent tree systems, it was like, oh my gosh, this is speaking my love language. Like, I just want to plan, and I want to see like where do I want to invest and how am I going to play this character.
Yes, it's so great. And you start at the bottom of the tree. Like,
yes,
oh my,
exactly.
Like Tracer gets to do what?
Yeah.
And then you start working and kind of planning how you're going to get down there. It's like, it's so fun.
When we look back at BlizzCon 2019 and we talk about some of the criticisms that we had, one of them as a development team that we felt was that the combat was just not engaging enough. So the fact that our combat wasn't highly engaging to us as players meant that we had a problem with the enemy units and that they just weren't feeling interesting enough.
Just because we show something to the public, it doesn't mean that that is what it's going to be. If we make discoveries where things aren't working how we want, they're not reading how we want, they're not fun enough, we're totally down to reinvestigate, reiterate, and just really find ways to level kind of all aspects of things until they feel good.
I would say a major focus of all of 2020 was to make the null sector enemy units more engaging. And some of this was adding new units and evolving other units that we had.
Interesting combat for us is varied combat for us. So sometimes we're going to ask you to protect something in Overwatch 2. Sometimes we're just going to ask you to get someplace. Sometimes we might ask you to escort something across a map while it's being attacked. And so it's a different type of spawning, and it's a different type of units that are in there, and it's a simpler objective.
There's a lot of units Aaron is talking about. Lots of different units, lots of different types. They serve different purposes. You do different things to them. It's really going to help a lot of us find the fun and make sure that Overwatch 2 is a blast.
One of those sets of enemies is what we internally call objective units. And they're typically units that don't even attack players. The simplest version would be something like the Breacher.
It's two legs with this huge bomb on its back. It was built to do one thing, slowly and methodically march towards its objective, and then it transforms, and the bomb opens up like a flower. It starts spinning and charging up, and you hear this awesome sound, and you know you have a little bit of time before it's going to explode and you have to take it out.
We have units like the slicers, which you guys have seen before. They're little, we call them the chickens, like little chicken snares. They run really fast. You know, we have a guy we're experimenting with right now who flies and drops these bombs that create these kind of ever-expanding smoke fields that you have to escape from, but because they're super deadly. So you really get to use your mobility options to kind of escape that.
There's things like the Polar. You could be moving through these darker alleys, and as soon as you hear that Polar spawn, it suddenly becomes like really spooky and kind of scary.
This very tall, elegant-looking character that's blindfolded, 3 orbs that circle around her as her eyes, and we basically spun those orbs around her head as a big tell, launched them at the player, and then it activates this tractor beam, and it's bringing you in, and then you get this awesome like anticipation of the hair opening up so you know what's about to happen.
One thing we've just recently been experimenting with is this idea of elite units. We didn't want the elite units to feel like they're just, oh, this guy's got double health and double damage. We want to make sure the elite units feel like they have different behaviors and have different attacks. So for example, an Omnic Grunt, normally he fires his gun, he dies pretty simply. If you fight elite grunts, his weapon fires in a burst fire pattern. It's very deadly if you're close. And if you manage to take him out, they don't just die right away. They instead can crawl on the ground towards you, and you try to back away because if they get to you, they can explode.
Artillery at BlizzCon. We're all just staring at this, and we're like, what are we gonna do to level this up?
One of the things we really felt wasn't coming through was the damage states. We intend for players to shoot these guns off, but currently it's not reading as something that can happen in the game easily.
We changed the design, we changed the animation, and we go back and forth and just continually iterate.
We decided, hey, you know what? We're gonna just delete half of these damage states, so now it's super readable.
From an animation standpoint, we decided on the spinning barrel version. Just did this really nice kickback. The tip of the barrel opens up when it's about to fire and shifts into place and boom!
It's really amazing to be fighting an artillery unit and you can see the guns on the side, and as you're shooting the guns, they're actually visibly taking damage, and then you can blow them off and it reacts and kind of stumbles to the side and really makes you feel like you're there, and it's super fun.
In a lot of the stuff we've showed so far, you're fighting null sector. These are evil killing machines intent on marching you down. The way you're going to stop them is by shooting them, and we want to make sure that feels responsive and visceral. Really making sure that when they take a hit, it feels like their whole body has been punched, almost like hit by a truck. That's what really sells this fantasy that you're playing these superheroes. One of the cool pieces of technology that we created was what we call chain hit reactions. Oftentimes you'll find null sector bunched up, marching maybe a half a dozen units abreast. You expect if you shoot one, they're gonna knock into their buddies. So we make that happen. Turns out it's really fun too.
One of the things that we showed last year at BlizzCon was the new looks for our heroes. The theory kind of going in was like, you want to preserve the essence of your hero, but also kind of show that heroes evolved and kind of changed and moved forward. So we have a lot more new looks. So I'm excited to see how players and fans react to all of the ones that we've done so far.
Maybe we'll share some of those new looks today, which would be cool.
We're going to reveal McCree's new look for Overwatch 2 as well as Pharah. And we're really excited to show off some of our first villains with Reaper and Widowmaker. But first, I wanted to talk a little bit about technical wear, kind of like technical clothing. What that really is using very techie fabrics, as well as having very intricate but functional straps designed in a way that is very aesthetically pleasing. With McCree, we took a couple of different approaches. He's got this classic cowboy look that it's really hard to mess with, because if you try to make him too sophisticated or too techie, it might not feel right for the character. But as a concept artist, you always want to change things around and try different shapes and silhouettes. So we did identify as Red Serape as the main thing for McCree. We also tried a couple different things with McCree's cowboy hat. We didn't really want to mess with that too much because that's a very iconic part of him. So that's another piece that we kept. We tried some retro cowboy looks that mixed in some tech here and there. Some that were a little bit more techy than others, some that were a little bit more classic cowboy. We gave him a little bit of a longer beard, and it really gives him a nice kind of like a more aged look. What's different about Pharah than some of our other heroes is Pharah's completely covered in armor. We didn't want to change her silhouette too much. It was more about experimenting on different colors. So it felt really appropriate for her to be the one to harken back to those original Overwatch colors of white and blue. One of the things that we wanted to update on Pharah was her visor. Instead of being completely opaque and reflective, we tried a little bit more of a transparent approach, and being able to see through it a little bit now allows us to see some more of her emotions. Reaper was actually the ones I was very excited to work on because I could see a lot of potential in how we can integrate his cloak and his cowl and his armor and how we can make all those shapes really sing within that classic, Reaper silhouette. We tried a couple takes with the first pass, like completely silver arms, more layers to his jacket. Reaper's mask is obviously pretty sacred to us, but the thing you'll notice immediately is that it's now completely silver. Instead of the bone white, he's got this like almost like deadly edgy silver that just gives him that classic Reaper look. With Widowmaker, we started with the idea stage, exploring a breadth of ideas. We tried things like a more insectoid approach, treasure hunter. One of them made her feel like a classic Bond villain, so we kind of steered it back towards one of the more cyberpunk looking ones, almost like a futuristic femme fatale, which is basically what Widowmaker is, but she even feels more upgraded. So I'm super glad that we went down this route. We played with different hairstyles too. Widowmaker has the really long ponytail that's really key part of her look. And we really liked the hairstyle on one of the designs that was more of a braid, and it was really interesting look that also preserves Widowmaker's original silhouette with that long ponytail.
We've been working a lot with our domino engine and making our cloth look better. Now that we have this cloth tech, we're going to be able to make some really cool, unique silhouettes that will help them stand out from other heroes. We put a lot of time and effort into our face rig, and what I mean by that is we're gonna be able to get really close to these characters, and it's gonna feel really cool. It is absolutely worth the time and the effort to invest in the technology, and that way we can make these characters do more things that we haven't really been able to do before.
It's been super exciting working on the new looks for Overwatch 2, and it's just been so inspiring to watch the team try things that we've never tried before, and I just can't wait to show off more in the future.
Overwatch 2 is probably the largest opportunity we've had since the inception of the franchise to really expand what Overwatch even means to our players. In 0 Hour, we saw that some of the heroes got back together, but we're also seeing that there seems to be a second huge Omnic uprising. We're gonna learn who's behind that uprising, why that's happening, how globally spread is it.
The story and franchise development group, they were really the torchbearers of what the big story is that we were going to tell for this game.
We have a lot of interaction with them. They're working on in-game cinematic intros and outros for every one of our story missions.
It's been really great to see this collaboration grow and develop. The story is just a little more integrated into our missions than it ever really has been before. All the available heroes get dialogue for a given mission. We have NPCs. We have multiple hero choices.
We have all sorts of events that are happening that are driving players to interact with each other or parts of the environment or other characters.
The world of Overwatch is this bright, shiny future. So how do you take that bright, shiny future and create conflict in it? How dark can the world of Overwatch go?
The different challenges that these characters are going to have to overcome in Overwatch 2 are things that they haven't ever dealt with before or dealt with on this scale. So what we had to do was literally strip it down to those bare bones of where are these characters in their lives. Overwatch has been disbanded, and now there's a situation where the world's in trouble again, and the world needs the heroes again, but they're not allowed to be doing what they were supposed to be doing.
We started to book these off-site locations so we could brainstorm over and over different versions of what the Overwatch 2 story campaign could be.
And we basically had these whiteboards that we were carting around everywhere.
The room was filled with whiteboards, and we would just write every day story beats with the characters and who was doing what and where. And oh my gosh, we forgot this character.
We had these giant sticky notes, and each one of them would be a mission with a bunch of notes on it. You know, somebody say, well, what if we moved Rio to the end? And they'd physically grab it off the wall and stick it on the end.
And we did this for a while, you know, until we all felt that it was pretty close to what we wanted.
Then we could send it to our writers' rooms. The writers' rooms then had a much clearer direction of where we wanted this process to go.
Ultimately, we come up with something that we think is right for the game. And then we pitch it back to the game team, and they point out everything that we missed.
And that allows us to actually back up and go and make it right and make it better.
Because the scale of this story is so huge, it takes place over the whole world, basically. It just requires a constant iteration, constant refinement to make the story as best as we can make it.
From writing, we go to storyboards. The storyboards get crafted with the edit. From there, it'll go to a previs department where they'll start to flesh it out in 3D. Once we've kind of figured out our camera work and our cinematography, that'll then go to the animation department. And then we end up going right into the game engine.
One of our challenges was to figure out how to integrate this story and this narrative with the gameplay.
So if the intro cinematic ends with this huge battle, this huge war, when you get into the game, it has to mesh and feel the exact same way and blend together.
We really are also trying to get the music to be equally as consistent from in-game cinematics straight through to the mission. Adam Burgess, our lead composer, has been working with the IGC team, with the game team, developing themes for all of the heroes, all of the locations.
As the cinematic director, whatever we're crafting should never override the gameplay. We want to make sure that the player's experience going from the cinematic to the gameplay is seamless and it feels like a completely immersive experience.
The engineers, we have to find a way to actually make that come to fruition. The choreo tool is a tool that allows people to coordinate different events to happen at the same time. Like in Rio, if you played our demo, one of the buildings explodes. And so that kind of event needs to happen as you're running by, and you need to have it timed, because if it blows up too early, then you don't see it. It allows story moments in missions that interact with the environment, that interact with our characters.
The new tech, the new abilities that we have now are allowing us to push our storytelling farther than we could have previously.
What's also really powerful about choreo is that, you know, if somebody has an idea, they can mock things up really quickly.
We got to show the Widowmaker making this awesome introduction. And Casey was able to quickly put a really rough prototype in choreo. And Philip would come in and on the fly, he's making quick changes. They play tested something that would normally take weeks. It was done in like a matter of days.
Each story mission has its own custom map built for it, and these maps are absolutely gigantic.
India is one of our biggest maps, and it's a fun map because it has a few story beats that we've taken from recent comics and characters in the game.
We've written a history for each city so that the cities feel lived in. And I think that informs the artists so that they know like what it is that the city has been through.
Gothenburg was our chance to show Torbjorn's workshop. We created a space that kind of fits his height. So there's, step ladders and scalable tables. We designed the space as if we were Torbjorn. Molten steel is pouring out of walls. It's pretty epic when you walk into it. Toronto was under siege by Null Sector when the players arrive here. There's a dynamic snowstorm. So as you make your way through the level, the snow is slowly building up. Suddenly by the end, the characters are caught in this gigantic snowstorm and they must fight their way through.
In Overwatch 2, we want to give you choice to be able to play this character or that character. So we're designing a lot of systems around how their relationships develop over the course of the story missions in the campaign.
We have a cast of many characters, all on screen, all at the same time. And it's fantastic to actually see them all interacting and working together in ways that we've never actually seen. We've always thought about it and hoped for it, but now it's actually happening.
It actually requires us to have a whole new branching dialogue system. If you happen to have Genji and Mercy in the second mission of the game, you might get different dialogue that's about their relationship.
Our voice actors bring the characters to life in ways that everybody has fallen in love with, from inside Blizzard to the fans. Just to hear this collection of actors all together, all interacting, has been a real treat.
Hammer down! I wish people could see
how many people are involved when it comes to something like telling the story of Overwatch. It doesn't just come from a singular person, it comes from a group, and it's a really talented, fun group that all works together.
We've been developing what we hope is one of the best stories ever. There's some key story moments that I'm really excited about, and I really can't wait to see how people react to it.
We've been talking about the game, about this universe. I know you all love it so much.
Right now, we can sit down and have a night of Overwatch 2 and have it be a really fun experience. And I think we need some more time till we can say it's perfectly polished in the way that we want it.
We've made such incredible strides since we first announced this and showed it to the community at Blizzcon in 2019.
The thing that I'm most excited about is that moment when we hand the game over to the players.
We want to create something that really moves people, really touches people.
That's why we do it. We create the game because we want it to become part of your life and for you to experience it.
For Overwatch 2, we're upping the bar.
It's kind of 5 games in one. It's a huge undertaking.
The new tech and the new aesthetics for the new looks bring you closer to the characters that you love, and we're just getting started.
The fidelity of the gameplay experience is much richer.
We are making cinematics that push the boundary of what we can do to tell stories.
We want this dynamic world. We want things to feel alive.
I'm really looking forward to being able to expand the world of Overwatch for our players.
We're really trying to tell this epic story.
In order to make a game great, it takes time, energy, collaboration.
We have just an incredibly professional team of designers and artists and engineers.
We just love bringing this world to you guys. So many cool characters. It's just a blast working on it.
Our goal is for Overwatch 2 to be the worthy successor to the first game, to be the next evolution, and to be a true sequel.
We have big plans, so thank you for sticking with us.
We're gonna cross the finish line, and I know it's gonna be awesome.
I hope people just end up loving playing it over and over.
That's what we want to try and capture. I'm jumping in, I'm playing, let's go be heroes.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Year of the Griffin Deep Dive here at BlizzCon Line. I'm Brian Kibler, and joining me today to talk all things Griffin is Hearthstone game director Ben Lee. Ben, how you doing? Are you excited as I am about all this?
I'm great. So I'm super excited to show and talk about all the new things that we're working on. It's going to be a big year for us, and we hope you're going to enjoy it.
Yeah, there's already been a lot revealed so far. The Year of the Griffin, which is going to usher in the newest phase of Hearthstone. We're looking at a new core set, a classic format, a new expansion that brings us back to the Barrens, kicking off a year-long celebration into the roots of Warcraft. And on top of all of that, a new game mode, another new game mode in Mercenaries, which I know I can't wait to hear more about.
That's right. This year's story is all about going back to the roots of Warcraft. It's a little bit different in terms of how we deliver the story, though. Rather than a specific year-long narrative, we're telling small stories about individual characters that make up a bigger whole. So there's 10 brand new characters, and they're going to be featuring across all of our game modes. We'll obviously be telling their story through single player, which we'll be telling a little bit more about later in the show also.
All right, so I think the obvious next question is, who are these 10 characters, and how do they play a part in all this?
So we're not ready to reveal too much about who they are, but we will be showing you one of them in our deep dive video for the Forged in the Barrens expansion, which I'll throw over to game designers Liv Breeden and Joe Killian now to tell you more about.
Welcome everyone! Remember to keep your tusks and hands inside the tower at all times, and absolutely no spells of any class. I'm your fearless, battle-ready tour guide, Joe Killian.
And I'm your trainee guide, Liv Breeden. It's my first day, so cut me some slack, okay?
She's kidding. We don't cut slack out here. Which reminds me. By attending this tour, you agree not to hold us responsible for any bodily injuries sustained, including, but not limited to, Coolbor impalements, raptor bites, centaur raiding parties, harpy eye pecking, or just falling off this tower. Has that ever happened? Just ask my last tour.
Well, before we begin our Wyvern Eye tour, please direct your attention to this brief orientation video.
For a hero of the Horde, all roads lead to the crossroads. You have come for adventure. But the Barons wants to break you. Your axe must be sharp. Your wits must be keen. And your heart must be mighty. Strength and honor. This is who we are.
Forged in the Barrens is Hearthstone's latest expansion. This vast sun-scorched land brings discovery and danger beyond your imagination's grasp.
The Barrens is the anvil upon which the Horde as we know it was founded.
It's a place where eager-eyed mercenaries can begin their journey to greatness, embarking on treacherous paths to sharpen their skills and weapons as they forge ahead. Speaking of which, I think I see one of Hearthstone's newest mercenaries out in the crossroads. Brucon!
Brucon is a shaman legendary minion that gives your nature spells +3 damage.
But what's a nature spell, you ask?
New to Hearthstone are spell schools. Just like minion types, spells that fall into one of 7 schools will get a new classification.
Spell schools include Arcane, Fel, Fire, Frost, Nature, Holy, and Shadow.
Some classes, like Mage, have access to multiple spell schools.
Let's try it out. Chain Lightning is a shaman nature spell. It deals 2 damage to a minion and a random adjacent one. But there's more! It's also a ranked spell, meaning it upgrades when you have 5 mana and again at 10 mana.
Ranked spells grow in power as the match progresses, so they remain useful in the early, mid, and late game.
Sometimes it's worth holding out a little bit longer to use one of these spells. The results can be quite shocking. Sounds like those Quillboar didn't learn their lesson. Hey, Liv, aren't you a warlock?
Well, I don't want to brag or anything, but ranked spells can be rather impressive, like Imp Swarm. It's a Fel warlock spell that summons a 3/2 demon. Since it's also a ranked spell, it continues to improve at 5 and 10 mana. The more mana in play, the more impact you'll have.
Now's the part of the tour where I like to point out some of my favorite sights. Ooh, wow.
All I see are a bunch of rock formations.
Yeah, but most people take them for granted.
Look, someone needs our help. She's surrounded, we gotta do something.
Do what? She's a goner. Nothing left to do but let out a desperate prayer. This holy priest spell restores 5 health to each hero. Might be just what you need to get out of a prickly situation.
I don't think I'm cut out for this, Joe. Do you think she's gonna be okay?
Of course! When the Barrens gets the best of you, you can always pay a visit to the Spirit Healer! Spirit Healer is a neutral minion that benefits from a specific spell school. After you cast a holy spell, give a random friendly minion 2 health.
Yeah, but I don't think that's gonna help that poor troll. Joe, do you hear somebody weeping? Like the longing cry of a heartbroken lover, desperate and alone?
In the Barrens, always. That's Man Crick. Hey, buddy, cheer up! We'll find her! Man Crick is a legendary neutral minion who got separated from his wife during a Quillboar attack, and he can't find her. Rumor has it, she was last seen somewhere in your deck.
What does she look like?
She's about yay big, greenish, looks kind of like a pincushion full of quills. You can't miss her.
I think I found her.
Yeah, we might want to give him some space. That's the Barrens, though. It's tough. Will you get attacked out here? Probably. Will it be painful?
Will it?
Absolutely! But every battle you survive is a lesson learned. Just take it from Blade Master Samuro!
He's a legendary neutral minion with Rush. But there's more.
The Barrens have hardened him. He laughs in the face of danger with Hearthstone's newest keyword, Frenzy.
The first time one of these minions survives damage, they go into a frenzy. In Samuro's case, he deals his attack damage to all enemy minions.
When you pick a fight in the Barrens, you better be ready to finish it. Otherwise, you could wind up with an even bigger problem on your hands. It's plain to see with Druid of the Plains.
The Druid of the Plains is a druid minion with Frenzy that transforms into a 6/7 Kodo with Taunt.
Crikey!
You can say that again, but please don't.
There's plenty of wildlife in the Barrens that would be pleased to eat you, like this Sunscale Raptor. It's a hunter minion with Frenzy that will shuffle another Sunscale Raptor into your deck with a permanent +1/+1. Folks, hold on to your hats. I can't believe this. I heard he was in the Barrens. I didn't think the rumors were true. This minion was prepared for Illidan.
I heard Ragnaros looks under his bed for this minion.
A Noyatron doesn't bother him. A minion that needs no introduction. The myth, the legend, the Peon!
What do you want?
Zug, something does need doing.
Don't underestimate the backbone of the Horde army. He's got Frenzy. If he survives damage, he'll add a random spell from your class into your hand.
Well, can he help us get out of here? This place isn't safe. Look down there. We're surrounded by Razormane Raiders.
By what?
Razormane Raiders!
Now you've got it. The Razormane Raider is a neutral minion who will attack a random enemy when he goes into a frenzy. Well, folks, that's just about it for our tour.
Oh, thank you, Og.
No lie, you're the best tour group I've ever had. Everyone, give yourselves a hand.
Where did you get that?
It's a souvenir. And we have a special souvenir for anyone who thinks they can brave the Barrens. Starting today, players that log in will receive a free legendary card, Shadowhunter Vol'jin. When you play Vol'jin, you can swap a minion from your board with one in your hand, or make your opponent swap one of theirs. Thanks for joining us. Please use the handrail as you descend the tower, exit through the gift shop,
and put yourself to the test. Do you have what it takes to be forged in the Barrens? I don't think I'm cut out for this, Joe.
What? You're doing great. Most trainees are eating on their first day.
Forged in the Barrens. I gotta say, I love this take on kind of classic Warcraft. You know, someone who played not only a lot of Hearthstone, but a lot of World of Warcraft. Having things like Mancrick and his wife in there, that's really a callback I love.
Yeah, we're huge fans of the Warcraft license, obviously. Hearthstone has its own characters and its own identity, but it's very rooted and grounded in Warcraft. And we want to make sure we're delivering on that over this next year. So we're really excited to see how players react to it. And, I think this trailer specifically, it's super epic. And I think it's my favorite of all time.
You know, it's definitely cool to have all the lore and everything, but I like to play the game too. And you're really excited to see the cards and also see how those cards interact with the new core set. Because, you know, as someone who has been a very vocal advocate of the idea of a core set for a long time.
I don't think I've heard Brian talk about that. Have you guys? I don't think so.
I don't believe you. No. I don't believe you. But no, it's gonna be really cool to see what that means and how all these cards interact. So what can you tell me about that, as well as the upcoming classic format?
The core set's super interesting. It's a big revolution for Standard, and we're really excited to see the effect it has on the game. You know, there's going to be some things that you know and love, which are still there, but some of those things that have become staples, they're going to go out too. Variety, I think, is one of the biggest and strongest parts of Hearthstone, making for different experiences. And the classic set and the basic set, they've done awesome work for the game. They really have. But it's time for something new. And to give you more information about that now, we're going to hand things over to game designers Ryan Masterson and Alec Dawson.
Thanks, Ben. Hi, everyone. I'm Ryan Masterson, a game designer on the Hearthstone team.
And I'm Alec Dawson, senior game designer on Hearthstone. We're here to give you a closer look at the new core set in classic format. Ryan, give us the rundown. What's the core set?
Well, we'll be replacing our basic and classic card sets with a single set of 235 cards known as the core set. This new core set is a revamped take on well-known cards from Basic, Classic, and Wild that are buffed, revived, and revolutionized, plus the addition of 29 completely new cards. We're looking to better match the set with modern gameplay. We also want to provide newer players with a strong starting point for their collection. And we want to create a structure that can change and shake things up from year to year. One way that we're modernizing the set is by not carrying forward some of the weaker and more redundant cards, like Frostwolf Grunt and Coldshire Footman. Many of these cards don't serve a significant purpose for the set. We also want to make the game more approachable for returning players, or players stepping into the tavern for the first time.
And this is something we're going to be updating yearly, so it gives us a lot of flexibility and tools to work with when building out new archetypes for our classes. Access to the core set is completely free, correct?
All earned completely free. Just like the basic set of cards, you'll gain access to the core set as you level up each class in-game. We want to make this easy, even for newer players. Much like the basic cards, you'll earn access to all of the cards for each class by the time you reach level 10 with it. Neutrals will unlock alongside these class levels, with all of those being unlocked before even needing to unlock all the class ones. If you've played Hearthstone before and you already hit these milestones, great. Your collection will be automatically updated to include the new core set cards when it launches. New players will be able to earn the cards for each class quite easily. If you're looking for all the details, please check out the core set blog. And no matter how you look at it, there's never been a better time to get into Hearthstone.
I think it's time we start looking at what exactly the core set entails. A lot of fan favorites are sticking around. Let's talk about those first. Fireball and Tyrion Fordring. So when you're choosing which cards to keep in the core set, why Fireball, why Tyrion Fordring, why something else?
Yeah, there's a lot of favorites and familiar staples that are sticking around. We do want to mix things up, and we also want to make sure that each class is still recognizable and well-defined. With all that in mind, Fireball and Tyrion are examples of cards that fit well and they're still around. In total, a little more than half of the reworked core set are returning basic and classic cards.
And we'll also have some iconic wild favorites moving into the core set. For this year, Tomb Pillager and Annoyatron are going to be in the core set. Ryan, when you're looking at which cards to bring back into Standard, what are you thinking?
Well, there's a lot of reasons that we would want some of these wild cards to come into the core set. For starters, we get to see these cards used in a new context, something different than when they were originally released. It's a known card, but in unknown format, and that's a cool dynamic. Tomb Pillager is a great fit with that in mind, and can potentially mesh with and enable strategies that will be available in the new Standard environment. We also get to introduce newer players to some favorites of old. Maybe a card has great class fantasy effects, or maybe an older card can help enable new archetypes. Or in some cases, maybe they're just timeless pieces of Hearthstone, like Annoyatron, and now we get to see it in more Hearthstone games.
I'm so excited for Annoyatron to come back. It's one of my favorite cards. Hello, hello, as much as we can. Okay, so as mentioned earlier, some of the core set also includes familiar faces with some big updates. We saw serious value in keeping some of these cards in standard rotation, but recognized the need to buff some underperforming cards, and this new core set was a perfect opportunity for that. Assassinate, one of Rogue's basic cards, is getting an update, as well as Menagerie Warden, a druid card in Wild that's coming into the core set.
Yeah, Assassinate. It's one of the many simple cards that does a great job communicating class fantasy and identity. But it's more than just a little bit weak. Even as an unconditional baseline effect, it's never really seen play, and these are the type of buff opportunities that we've looked for. We think this will raise the floor of power for new players and start their collection off on a good footing, without invalidating cards and strategies from expansion sets. There are also some wild cards that did something we wanted to include in the core set, but in some cases didn't do it well enough to fit the modern game. Menagerie Warden is one of them, and it's been adjusted to be cheaper, slightly smaller, and overall more powerful and fluid.
All these well-known cards will do a great job of creating the building blocks for the future standard gameplay. But there's a few big things left to talk about, including lots of changes in Shaman, brand new cards, and the revamp of the legendary dragons. And let's start with Shaman. So you told me that Shaman's gained a new totem in their hero power pool, as well as some changes to cards with Overload.
Shaman is seeing more changes in the core set than many of the other classes, including that change to their hero power. Cards that fit well, will remain, and in some cases have been adjusted to be more consistent role players in Shaman's toolkit. Among those are the Overload cards Feral Spirit, Lightning Storm, and Earth Elemental, which have each been buffed. Shaman's hero power is also seeing a minor change. It'll still summon 1 of 4 random totems, but Wrath of Air totem will be removed and replaced. It will be replaced by the new Strength totem, which can buff your other minions, including the other basic totems, and turn them into combat threats to battle enemy ones, or even threaten the enemy hero in a way that makes them much less ignorable as a group than they used to be.
That's so exciting. So many changes coming to Shaman. I'm especially excited for buffed Lightning Storm. That sounds great. I think it's something that players have been asking for quite a long time. But enough about Shaman. Let's talk about brand new cards that are coming to core for the first time. So out with the old and in with the new. Let's kick it off with the legendary rogue minion, Vanessa Van Cleef.
Vanessa Van Cleef is the daughter of Edwin Van Cleef and is taking his place in the core set, just like she took his place as the leader of the Defiance Brotherhood. Unlike Edwin, she's not much of a brawler. She is much more tactical in her approach and skilled at making poisons, especially those that attack the mind. In Hearthstone terms, all of this combines to create a very powerful and skill-testing new legendary card, capable of turning your opponent's power against them. Now, let's take a look at the new Shaman minion, Novice Zapper.
An early game spell damage minion for Shaman. Novice Zapper plays well with damage spells when you're going for lethal or casting that buff Lightning Storm. One of our early goals for the core set was to give each class a 1-drop that tells you what our classes are about. So Novice Zapper hits on both the overload and spell damage themes going on in Shaman, making it a really great addition overall for the class. Kicking it over to Warlock, we have a new discard inclusion, Felsel Jailer.
Felsel Jailer is a new 5-mana Warlock minion that can lock up an opponent's card until they can get rid of the Jailer itself. With the right timing, or with clever play, it can deny an opponent's play long enough to secure a victory. The last completely new card we have to show today is the neutral legendary minion, Overlord Runthak.
Overlord Runthak is here to rally your minions, bringing hand buffing synergies into the core set. You know, hand buffs are something we talk about all the time on the team as being a very standard part of Hearthstone now, and it's kind of core to the Hearthstone gameplay. So we wanted to provide a solid card in the core set for future hand buff decks to take advantage of. This makes it easier for us to design into these strategies without having to craft new hand buffing cards every time we want to explore the archetype. So while all these cards are seriously awesome, Ben introduced something earlier that might just take your breath away and replace it with fire. We're excited to introduce a completely refreshed look at the legendary dragons.
The legendary dragon cards from the classic set are an iconic cycle and some of our favorite Hearthstone cards. They're big and powerful, but for many of these cards, they haven't seen play for a long time. We wanted to breathe some new life into them. Ysera fits this category, and the new version will give players the opportunity to more consistently take advantage of her powerful dream cards. In some other cases, the dragon may have seen more recent play, but only in very niche deck styles or OTK style decks. And for Malygos especially, that's been his entire identity for a long time. Malygos' new version is more different than the original, but leaves no doubt that he is indeed the very aspect of Magic. Ultimately, we've created new versions of these legendary dragon cards because we think they're awesome. We hope existing and new players alike will have all new reasons to fall in love with these characters the same way that we have.
Brand new cards, changes to the legendary dragons, there's so much coming into the core set. I'm really excited. But a lot of you are probably thinking, what's happening to all my basic and classic cards? Okay, so as mentioned earlier, some of these iconic cards are staying in core, while others will be rotating into wild. But there's actually one new place you'll be able to play them, our classic format.
That's right. While we're looking at Hearthstone's future, we're also recognizing Hearthstone's past, and the classic format is our take on that.
With the new classic format, you'll be able to relive the early Hearthstone experience with iconic cards and combos from launch. This mode brings back cards in their original forms, reverting any alterations so the cards appear in their original state. Leroy Jenkins, back to 4 mana. Blade Flurry, 2 mana, and it hits face.
It's going to be introduced to the game as part of an overall adjustment to playable formats. Classic, Standard, Wild, and Casual will be the 4 main formats available to players.
Classic's reward systems, rank systems, and seasons function the same as Standard and Wild, and classic cards will appear in their own section within the collection manager.
With the new classic format, players will have the opportunity to travel back in time and revisit some of Hearthstone's brightest stars in their earliest incarnations. And with the new core set, players will earn a card set curated specifically for today's gameplay experiences. There's never been a better time to play Hearthstone. Thank you for hanging out with us today on our deep dive all about Hearthstone's new core set. We can't wait to welcome you into the classic format and get your hands on the new core set when the Year of the Griffin begins.
Wow, there's a lot to talk about coming out of that. You know, obviously, some cards going away, some cards coming in from other sets. You know, Anoyotron can say hello once more, or twice more, as the case may be. But obviously, you know, I'm someone who's been super passionate about the idea of a core set for a very long time, and this kind of hits all the boxes of keeping the game fresh every year, right? Like, this isn't just, okay, we're revamping the classic and basic sets. This is, we are changing the way that the core experience of Hearthstone works, such that every year it's going to be updated by itself.
Yep, absolutely. One of the things we want to do as well is make sure that we're providing building blocks throughout the year. When we're thinking about expansions, we have different archetypes for different classes that we're thinking of. There's not always the base cards for you to have to put into those, which means we might need to dedicate an entire class's cards to just one archetype, which honestly isn't the most exciting thing. Having variety, it's one of the big strengths of Hearthstone. Having a core set that we can edit every year, make new, make fresh, it gives us extra building blocks. You know, one of the examples of that is we have a card which does hand buff for you, which is a legendary neutral minion. And that means that you can, you know, support other cards that are playing into that mechanic without needing to have tons of them in your class set.
Not only that, but this is also, you know, something that is free every single year for every player, right? One of the you know, there's obviously been some discussion regarding like the cost of collecting Hearthstone, the difficulty of collecting things in Hearthstone, and this is a complete refresh of every player's, you know, collection with a bunch of new stuff that they can use every single year.
Absolutely. I mean, we've made some big steps, I think, over the last couple of years in terms of approachability of the game. You know, we made some changes last year in terms of no duplicates. I think it really makes card packs feel more rewarding and more generous. You know, we would encounter these problems where sometimes there are unlucky people out there. The scale of Hearthstone is so big that, you know, there was some guy out there who would get 10 epics of the same one. And we wanted to make sure that that person has a good experience. We also gave everybody, you know, returning players free decks. And those were meta-competitive decks. So, you know, this year we thought about it and what can we do that's more? And, you know, the core set, it hits a whole bunch of boxes, like you said. It makes the game more approachable, but I think it just makes the game more fun and more engaging for existing players also.
You don't just have the same cards you've been up against every single year since beginning of Hearthstone. You know, there's still some of them, of course. There's no reason to get rid of Tyrion or Fireball. These are cool cards that, you know, satisfy the fantasy of being a mage or this major character in Hearthstone. But maybe someday they won't be in the core set for a year, but they can come back. And that's one of the things I think is so great about this idea. Can we take a step back for a second from the core set specifically and sort of talk a little bit more about the collection system in Hearthstone? Because there's obviously been a lot of discussion in the community, especially with respect to the Tavern Pass this past year. And I was wondering if you could share, you know, the team's thoughts on, you know, how that has been going and your sort of plans for the future.
So we've been listening to a lot of player feedback, and we've already made changes to the system. You know, we've made it give more gold, more rewards in general. We've also made it easier to complete as well. You know, these are really important things to us. We want the Tavern Pass to feel great and for players to, you know, really engage with it and feel rewarded for their time. So when you look at the end of the pass post level 50, it actually requires a lot less experience per amount of gold that you get. That's something we're looking at, you know, transitioning to for the majority of the track. We want players to feel their progression, get those rewards more quickly, and also on top of that, there are these situations where players just need 10 gold or 20 gold, and we've been very mindful of that. That's really great feedback, and we look for that kind of feedback when we're, you know, looking at different forums and, you know, different reactions from our players. And we want to make sure that those players that, you know, are just missing that little bit of gold for their extra arena ticket or for that extra pack, that there's some way for them to get that too. So, you know, once we've done these changes as well, we're really open to your feedback and we want to hear more from you as our players as well.
All right, well, obviously tons of changes coming that I'm super excited about, and I feel pretty happy to be involved in announcing this core set after everything I've done to proselytize for it over the years. But there's a bunch of new cards coming from that as well, and I expect we'll be seeing them soon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we revealed a few of the cards today, 3 of them during the opening ceremony, some of our legendary dragons. Really excited for those, personal favorite of mine. I love Deathwing. His original classic version is super cool, and the new version, it keeps the kind of, the spirit of the card, and it does something similar, but it's much more up to date and competitive for what Hearthstone is today. So, we're really excited to see them, and we can't wait to show you more, which is going to be coming very soon. In fact, later this week.
All right, well, I love me some big dragons, but I also love formats that are not standard as well. We have this whole revamp to the core set, and of course the classic format coming out. But there's also the game modes. Hearthstone has a ton of ways to play now. So can you talk a little bit about what's coming to battlegrounds and duels in the future?
Absolutely. We've spent a huge amount of effort investing in our new game modes. We've really been making them as delivery systems for content. So we've done that groundwork, and for the Year of the Griffin, we're really going to be concentrating on making new content for them. So to give you more information for one of those game modes now, we're going to throw things over to Alec Dawson to give you more info about Battlegrounds.
Hey everyone, I'm back with an update on Battlegrounds. Looking back, the Year of the Phoenix was our first full year with Battlegrounds, and it proved to be a wild ride. From dastardly dragons, to perilous pirates, to electrifying elementals, we kept the mode fresh with new heroes, minions, and minion types. Most recently, we've seen Bob visit the Dark Moon Fair with a new spell system, the Dark Moon Prizes. The Year of the Griffin promises even more shenanigans as we swing by to visit Bartender Bob. We're committing more than ever to keeping Battlegrounds a fun and thriving mode for our players. There are significant balance updates just around the corner as we kick off the Year of the Griffin, and we can expect to see some of our new mercenaries making an appearance as playable Battlegrounds heroes. We've also got plenty of plans for new minion types entering Battlegrounds. It's going to be an absolutely packed year. So, how about a quick look at our next minion type now? In 20.2, we'll be introducing our first Battlegrounds exclusive minion type, Quillbore. From the magical thorn collars of Bristleback to the scouts of Razormane, this fearless minion type knows how to dish out some hurt. Oh yeah, and then there's that guy. He's just soaking up some rays. Currently, we're still in development and finalizing a lot of the details, but their gameplay will revolve around generating and taking advantage of their own resource. They're feeling really unique so far, and we can't wait for you to get your hands on this prickly group in a few months. Expect to hear more from us on the updates coming to Battlegrounds soon.
Well, I'm sure, like so many of you at home, I've been enjoying Battlegrounds a ton over the past year and a half or so, and I'm even more excited to see where it goes in the future with stuff like Quillbore.
I love the Quillbores. Their art is awesome. I think it's some of the best we've made for Battlegrounds. But it isn't the only game mode that we're going to be putting focus on throughout the year. Take Duels as an example. It's going to be getting some major content updates in Year of the Griffin. We're going to be adding more heroes to Duels. But don't worry, you won't lose any of the progress or the unlocks you have on your existing characters. These are just going to be additional characters like you might be familiar with from Battlegrounds.
And then, of course, there's Book of Heroes. There's the single-player adventures that players have gone on, learning the stories of characters like Jaina, Rexxar, Garrosh, or my boy Uther.
Yep. We're going to continue telling the stories. We're going to finish up the Book of Heroes with all 10 of the main classes of Hearthstone. And up next is Valyria Sanguinar. But beyond that, we also have the Book of Mercenaries coming, which is going to be telling the story of those 10 characters that we keep mentioning. They're really grounded in Warcraft lore, and we want to make sure that they get their own unique moments. And they'll also be supported by additional content throughout the game, through the various game modes. We're really excited to tell their stories, and we hope that you're all going to love those characters.
We've talked a lot about these mercenaries, right? And we talked at the beginning of the show about there being a new game mode called Mercenaries. So they're obviously going to be involved in that.
Yep.
What can you tell me about it?
Mercenaries it's a big addition coming to Hearthstone. We kind of have this term internally we think about is like premier game modes. Like, Battlegrounds, it's a huge part of Hearthstone. Obviously, traditional, standard, and wild Hearthstone, that's the other one, but that's been there since the start. Mercenaries is our new kind of premier addition to the game. We've really put a huge amount of effort into it, and we want to make sure it's an awesome, fun experience. In terms of what it specifically is, it takes a lot of different elements from different games. We're really inspired by our peers and by all the other games out there. We love Hearthstone, and as a team, we play a huge amount of it. But we also play other games too. And we're really inspired by tactical RPGs and by roguelikes. And Mercenaries takes elements from both of these kind of categories. So in terms of the combat and the way it plays out, you have these characters and these heroes, and in terms of how you compare it to Hearthstone, it's almost like having 3 heroes instead of your 1 hero where you play cards. Your heroes have abilities, and you then decide which abilities to use against your opponent, obviously trying to create powerful combos and synergies. And the way you kind of encounter that combat is you progress through a map. And those of you familiar with roguelikes out there, it's kind of a traditional map where you progress through different encounters. Some of them might be combat, some of them might be other things, interesting things to do along the way. The really cool thing about Mercenaries, though, is that the progression is permanent. So when you're going through a mission, you get to keep the experience you've earned or the items that you've earned. So it's really awesome in the fact that you're playing through as you might have these really cool characters like Ragnaros, Jaina, and Illidan in the same team. It's a pretty crazy combination, and there's some even more wild things than that in there. But at the end of it, you'll get to take all the rewards that they've earned home with them and improve them. So, if you struggle and don't complete a level, then maybe the next time you will because your characters have improved.
So you're talking about how you're going through these missions, you're leveling up, you're getting these rewards. Mm-hmm. So is this something that uses your collection at all, or is it completely separate?
It's completely separate. So you're going to have these characters, and they're kind of outside of the normal Hearthstone collection, much like Battlegrounds is outside of normal Hearthstone, and it's kind of its own thing. We really think about Hearthstone as kind of a platform for card games. That's where we've been evolving more towards. And honestly, going back to even before I joined the team, Hearthstone's always kind of been that way a little bit. Like when you think about Arena, Wild, and Standard, and then single-player additions to that as well. They're really almost, there is some interconnectivity, and I think, a good way to look at that right now is the reward track. So when you're thinking about Mercenaries in the future, it's going to link into the reward track. So we want to make sure that however you want to play the game, that is something we're very committed to. However you want to play the game, you're rewarded for what you want to play. And we made big changes to the reward track to adhere for that for Battlegrounds players.
So you're talking a little bit about these different multiplayer game modes and these single-player game modes. Is this a single-player or a multiplayer game mode?
It's a bit of both. There's a lot of single player in terms of, when you think about the ratio of how much you're going to do, the majority of leveling up that you're going to do with your characters and the progression is going to be single player. But we do want there to be multiplayer in it also. So we really hope it's going to turn out to be highly skill-based battles between players. There's a lot of decision making. There's definitely less randomness than there is in traditional Hearthstone. There's still going to be some random outcomes. Like you can imagine a character like Ragnaros, his iconic deal 8 damage to a random target, that's probably something we're going to lean into with a character like that. But somebody like Illidan is probably very precise, has a skill which the outcome of it and how it's going to work out.
All right, well, we have characters like Jaina and Illidan and all these in addition to the 10 mercenaries. So there's characters new and old across Warcraft.
Absolutely. So, in terms of the old characters, we've mentioned a few of those already, but another one that's coming is Tyrion Fordring. He's got a really storied history, and he's wielder of one of the most iconic weapons in the game, the Ashbringer. But we also have the mercenaries themselves, and if you look at the Forging the Barons trailer, the star of the show is Rakara. She's awesome, she's this powerful orc warrior, and of course she has the best thing, a cute pet dog.
All right, I'm sold. All right, well, Mercenaries, it sounds awesome. When can we learn more? When can we get our hands on this?
So, we're not quite ready to talk about the dates yet, but we do want to make sure we release Mercenaries later this year. And of course, we're going to be keeping you all up to date with as much information as we can.
Well, that is the final piece of news we have to share with you today, but it's been a lot.
Yep.
We have the Year of the Griffin coming with Forging the Barons. We have the all-new core set, the classic format. We have updates coming to Duels and Battlegrounds and Book of Heroes, the all-new Book of Mercenaries, and then this new Mercenaries format. There's just a lot going on in Hearthstone this year.
It's a huge amount of stuff. We've been putting a huge amount of effort into making sure there's always new things for you to come and do whenever you want to play Hearthstone. Speaking of which, make sure to log in today to claim your free legendary for Forging the Barons, Shadowhunter Vol'jin, and visit the shop to claim your 30 Years of Blizzard card back. That card back is really unique. It's pretty different than anything we've done, so please make sure to let us know if you like it.
Men, this has been seriously awesome. Thank you so much for joining me today, and thank you to the rest of the Hearthstone team for making this all possible.
Yeah, really appreciate it, and thank you so much to you, all of our players. We're really happy to be able to share all of the exciting news coming for Hearthstone. Make sure to stay tuned for our card reveals coming later in the season, and for later this week for all of our core set cards.
My favorite, card reveals. Anyway, I'm sure you can't wait for that at home. Thank you all so much for watching this deep dive, and we'll see you all in the Year of the Griffin.
Hello and welcome to BlizzCon Line Day 2, and thank you all so much for joining us for this Hearthstone Q&A, where you sent in your questions, and we're going to answer as many as we can in the next 30 minutes. My name is Chris, and I'm a community manager here on the Hearthstone team, and we've got a fantastic group of panelists joining me today. Let's introduce you to them. First up, Hearthstone Game Director, Ben Lee.
Greetings.
Next up, Senior Game Designer, Alec Dawson.
Hey, everybody.
And last, but certainly not least, we've got Game Designer Joe Killing It Killian, everybody.
Hey there.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us, gentlemen. Now, folks, before we dive into this Q&A, wanted to quickly recap the major announcements from day 1 of BlizzCon Line for Hearthstone, in case you missed it. First up, we announced our brand new year in the Year of the Griffin. Throughout this year, you'll see expansions harkening back to the roots of Hearthstone in World of Warcraft. And kicking that off will be the first expansion of the year, Forged in the Barrens. Next up, we gave our first look at our brand new game mode, Hearthstone Mercenaries. And if you're curious to know more, dive into the VODs from day 1 and you'll get some more info. Now, we're going to dive into your questions and give you some answers. First up, we've got Demetrius. Demetrius is asking, what does the future hold for the reward track, and how will the potential changes affect the free-to-play Hearthstone experience? Ben, what do you got for Demetrius?
So, with the Darkmoon Fair expansion, we launched our brand new reward track system. We got off to a little bit of a rocky start, and our players are aware of that. We've made some really big, great changes since then. I think by the end of the expansion, players are going to be seeing that they're going to be getting significantly more gold and other rewards for playing their kind of normal experience of Hearthstone. But as for the future, one of the big changes that we're making is kind of how the rewards track is structured. So if you're in the later levels right now, say 48 or 49, it's around 5,000 experience to get a level. And you get 300 gold for that. We're going to be splitting our levels in half. So it'll be 2,500 experience roughly, and you're going to get 150 gold. We're going to be doing that across the entire track. What this means is that there's less time and less investment between each time you get a reward. So you're getting those cool moments and that fun payout more often. We're also going to be slightly increasing some of the rewards on the track, and there's going to be a few new surprises that we haven't detailed yet that we hope players are going to love.
Awesome. Thanks, Ben. Next up, we've got Andrew asking, will duels continue to see support? I was given the impression that the cards were in rotation would rotate more than we have seen. Maybe new hero powers, treasures to grow with the new expansions. Ben, that's you again.
So throughout the year, we're going to be seeing more additions to duels. Later this year, we're going to be seeing new heroes getting added to the mode. We're really excited to that. That adds a lot of new variety to it. But we don't want to take anything away. Players have invested their time and effort into unlocking these different characters' abilities and treasures, and we want to make sure that we respect that. However, in the Forged in the Barrens expansion, Jules is going to be seeing the addition of 2 expansions. Obviously, first is Forged in the Barrens, and the second is Journey to Ungoro. There's tons of fan favorite cards in there, and we're really excited to see how players react to quests and other cool mechanics from that expansion.
More dinos. Always great. Next up, Katsu asks, how do you decide which famous characters from World of Warcraft get to become heroes and legendaries, and which ones don't? Joe?
It's a pretty fun process. I mean, as we're going through the set and designing everything, we've picked a theme and we start looking around in that environment and finding the characters that interest us, finding characters that people are excited about. I mean, if you look at Forged in the Barrens, we showed off Mankrik, and Mankrik is just such a great example of like an iconic character that everybody knows about in the Barrens.
Awesome. Thanks, Joe. Tim comes at us with the next question. Tim asks, how will the introduction of the core set affect class identity? Are you adding or subtracting things from any class's kit? Alec, let's toss that one to you, my friend.
Yeah, there's a little bit of adding in terms of cards coming in. There's also a little bit of subtracting. So it's really focused on refining what class identity is currently in modern Hearthstone. I think one example is you look at Rogue and some of the identities that they've picked up over time throughout Hearthstone's history. So you might see a Burgle card come back for a year, and because that's part of what Rogue does now. They'll have Burgle cards from time to time. I think really looking at some of the other things, how we want classes to spec out in the future as well. So for this year in Druid, and you'll see some of the removal pieces go out. So you'll see Wrath go away, so Swipe go away, but you'll see them do removal via feral cards. So you might see a card like Feral Rage come back. You might see a card like Pounce come back, and that's how they're going to be actually taking minions out. So we're giving them more of a refined look at how we want them to be in modern Hearthstone, with still retaining a lot of that class identity.
Awesome. Thanks, Alec. Next up, Savannah asks, what inspired Frenzy as the new keyword for Forged in the Barrens? Joe, toss this one to you, my friend.
I mean, I think the Horde inspired Frenzy. You know, Forged in the Barrens is very thematic and around the Horde, and we were looking for a keyword that kind of embodied the, you know, the strength and resilience of the Horde. We thought Frenzy fit really well because, you know, you damage the character and they're not dead yet, so they have the ability to come back with some awesome power.
Awesome. Rodrigo comes at us with his next question. The new core set is awesome and refreshing, but are you planning to introduce 29 new cards with every core set refresh, or just on this occasion? Alec, what do you got to say?
Not 29 cards every core refresh. I think this year is definitely the big moment. So this is where the largest amount of new cards are going to be added to the game. And we may see some new cards in future years, but I would expect a smaller number. I think when we're thinking about the core set and how we're going to refresh it later on, next year, we'll probably look about 30%. That'll probably be where we start in ballpark and talk about, okay, what is 30% of this core set coming in and out every year? What does that look like? Is that the right number? But that's what we've been talking about right now. You know, we're just obviously seeing reception to it and everything like that's gonna, have some play there as well.
Corky's got our next question. We're going to toss this one to you, Joe. Corky asks, what challenges, design, cool factor, uniqueness do you typically encounter when trying to one-up legendaries from previous sets? Joe?
I mean, it's not always about, one-upping something, but I think a great example of legendaries that we've kind of played off of from other legendaries in the past are the old gods from Darkmoon Faire. When we were designing those out, we looked back at, a lot of the old god designs from Whispers of the Old Gods and how they kind of acted. And like Cthulhu and Whispers of the Old Gods, it was all about building Cthulhu up and creating this big, powerful creature. And so we kind of took that theme and idea of building this big, powerful Cthulhu up and kind of changed it into this mechanic where you're shuffling in the 5 pieces. So we still have that, callback to the original card, but it's fun and interesting in its own new way.
Sweet, man. Thanks, Joe. Jonathan's got our next question. Jonathan asks, do you foresee Hearthstone becoming more biased towards aggro or control decks? Do you as game designers have a preference for one or the other? Alec?
I would look at, do I see it becoming more biased towards aggro control decks? The meta will sort of determine where Hearthstone at any point in time is leaning towards one or the other. I think here, though, one of the biggest things we've changed over the years is how control decks, finish games or how they end games, where we want to give control decks finishers that actually close out the game rather than getting a ton of value and resources at the end of the game. I think over looking back at the last year, some things we learned from were cards like Archivist Elysiana and, Priest Galakron, where the way they were going to win was going to take the other opponent to fatigue and just have more cards. We want you to have big endgame finishers that are actually going to close out the match for you. So that's that's kind of how you'll see control decks shift a little bit, with this year and hopefully into the next future years of Hearthstone.
Thanks, Alec. As a control player myself, pretty excited about that. Next up, Steven asks, what's the team's philosophy regarding RNG? What kind of RNG do you think is healthy? And what kind do you try to avoid? Alec, let's toss this one to you again.
Yeah, I think the RNG that we've been successful at most has been a bit more contained RNG, where, they can come from this limited pool of things. I think something like spare parts in the past was a good example of that. I think lackeys were a good example of that. There was maybe a bit too much resource generation with lackeys in particular, but you would get a lackey and you understood what the subset was, so you could actually have an idea of what to play around. I think sometimes Hearthstone, when we do these big over the top, this could be anything. RNG, like the Yogg moments, we want to make sure that those are powered correctly, because if those things ever become too powerful, it can create some some unhealthy moments, I would say. So those are the things that we look out for when we look at RNG.
Cool. Alvin's got the next one. Alvin asks, who writes the flavor text for your cards, and why are they so funny? Joe, tell Alvin why they're funny.
Well, Val, one of our writers and designers, actually heads up that whole process. And once we have all the art and designs for all the cards in, she collects them all. And then when she actually sends it out to the entire team. And so it becomes this collaborative process with everybody pitching different jokes and ideas for the flavor text. And then we go through and pick the ones that are most exciting. And so, it becomes funny because it's all of these great people on the team coming together and pitching all their fun ideas.
Team effort. Love it. Lance asks, is there a chance the team could look into improving the dust economy of the game? Ben, let's toss this one to you.
So free-to-play economy is a pretty hot topic, and there's definitely some challenges in talking about it. But I think at its core, we've made really big strides over the last couple of years in terms of making Hearthstone more approachable as a game. Last year we introduced no duplicates across all rarities. At the same time, we also introduced real competitive decks for returning and new players. Those decks are designed by our final designers, and they are real, legitimate competitive decks that players can just get into, play on the ladder, as soon as they come into the game. This year, our core set is kind of our big change in terms of how we approach the game and how easy it is for players to get into. There's a huge amount of free cards that players are getting access to, and we've put them at a power level where we think that they're fair. When you look back at the old basic and classic cards, there's some cards that were auto-includes, but a lot of them just didn't really, meet the standards of seeing play in modern day Hearthstone. And the core set definitely feels better on that front and gives people a better stepping stone into the game. They're kind of building blocks for some of the decks and archetypes that we're going to see throughout the rest of the year. So kind of looping back to the dust system specifically, there's no concrete plans at the moment. It's something that we've talked about internally, that we do talk about. The free-to-play economy, another big thing we did to improve things there is the reward system. While there was a rocky start there, I think by the end of the cycle, players are definitely going to realize and see that they've got significantly more rewards. There was a post that I made personally back on Reddit talking about how much we could expect players to gain in terms of their economy. And I used myself as an example. I earn around 5,000-6,000 in a normal expansion. It's partly through play behavior, because personally I believe the reward track has been really awesome. The way the quests are and stuff, it's really engaging. But I have around 10,000-11,000 gold this expansion, and I'm sure, while you might not have that much more as a player out there, many of you are looking at your balances, you're also the card packs you've obtained and other rewards, and it's been much, much better for you. So I think, we don't have any tweaks for the dust economy right now. It's definitely something we're mindful of, but giving out rewards is kind of another way of achieving the same thing.
Thanks, Ben. Luca's got our next question. Luca asks, will the Alliance play any part of Forged in the Barrens? And if no, why not? Joe?
So we're leaning pretty heavily into the Horde, but Alliance is definitely going to have their place. There's a lot of different areas in the Barrens that are kind of more Alliance focused. Northwatch Hold is one of those zones that we kind of explore that has those Alliance themes. And we're also introducing these 10 new mercenary characters to Hearthstone, and there's one for each class, and they actually follow the kind of break of Alliance and Horde. So we have 5 Horde characters and 5 Alliance characters. So whether you like Horde or Alliance, there's definitely going to be something in Forged in the Barrens for you.
There you go, Alliance players. There you have it. Now, Ben, we're going to toss this one to you. Ben asks, do you have any future plans for the Classic format?
Love the name, by the way. It's a great name. So in terms of the Classic format and expectation setting, I think our current plans are to not make changes. We want players to come to Classic and experience the game as it was. Something that I think is a misconception is that everybody's experienced Classic. There are millions and millions of players that go through Hearthstone. There's far more than 100 million people have ever played Hearthstone now. And many of those have never experienced Classic. And Classic's kind of a time capsule. It's the game as it was when it launched. And we want those players to be able to experience that and have fun with it. We also believe it's fun for all players. So as a format in the game, it's one of the ways that you can choose to play. It's fully supported in terms of how it links into the rewards track, quests. It has a parallel ranked system to Wild and Standard as well. We're obviously open-minded about feedback. And we really want to see what happens when players get to grips with Classic. If they love it and it's overwhelmingly positive, we're definitely going to keep that on board and think about what's next. So kind of want to see how it goes, and we'll gauge it based on what our players tell us.
Right. Thanks, Ben. Jack's next up. Jack asks, with the addition of the core set and cards coming back in the standard, is it possible for Death Knight hero cards to return to Hearthstone? Alec?
It's possible for Death Knight hero cards to return. I think it's definitely possible. I think one of the things that as a team we want to do is probably bring back hero cards at some point for all the classes. And so when we do that, what's that going to look like? I think so we'll probably do that sometime in the future. And maybe down the road, though, when we don't have any plans to do that within our expansions, that could be a good point in time to put, hey, the Death Knights could come back. I wonder if we'd make any changes to them too. We might make a few adjustments if they came back, but I know there's a lot of nostalgia packed into them, so I think it'd be a lot of fun.
Sounds good to me. Now, Joe asks probably the most important question of all, and that is, what Hearthstone meme is best? And gentlemen, we're going to have all of you answer, and we're going to start it out with, of course, Joe, killing it, Killian.
I mean, my personal favorite memes I see are the OTK memes that people create. I love reading through those.
All right. Ben, what do you got?
It's got to be Boulder Fist Ogre. Good stats for the cost.
Classic. And then, Alec, what about you?
I think going off of Joe's, but then they have rank 1 legend at the end. It's like, all right, I'm going to do this super elaborate OTK, and then rank 1 legend.
Sounds good. Crab has got our next question. Crab asks, how will characters and mercenaries upgrade? Do they get new abilities? Will they get higher tiers, like 5 stars? Ben, could you answer this one?
Kind of everything, honestly. So you start out with a mercenary, and I'm just going to use an example of, let's say Thrall. So Thrall starts out, he's level 1, and he has 1 ability. As you go through the game, you're going to, as you gain levels on Thrall, you're going to unlock new abilities. You're going to unlock new equipment for him. You're also going to be able to upgrade those pieces of equipment and those abilities, which makes them deal more damage, heal more, or whatever the case may be. You can also evolve Thrall into different versions of himself. So during the reveal that we did, over the last couple of days, we've shown kind of these 3 forms of some characters. So you can see in the artwork, they start out, younger or less experienced or just less powerful looking, and then they kind of grow in power as you progress through the game. We haven't revealed too much about mercenaries right now, and that's a purposeful choice. We want to show players that something big, fun, awesome is coming. But we don't want to save everything till the end, but there's lots of details still to come, and we're going to be revealing more of them as we progress through the year.
Fantastic. Excited to hear more about mercenaries, Ben. Thanks so much. Fettuccine's got our next question. Fettuccine asks, Dragons got their time in the spotlight during the Year of the Dragon and Descent of Dragons expansion. The other Murlocs and I want to know, when's our time to shine? When's our expansion coming? Alec?
I would love to do a Murloc expansion. I think the one thing we would think about where dragons, there's, all types of different size dragons. We have our baby whelps all the way down at the bottom, and we can go all the way to 10 mana and make these big monstrous dragons, right? So I think for Murlocs, we probably have to try to, increase the range a little bit of what the Murlocs are going to look like. Some big buff Murlocs, maybe. But at that point, yeah, let's do it. Murgle McGurgle all the way,
Buffed Murlocs sound pretty rad. All right, Samuel coming at us asks, what plans do you guys have for new players that just got into the game? Ben, let's give this one to you.
So, I touched on this a little bit in a previous question. Last year, we did lots of cool changes, no duplicates, returning, competitive decks for returning players. I think the core set is a really big thing for this year for our new and returning players. When you come into the game, you have access to this huge amount of cards, which are really great for starting new decks, and they're on a much more competitive level than the basic and classic set of previous years. There are unlock requirements for them, but they're really, really small. And if you're a returning player, you probably have access to all the cards already anyway. On top of that, we have made over the last year or so, actually, we've made significant changes to the new player quests that players get when they come into the game. And we're much more generous than Hearthstone used to be. And we want players to have a much easier ramp and easier time getting into the game. It's super important to us. And for any of you out there that are picking up Hearthstone for the first time, we'd love to hear your feedback on how your experience has been.
Thanks, Ben. Dave's got the next one, and he asks, what was the thinking behind making the core legendary dragons, Ysera, Malygos, Alexstrasza, 9 mana rather than the maximum 10? Alec?
When we made the new versions for the core set, we wanted to reflect what the previous versions have been, sort of like an homage to them. And also, they're big dragons, we want to keep them high in stats and in cost as well. So it was mainly about fitting what the dragons, how you know them already in Hearthstone, but then giving them new text boxes because that's how we wanted to bring them into the modern gameplay of today's Hearthstone and sort of revamp them a little bit. You still have some 10 mana ones though. We still got Deathwing at 10 mana, and he's definitely going to do some hurt. I think that new Deathwing is one of the ones that stands out as being, okay, very similar in flavor, but just a lot more playable, and it feels a lot better to put inside your deck.
Awesome. Thanks, Alec. Appreciate it, man. Next up, we've got Charles asking, as a brick and mortar retailer, thank you for all your support with Fireside Gatherings. Are there any plans to return these events back on later this year or in 2022? I can go ahead and answer this one, Charles. We absolutely want to bring Fireside Gatherings back to being in-person events. Our top priority right now is making sure that our players are safe and sound. So once that we get to a place in a world where we're able to do that, we absolutely plan on bringing those back. So great question. Can't wait to bring them back, but until then, we've got those virtual Fireside Gatherings happening. Thanks so much, Charles. Now, let's go to our next one. We've got Demetrius asking a question. Will you continue experimenting with quests? I believe they make for very fun archetypes, and I'd love to see more quest synergy, and themed legendaries. Alec, let's give you another one.
Yeah, we love quests on the team. We think it gives us a point in the cycle of 2 years of expansions to do something very, very focused that a class or archetype doesn't normally do, and then give out these big rewards for having you complete that quest. I think we learned a lot after Ungoro, and then we went in Old Doom. We were like, okay, let's do quests again, but a little bit different. You don't have to wait a turn to get the card this time. You get the immediate heater power, so that was kind of nice to get your reward immediately. And a lot of what we wanted to do is make quests a lot more completable. So I think we've learned lessons since then, even off Old Doom. So we'll probably take a bunch of those lessons. But if we do reintroduce quests, I would want to do it slightly differently if we get a different twist on it. So, but yeah, we'll probably do it someday in the future.
Sounds like a plan. Now, our next question was our one video submitted question. So shout out to you, Ben. Thanks so much for the video question. Ben asks, what are some of the things the team did internally to make some of the recent big changes possible? And of course, this question is going to go to Ben Lee. Ben?
So I think something that some of our players know is that we've really expanded the team size over the last few years. The core Hearthstone team was actually very small that made and shipped the game. And then the first couple of years of that, the team was actually still quite small. Over the last 2-3 years, we've really expanded the team size, and it's much bigger. So we have much more capacity to do lots and lots of different things. The Hearthstone team have always been hungry to try and experiment and create awesome and exciting new experiences. I think just over the last couple of years, for a whole bunch of different reasons, that's kind of just been unlocked. And you can see that in things like Battlegrounds, in Duels, in mini sets, and obviously in Mercenaries coming next year. Hearthstone, we want Hearthstone to be a game where you can always come back to it, and there's going to be something new and exciting and interesting. And also, that there's big, exciting things coming in the future. We aren't just a game that makes 3 expansions a year anymore. We do so much more than that now. And I think our players are really happy with that. And as a team, I think we're super happy with that too. It's always exciting to work on new things as well, and the team, they relish that.
Absolutely. Thanks, Ben. Next question comes from Mr. Dirt. Mr. Dirt wants to know, with the new Malagos Dragon, does that mean we won't be able to play our old OTK Malagos decks? Or will it be in Wild? Alec, let's toss this to you.
Yeah, so there's a new core version of Malagos. Battlecry draws spells into your hands full. It's actually pretty cool. You can draw a ton of cards with that card, right? And then the old Malagos, spell damage +5, is going to go into Wild. So you'll be able to experience that there. Still a lot of fun. Still can do some crazy stuff in Wild there. We wanted to just make some more room. I think Malagos was a card that sometimes kept us back a little bit in terms of some of our designs. So I want to pull back a little bit, maybe do some more interesting things with spell damage, some different variants of how you're experiencing that high spell damage threshold.
Right. Thanks, Alec. Globex has our next question. This is a fun one. Will there be cross-promo skins or heroes in the future? I'd love to see something such as Warrior Reinhardt or Priest Moira. Ben, what do you think?
So we've actually recently just released kind of our first foray into this with the Three Kingdoms skins that released actually just a week or so ago. The fan reaction to that, I think, has been almost unanimously positive. We're really happy to see that players love this cool art and are really excited by it. So it's definitely something we're open-minded to, but we need to always find the right way to do that for Hearthstone. We love our license. We're a Warcraft game at heart, and we want to make sure that we're doing things that fit. I think when you look across the various Blizzard games, Three Kingdoms has fitted in different ways. There's it kind of just fits into our art style in lots of different ways. So we want to make sure that things that we do and put in the game as additions are still true to the core of what Hearthstone is. So the answer is yes, but we want to be careful about it.
Sounds great. Thanks, Ben. Alexander asks, do you plan on releasing more cards like Transfer Student that interact with the board? Joe, let's hear from you.
I mean, we love Transfer Student. It was a ton of fun to design and look at all the different boards and what effect do we want for this specific board. And I think we could definitely see those cards in the future if we find the right designs for them, because it's definitely an interesting space to explore.
Cool. Thanks, Joe. Eb's got our next one. Eb asks, with the introduction of the new core set, would you ever introduce new class mechanics for classes that never had any? Alec, do you have an answer for him?
Yeah, we would totally do that. I think we thought about it pretty early on with Priest. I think one of the things with Priest that players wanted to see come back was some sort of shadow aspect to them, right? And we had written off, okay, face damage. So how do you do shadow without face damage? What do you do there? So we talked about multiple things like, okay, what could Priest do with their hero power? Maybe that's different. Maybe they had light and shadow cards. Where we ended up, we kept some things the same in terms of hero power for simplicity's sake and actually gameplay's sake as well. And then we're going to reintroduce how they do shadow, and we're going to reintroduce some face damage to their archetype. So they'll be doing some more small chip damage that goes face through multiple cards. Won't be as big as 5 damage, but you'll see, 2, 3s, and 4s in Priest, and that's how they'll reestablish their shadow identity.
Awesome. Cool. Thanks, Alec. Next up, Benjamin asks, will we be seeing more weapons with passive effects like Sphere of Sapience moving forward? Now, I know we typically toss Ben questions to Ben, but gotta make a change sometime. Joe, what do you got to say?
Yeah, I mean, Sphere of Sapience was another super fun design for us. And yeah, that's definitely a space that I can see us exploring more in the future. Every time we're designing new sets and stuff, we're always looking for these new mechanics and stuff. And if we can find like a good set that really thematically works for it, I think we could definitely find space for it.
Awesome. Now, gentlemen, we're coming up on time. Let's ask one final question. We got this question from John. Are there any plans to implement a random hero skin and a random coin like we had with the random card back then?
Absolutely. I think, especially for hero skins, we don't have a date or any specific details to reveal about that, but it's definitely something that we're going to do. It's just a matter of when. When you look across the heroes, especially with the way the reward track works, we're adding lots of vanity options for players. Players are really excited about those. They love earning them in different ways. The 1,000th win skins have been super popular over the last couple of years. So we want to give people a way to really show all the different heroes that they've earned or that they have. So definitely. As for the coin, honestly, probably, but at a lower priority because there's simply just less coins. In the future, I can totally see us doing that too, though.
Awesome. Thanks, Ben. Well, folks, that's a wrap on this Hearthstone Q&A. First off, just want to thank our panelists, Ben, Alec, and Joe, Killian, for joining us today for this Hearthstone Q&A. And obviously, we want to thank you all so much for joining us for this Hearthstone Q&A. We wouldn't be here without you all, and we greatly appreciate it. We hope you have a magical rest of your BlizzCon line, and until next time, we'll see you in the tavern. Thanks so much, everybody.
So it's funny thinking back to the long ago when we started Silicon and Synapse. We really had no idea what we were doing.
I will go ahead and just tell you exactly what happened.
I think at the time it was probably the most violent game that had been done on Super Nintendo.
It's a video game, so it's okay, right?
Those early days were so pure and so simple.
This thing was the bane of my existence. Alan's charter was, let's just make games and have some fun.
I remember when there was a game out there that we liked, we always wanted to show that we could create something even better.
It wasn't much more complicated than that.
So Lost Vikings started out very different than what it ended up as. Ultimately, that was a great thing.
The original concept for Vikings was to create a game similar to Lemmings, where you've got lots and lots of Vikings and these puzzles that you're trying to solve, and the Vikings are just fodder.
It was this game with hundreds of little tiny blonde-haired 8-pixel tall Vikings, and it was very similar to Lemmings. You would have torch Vikings, you would have ladder Vikings, and you would use these different type of Vikings to scale castles, cross modes, defeat enemies.
We found out that it was going to be very difficult to write a game that did that with 100 Vikings. So there was just too many Vikings.
So we condensed it down to 5 units, and then eventually down to 3 units. And that was really Lemmings, plus that evolution of going from many to 5 to 3 was really the inception of the mechanics behind Lost Vikings.
Can I name all 3 Vikings?
Oh boy.
I have no idea.
Belag the Fierce or something, or the Strong?
Eric the Swift, I think.
Olaf the Stout, Eric the Swift, and Belag I don't remember.
And honestly, I don't remember, and that's kind of sad, but it's funny because I play it all the time.
Eric the Swift, Belag the Fierce, Olaf the Stout. That's who I model myself after.
One of the challenges for the game Vikings was that you had to get all 3 characters to the end of the level. And so that meant that there was potentially a lot of having characters move across the same ground.
I remember we're just having to brainstorm different ways that the Vikings could work together or do things on their own, and what limitations they had when they were on their own.
Their skill sets were so different, it made it really interesting to move these 3 different characters through the same level or parts of the same level. They didn't necessarily traverse exactly the same paths.
There wasn't really a lot of rhyme or reason to how creating something like a level for Lost Vikings worked back then.
We were trying to come up with an idea
as to how we could get them in these different environments that didn't make any sense. At the time, there was a whole bunch of stuff going on about alien abductions, so we had them abducted by an alien, and it was pretty funny because then we could take them and drop them into anywhere. So we could drop them into a factory zone, we could drop them into the Goofy world, we could drop them into just about anywhere and everywhere.
I vaguely remember showing Interplay early versions, early work in progress. They had some sort of constructive criticism for us.
Interplay actually provided some help, and they had an artist named Snake come over and redo a bunch of the artwork for us to help make it better.
They came back so cute and so adorable that we're just like, yeah, okay, we see it. That even to this day, I think that it was probably one of the best decisions that was made.
One of the things that we always try to do in our games is make sure that we're hitting on all cylinders, and humor just seemed to be another element. Like, games don't have to take themselves seriously, they can be fun as well.
One thing that Blizzard's always been really good at, and one thing that we've always been really proud of, is the fact that we always put our own humor into the game.
I think they struck a good balance of fun humor, not mean humor or irreverent humor, but just kind of lighthearted fun.
So this question comes up a lot. Why are there 2 green Vikings along with a blue one, and there's no red Viking?
I don't know why there's 2 green Vikings, 1 blue one.
The answer is the Super Nintendo only had a certain number of palettes.
You had 256 colors maximum. We were only allowed to have 15 colors per character.
Because we had so few colors to work with, if we were to add more colors to a Viking, we'd have to take those colors away from somewhere else.
What we did, though, was in Heroes of the Storm, when we brought back the Lost Vikings, we introduced that blue color scheme for Olaf. So if you look at it now, you have Eric with his sort of red, you have Balog in the green, and you have Olaf in the blue.
Back then, you could make a game start to finish in just a few months with 4 or 5 people. That led to this proliferation of lots of different game types, and that was sort of the environment that we grew up in.
When people saw Lost Vikings and then looked at Rock 'n' Roll Racing, they go, those games are so widely different. Why did they change? And then when we put Blackthorn out, then they were really confused. It's like, what is going on? In all honesty, we were just trying to do things that we wanted to play.
We didn't want to create the same thing. We were playing lots of different games. We wanted to create lots of different games.
If you spend all day long working on the game, and then before you go home, what you want to do instead of going home is play the game some, you know you're working on a hit. And that was what it was like with Rock 'n' Roll Racing.
Let the carnage begin!
Rock 'n' Roll Racing actually is sort of the spiritual sequel to a game we made called RPM Racing.
RPM Racing was actually a game that Alan Adham had done by himself. So Interplay had asked Alan to make a sequel to it, and that's where I believe Silicon and Synapse was actually born from, was to build a team to make Rock 'n' Roll Racing and do other games.
Blizzard didn't make Rock 'n' Roll Racing. Bob Fitch did. Bob told me to say that too. I think he's going to give me a cool $20 for that.
I started Rock 'n' Roll Racing very close to the beginning. In fact, I got to do most of the code associated with that, so that was fun.
RPM Racing was a good racing game, but it didn't have a tremendous amount of personality.
When we started talking about our Rock 'n' Roll Racing, we started talking about making the tracks bigger, about putting weapons on the cars, different lasers and rockets and all this other stuff on. Because who doesn't like to blow things up? In a video game, it's fun to blow things up because there's no real ramifications.
Simon should avoid mine!
We pushed it from a normal racing game on boring dirt tracks to racing in outer space, right? To racing on inferno planets with aliens, blasting away at you. And that was just the sort of birth of what Blizzard did with all of the games, what we did to fantasy and sci-fi and horror. Was all started back in those little games that took a year to make, and we were just kind of having fun with it. We didn't look at it as we were trying to be radically different. We were saying, hey, we can do whatever we want, let's do it. And I think that set the tone for future Blizzard games.
One of the innovations of Rock 'n' Roll Racing was putting real rock and roll music into the game.
The goal was to just pick really recognizable classic rock songs that would that added an element of excitement to the experience.
The first musician we contacted was actually ZZ Top, and the price tag basically for us to be able to get them was prohibitive. And then we contacted a music service that provides sort of low-cost licensed music in public settings. We licensed, I think, about a half a dozen songs at a reasonable price, and we were able to adapt them into the hardware at the time. It was like peanut butter and chocolate. It was just perfect.
About to blow!
One of the things we got for Rock and Roll Racing that was really, I thought was very lucky, was get Larry Huffman to come and do the actual calling of the races.
The stage is set. The green flag drops.
He used to do the announcing for Speedway over at the Orange County Fairgrounds.
Sunday, Sunday, Sunday.
Come on down to the something raceway. I don't remember anything else beyond that.
The idea of putting voice in there, like a race caller's voice into the game, seemed really obvious. Why aren't more people doing this?
There are several technical challenges. I mean, the first was there wasn't a whole lot of space on the cartridge for things like audio clips, and so we really had to pick and choose the ones we could get on there and make sure that they were compressed so that they didn't take much space.
And then after that, it just became a question of a little bit of sort of intelligent AI to figure out when to say the lines so it sounded natural.
If something happened in the game and I wanted to highlight it, then I would just call one of the little clips. I would just either pick them randomly or have one associated with a particular action.
Rip jams into first. Snake scores a first place knockout.
We wanted to have more speed or a better sense of speed going from RPM racing to rock and roll racing. And I think the biggest thing we did there was increased the size of the track. Believe it or not, somehow that helped. I also sped up the cars. I literally made them travel faster.
That brings its own set of challenges because then when you're doing collision detection on the edges of the track and with other cars, you have to handle the case where you've moved well past the edge and try and figure out where the car should have been. So it required a lot of additional work on Bob's part.
I think the introduction of heavy metal music really helped pick up the speed of the game. It might have been that they made the cars faster, but I'm going to stick with the heavy metal thing. Heavy metal makes you go faster.
Flash is dominating the race. Rip jams.
We'd done Lost Vikings, we'd done Rock and Roll Racing. Those were both really tongue-in-cheek. We just wanted to try our hand at something a little bit different.
Kyle's there, he's got his shotgun, and that was what the whole game was about.
It was this lone guy going through the world, shooting things up.
Blackthorn was even a little bit heavier and a little bit darker to begin with, but we changed it around a bit because it was just feeling too heavy. When you're playing a console game, you're not really looking to play a super serious story game. You want to have fun. We had just come off of Rock and Roll Racing where you play with your buddies and have fun. And then you got this game where it's like, children are missing. It's getting worse, and you're like, oh man, this is getting heavy. Let's like lighten it up a little bit. I mean, you can still have a shotgun, right? But let's tone down on the dark stuff.
Blackthorn's story was the beginning, sort of Blizzard learning to tell stories. We start to kind of take ourselves a little bit serious in our writing and how we think about stories and character development.
Blackthorn was our first anti-hero. He was a hero, but he was kind of a bad guy or a tough guy, or he played on the darker side of the street, right? So you can see a little bit of the elements of Blackthorn in characters like Illidan and characters like Arthas.
Jim Raynor is kind of Blackthorn-esque.
The idea for Blackthorn came from a couple other games that were among the first to use rotoscoping.
And one of them was, it's called Out of This World. And there was another game that followed on called Flashback. And seeing those games really was something we felt like, hey, we can do that too. We can make a game that looks like that and has those kinds of sensibilities.
I remember seeing that and just thinking, oh my God, the animations are so lifelike, they're amazing. Had never seen anything like that before.
I remember they wanted the animations to look really fluid. They really wanted to get that nice kind of just smooth motion. And so what they did is they filmed us doing the various actions of the character in the game with a a broom or a stick for the gun. And
People were running around with guns and crawling and dodging and ducking with different implements in their hand to simulate what gun combat would look like. It was hilarious.
I think I tried to do some forward rolls or something at one point, but I don't know that worked very well.
It seems like a great cost savings. Hey, we'll just record people. But really, it was an enormous amount of work for the artists to take that video and convert it into something that could be used for the game.
We would go through this elaborate process to cut out the character, and then we would take those frames and we would draw over them meticulously with the 15 colors that we were allowed. And what we ended up doing was, instead of rotoscoping, we said, how many frames does this character have to do? Oh, 16? Okay, we'll just do a 16-frame animation, and we'll just kind of put that rotoscoping stuff to the side. We did it once or twice. It was the biggest pain in the butt, and then we figured out we're just going to do it ourselves.
The names of the characters in Blackthorn they're a little random.
Thoros and Salak and all this, and then Kyle.
Why Kyle?
Don't really know why we chose to call him Kyle.
We had talked about some 80s action movies before, and you might remember a little one called, Terminator. There was Kyle Reese. He was sent from a future time to the present time to save Sarah Connor. So when we were making this game, we thought Kyle was a cool sounding name.
Kyle's a perfectly normal name for a guy with a shotgun from Earth.
One of the things about Blackthorn that's kind of cool is it's the first time that we actually had orcs.
I don't know if you remember it, but there would be the little bad guys that you fought, and then when they shot you, they would go, ha, 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 ha.
The orcs at that time just became so dear to us also because they were always just there to add a little bit of humor to what was going on in a very dark story.
That's a fun little side note, I think, that many people wouldn't have known, is that the first Blizzard orcs were in Blackthorn. Now, wait a minute, I'm actually thinking, I think our first orc might have actually been in Rock and Roll Racing as one of the bad guys that you play against. I think it was Bogmire. So, Blizzard and orcs since 1993.
When I think about Lost Vikings, Rock and Roll Racing, and Blackthorn,
I can't really say that I have a favorite game.
Rock and Roll Racing is by far my favorite.
Lost Vikings is definitely my favorite.
They're all pretty different from each other too, which makes it hard to choose.
Rock and Roll Racing is my favorite.
My favorite was Lost Vikings.
I have to admit that my favorite game, still to this day, is Lost Vikings.
I love them all equally.
And there's no one here. I'm alone. But we can't do candy this time because things are different. But we are here, and I am Darren, and I am so excited to spend this day with you. Thank you, thank you, thank you all for sharing your time with us wherever you are watching from. I hope that you and yours are safe and healthy because we have a wonderful show planned. I am thrilled to be back with you. Thrilled, do you hear me saying this? It's Darren. I'm always thrilled. Thank you all for enjoying what I have brought to Community Night. Over the years, you are all very kind. It means the world to me. Tonight, just think of me as the human equivalent of comfort food. I am meatloaf in a suit. Or if you're vegan, I am tofu with a pocket handkerchief. Either way, I'm so looking forward to today. When Blizzard reached out to me about doing this, I thought about the line at the end of Honor and Glory. Hey, I got the thing. There it is. You know when Reinhardt says, I have been called. I must answer. Always. I thought about Reinhardt's kindness and his devotion, his sense of being there for others. That line, it's a very important line to me. It resonates with me. It's a powerful line. Is it my favorite Reinhardt line? No. People ask a lot of the cast, what's your favorite line? What's your favorite line? What's your favorite line is your character? And I've never said what mine is. I've never said it. It's something I've struggled with. I put a lot of thought into it. And then it hit me. For me, there is no favorite line. There is only Overwatch. There is only Warcraft. There is only Hearthstone, Diablo, StarCraft, Heroes of the Storm. These are worlds and characters that I want to spend time with, that I want to immerse myself in. Every time I get to go into the recording booth, every time I get to become one of my now 75 Blizzard characters, how did that happen? That's my favorite time. That's what I do to hopefully give you your favorite moment. It's a little bit of joy, a little bit of madness, a little bit of whimsy. And at the heart of it, if you think about it, that's Blizzard. That's this community. That creative spark that will inspire outrageous cosplay, beautiful art, wonderful performances. Those worlds, those characters. Hey, in Warcraft, they put a giant sword into a planet. In Overwatch, there is a guerrilla scientist from the moon, and there is a small hamster that somehow knows how to operate heavy machinery. And we love it. That's this community to me. That's what today is about. All the cosplayers, the artists, the short filmmakers, the singers, the musicians, getting their crazy, delicious, delightful, gosh all heck, wow moment, sharing their skill and their passion so that you go, how did they do that? Why did they do that? Can I do that? Of course you can. It's that creative spark that will be shared by everyone you're going to see tonight, so that even in this time of distance, our community creates things that give us connection. It's that spirit that makes me so thrilled to see what everyone has in store for us. It will be a little bit of joy, a little bit of madness, a little bit of whimsy. And also, stick around to the end, because we're going to bring on a special guest to help me announce Best in Show Cosplay Award. And now, grab your favorite beverage. Could be iced tea, could be moonberry juice. Sit back, relax, because we're about to start. And we're going to start with a segment you'll be seeing throughout the program, aptly named Talent Spotlight. And this is your Community Showcase.
One who cannot let go, broken from within, descending to the frozen stone, falling flight from life to the house of us, frost proof clad no more, chosen, spoken, lead them to war that breaks or strengthens the soul. Deep in the grove lies an ancient vessel, slumber, dreaming as winter takes hold. As the boughs break, one must forsake, and of an earth for the sake of the grove. To all the good people who are struggling through these times, keep on keeping on and help to keep our kind alive. Anima is our stamina, we give it to those in need. Rest assured, we will fill your gourd if you always trust in
We just started, and already I am so happy. What a surprise. It's me. I am always blown away by what everyone has to offer, and there will be more talent spotlights throughout the program. But right now, we are going to get right into what you have all been waiting for, the cosplay. Our community does some of the best cosplay out there, and we are so excited to showcase it here for you. In the cosplay contest, the entrants were judged on originality, design, creativity, and execution. For our first cosplay category, no one does character armor and weapons better than Blizzard. And this year, we're doing something a little different to introduce some of those contest finalists. We're shining a light on the community members from each of the 6 Blizzard franchises who are making a difference within their communities by bringing people together through gaming. To start us off, here is Vitor Ravenous Silveira.
Hi there, my name is Vitor Silveira. I'm also known as Ravenous or Rev, and I'm from Brazil. For those who don't know, I am the creator of a project called EcoPoint Brazil. This project has been a lifesaver for me and for some members of the community. We've been able to connect in a whole different way. We've been doing like a lot of work for the environment. We've been planting, doing reforesting, we've been cleaning. I want to thank everyone for helping me and allowing me to make this come true. Overwatch was a life changer for me. I love the universe, I love the characters, they are amazing. I love the soundtrack, I love the gameplay, I love how the game works, and the lore. The lore was that allowed me to create the project EcoPoint, so that changed my life forever. And now, here are the finalists and winner for this year's cosplay and weapons and armor category.
我是美，冻龄了9年，有些害羞，可考对御风 生报纸剩我一人撑到最后，有人问美妈你要御寒吗？浑身肉肉，抱歉南极太冷，我只能穿得这么厚。我是美，深度科研宅，专注气象研究，身边只有一个我的小助手，他叫雪球。待我醒来的时候，世界已现在就，我带上数据出发，决定拯救整个星球。我是美，闲来无事喜欢吟诗一首，平时很谦逊不上手，只是冻住不让走。都说我是战场乱金油，人间归地球，我只想控制住坏人，再请出我的队友。我是美，其实我内心里也很温柔，跳起兰花指，转起枪来，显得很有 feel。你要不服，我就用拳拳砸你胸口。哇，除了科研，原来我这么适合战斗。我是美，手里的吹风机能喷射冷气，如果遇到敌袭，我会收起冰墙防御，能保护，能突袭。我不怕1v1，随身带护甲，残血就把自己关在冰箱里。开玩笑，我有全超术，也是我的控制能力。属性逆袭是暴雪爸爸亲闺女，我是平时里不要对身材太过在意，你们管这个叫坦，而我叫 sexy。坏人太多太疯狂，毫无章法的跑场，减速呢也是一种情绪稳定的方法。有人说我长得像熊猫，是不是讨打？冻住你好，爆头3件套，送你回家。都学学温斯顿的处事风格，绝对冷静。我最讨厌那些坏蛋肆意破坏环境，只要我有恒心，守望先锋，团结一心，终有一天霸占西平世界，重回安宁收。
Another amazing spotlight, and congratulations to all the finalists of the Weapons and Armor Cosplay category. The winner on Hire a Cosplay is now qualified for the Best In-Show Cosplay Award at the end of the program. Moving on, storytelling is what really captures our attention and keeps bringing us back to the worlds and the realms of Blizzard. And this community, you guys, you're so great because you take those stories and you make them your own. So now, let's take a look at the third place finalist for digital storytelling.
It's over, Sylvanas! Stop this bloodshed!
Jaina, if Sylvanas responds with terms that are acceptable to me, peace is upon us. No one is better suited to discuss the matter further. I trust in it again, Greymane.
There you are, Alliance dog. The Horde is now at open war with the Alliance. Has Stormwind finally come out to play? I have no time for games. Not while I reign. This war will not end until we stand victorious. Such a feeble mind. No. Do not keep me waiting. You have no idea what you're up against. My victory was inevitable. The Forsaken will never stop fighting. Ugh, fool! I don't do bouncy. Enough of your insolence! Look up and around you. This is war. Time is a luxury we do not possess. Nathanos. Give me a moment. Interesting. Few truly have the stomach for war. You, it seems, have a genuine taste for it. I require the services of one whom I can trust. Want to witness true power? For you. This will be a convenient partnership. I will have need of you. For the Horde.
Wow. Well, I'm embarrassed.
And cue 1,342, go. Lee, camera 4, I want a slow pan in on the host, a DePaul mover, number 7. No, Lee, that's a DePaul move number 6. Are we not paying attention? Slowly, slowly, Lee, slowly, Lee. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, let's go to camera 3. That's not working. Hi. Since no one's here, I thought I'd take
Someone tell Darren there's no camera there.
I've gone mad with power. Now, we're gonna move right along to the next cosplay category, Blizzard character. Let's get to know Scott Levy, AKA Bites, as he helps introduce the finalists. Okay, Lee, let's go. Cue number 1, back to 1.
Nobody tell Darren.
Brilliant! Lee, this is great. Keep going, keep going, keep going. You went too far, Lee. Oh, God.
Hey, I'm Scott Levy, also known as Hearthstone Innkeeper Bites, and I'm in Phoenix, Arizona. Over the years, I've gotten a reputation of hosting over-the-top events. And for me, Fireside Gatherings kind of became a creative outlet. As someone who gets a lot of joy from hosting live events, it's been an especially difficult year. It hasn't stopped me, though, from connecting with my Hearthstone family. If anything, being restricted to online events has helped push me to create some unique tournaments like the Battle Blitz and Battle Grind. I've gotten to the point now where I've been able to mentor other innkeepers and provide them with tools and resources and training to help make their events better. I've run some charity events and created resources online for everyone to use, and giving back to the community really means a lot to me. One of the things that I miss the most, of course, is BlizzCon. I miss all the people and the live tournaments and the spectacle of it all. And I even miss the 2.5 hours it takes of glue and makeup and paint to transform me into the Innkeeper. And as much work as it is to transform me into this guy, I know so many people put so much more work into their cosplay. So I am thrilled that this year we get to see some more amazing cosplay. And now, here are the finalists and winner of this year's cosplay Blizzard Characters category.
Congratulations to Hardigan for winning the Cosplay Award for Best Blizzard Character. Stick around at the end of the showcase to see if they take home the coveted Best in Show Cosplay Award. It's coming up at the end of the showcase. But right now, we have the second place digital storytelling piece, and my friends, it is a musical delight. Let's see it now. Music!
I saw an old man in a dinghy by the sea. He said he was in a quarantine. I thought he'd gone mad from the scurvy when he pulled out his thunder fury. It said 6 feet apart or 6 feet down. Stand next to me and I'll put ye underground. Don't hide ye helm nor take your mask off. There be plague in Azeroth. So I docked me ship off the wetland shore. The town seemed quieter than before. No folk in sight, but food at their doors, delivered by Goblin Eats. No horde or ally in BGs, instead they fight through Zoom meetings. Everyone's social distancing, like that old man said to me. 6 feet apart or 6 feet down. Stand next to me and I'll put ye underground. Don't hide ye helm nor take your mask off. There be plague in Azeroth. I seek to find the source of the plague that drove all of our heroes away. I start me search in Booty Bay, the foulest place there be. The goblins point to Zul'Gurub. I ask Hakar, corrupted blood? He said, no way, try Kel'Thuzad, a 20-minute flight northeast. Excuse me. Can you move back, please? 6 feet apart or 6 feet down. Stand next to me and I'll put ye underground. Don't hide ye helm nor take your mask off. There be plague in Azeroth. I arrive at Nax and find KT. He said this plague is beyond me. There's no place with toxicity to brew a plague like that. But Storm when trade chat. Can you please move your griffin back? I spot that old man from the dinghy. He's yelling in trade, Thunder Fury. Everybody has one in the city, and they're also Scarab Lords, fully bis and bored. I said 6 feet. It appears that jerks be the source of the plague, bragging about their loot in trade. It annoyed all the casual folk away. Now no one wants to play, but there's still some hope to save the city. The Kirby show generosity. We're all part of one community that spans 30 years. So spread love to your peers, because Blizzard is
All cosplay takes imagination, artistry, creativity, ingenuity. But for our category of traditional creation, we want to award those who displayed the highest levels of craftsmanship through cutting, sewing, fastening, and use of classic materials. So, to announce the finalists in traditional creation cosplay, we have Diablo 3 content creator, Wolfcrier.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, my name is James McDermott, but online I am better known as Wolfcrier, a Diablo 3 streamer and content creator. I'm also the founder of Level with a Cause, which is a charity fundraising event that coincides with the start of each new season in Diablo 3. We've been doing this since Season 11, and thanks to a ton of my fellow content creators and the generosity of the Diablo 3 community, this effort has managed to raise over $80,000 for various charities over the last few years. 2020 brought many challenges to our daily lives, but gaming, and in particular for me, Diablo 3 and its fantastic community, brought me at least some sense of that normalcy that I think we were all trying to find last year. Some of my best memories that I have come from Blizzcon. These are truly moments that I can never, ever forget, and I personally can't wait until we all have that opportunity to meet up in person once again. But now, here are the finalists and winners for this year's Cosplay Traditional Creation category.
And now, it is time to give out the first place award for digital storytelling. And for this piece, a group of Overwatch community members came together from around the globe to create something truly fantastic. Let me tell you, my friends, they delivered the payload. Let's take a look.
Okay, let's get cracking. Oh, better get my coffee. All right, good to go. And right on time. Reinhardt, how are you?
Good, I suppose. But I'm still not sure about this internet meeting.
Oh, you'll get used to it, big guy. Now, can you screen share our plan of attack on Sector 7?
What share? Share what? What are you speaking of?
Hold that thought. Brigitte's in the waiting room.
Where? What room? Where's my beloved goddaughter? I do not see her.
Brigitte, how are you? Oh! What is that?
That's just Mitzi. She hasn't had her dinner yet.
What's a dinner?
Halfway between lunch and dinner. She gets cranky if she doesn't get it on time. No, Mitzi, no, behave.
Okay, well, anyway, here's Genji. Genji, we can't hear you.
Genji, you're muted. Turn off mute.
There you go. So, what were you saying?
I need healing.
Of course.
Genji, we need you to focus, alright? Well, that just happened. Okay, moving on. May's here. Hi, May! Oh, May, stop!
Oh, sorry. I was just making a milkshake. It's a little warm where I am.
Don't you live in the Arctic?
Yes, and it's summer here.
Okay.
Lena, I did some research on the internet machines. I can screen share.
That's wonderful. Now I can finally get something done. Oh no, we're losing connection.
What is happening? I wish to screen share. I wish to show my skills. I live for this. Hello?
Oh, bugger. Boop.
Over the years, techniques for creating costumes have evolved with current technology, which has made for grander and grander cosplay. So, right now, we are going to award those who have utilized crafting technology to its fullest to bring forth the most epic of modern creation cosplay. To help us introduce the finalists, we have StarCraft streamer Livy B.
Hi, my name's Olivia Cito, but most people know me by my gamer tag Livy B. I'm a streamer and cosplayer from Sydney, Australia, and I've been playing Blizzard games since I was 10 years old, so they hold a special place in my heart. StarCraft is the hardest game I have ever played, and getting Grandmaster for the first time was easily one of the best moments of my life. I was finally able to break through that skill ceiling, a goal I was driven to achieve for years, and something I definitely wouldn't have been able to achieve if not for the love and support of my community. Streaming has really allowed for myself and others to stay connected during the pandemic. And even if you are someone that isn't used to staying inside all the time, there's always a place for you to hang out with people who share the same passion for gaming as you do. Shout out to the Beehive. For this past year or so, I've also been incredibly passionate about cosplay. My favorite character to cosplay, of course, is Diva. She is definitely my video game character kindred spirit. But that's enough about me. Here are the finalists and winners for this year's cosplay modern creation category.
There's more show to come. But before we continue, we'd like to take a moment to recognize one of our community members who passed away earlier this year. Jared Nandon took the Blizzcon stage in 2013 in an unforgettable South Park World of Warcraft cosplay. Creativity is the defining trait of what we try to put on display during community night. And Jared was one of the most creative ones to ever walk the Blizzcon stage. Our cosplay community deeply feels this loss.
Jared Lee Nandon, how do you kill that which has no life?
Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. I'm just alone in an empty theater creating this, a masterpiece. Ah, yes. And paintbrush down. Seriously, the Blizzard community creates some of the most impressive fan art out there. And a big thank you to all those who submitted their fantastic work. Look, I was a little late on submitting mine, so unfortunately, I could not be considered to enter the contest, but I will let all of you give me your opinion. You be the judge. It's really good, right? I'm a very fragile individual. But come on, let's see who the winners of this year's art contest are. And, friends, to announce the finalists, we have Jazzaline from the Heroes of the Storm community. Ha-ha!
Hi guys, my name is Brooke.
but most of you know me as Jazzaline. I'm from Trenton, Ontario, Canada, but I've called California home now for over 4 years. I stream and I cast Heroes of the Storm, but I'm also the creator and organizer of Girls Gang Squad, an all-female community created to highlight and support women in gaming. In 2020 alone, Girls Gang Squad was able to raise over $10,500 for charities such as RAIN, the Breast Cancer Research Foundation, and Marine Toys for Tots. One of my favorite things about Heroes of the Storm is the community. I've never been surrounded by such generous and compassionate people. They're what make the events Girls Gang Squad put on so successful. But enough of that stuff. Every year at Blizzcon, I'm absolutely blown away by the talented artists that submit work for the art contest. Here are the finalists and winner of this year's art contest.
小心，小心，大海的女儿，你听她在呼喊，海风扬起那心碎的话语，随风去。沉落海底，雪融浪过，在卡里多摩，水手为谁拼搏？英雄陨落在塞兰罗，因为他的离开，为何，哦，大海的女儿，为何昨日时光你都忘记？我们的荣耀因为你而存在，为何一去不返？深埋在海底的伤悲，家人背叛的罪，化作最同胞绝望的呼喊，小心那大海的女儿。你听，你听，那熟悉的声音，深深刺痛我心。小心，小心，大海的女儿，小心，小心。
Congratulations to Zhong Yang for winning the art contest with that amazing villainous piece. Well, look, I thought I was going to introduce our special guest right now, but there seems to be a bit of a hiccup. But look, I am from theater, and the show must go on.
Sorry, I had to finish putting all this on. Guns will be stuck there. No, I got it.
Okay, you look great. This is amazing.
Thank you.
One question, why are you dressed as McCree?
You asked me to come and cosplay for the community showcase.
No, it was about introducing cosplay. It's okay, it's fine. You look fantastic.
Well, thank you. Much obliged. Figured it was either this or the pajamas I've been wearing for the past 10 months, and I think this has a little bit of an air of professionalism over the previous, so.
I've been wearing a suit all the time.
That's the epitome of professional, so there you go.
Well, thank you. Speaking of that, professionalism, would you help me bring the hammer down by introducing the next segment?
It would be an honor if you don't mind. So, the Blizzard community, as we know, does cosplay better than anyone. So, we'd like to thank you for the time spent on bringing Blizzard characters to life in incredible ways. So let's take a look at some of our entrants in this year's cosplay exhibition.
And we're back. Why are you taking off your costume?
I told you, I've been wearing nothing but pajamas for about a year. This is getting hot. However, I did want to say a huge thank you to all the amazing entrants to our exhibition, incredible costumes, and easily one of my favorite parts of every year here at Blizzcon.
And now, my friends, it is time. The award for this year's Cosplay Best in Show will go to one of the 4 cosplay category winners. And help us present the award all the way from France. Here is Zerator.
Salut à tous, je m'appelle Adrien, mais je suis connu sur internet sous le nom de Zerator et je viens de France. Cette année a été très particulière pour moi puisque j'ai beaucoup streamé à cause du Covid et évidemment de tout ce qui en est ressorti par rapport à l'urgence sanitaire. Il s'est passé quelque chose de très particulier pour moi puisque j'ai organisé un raid pour la première fois de ma vie dans un hôtel avec 20 joueurs. WoW, c'est vraiment mon jeu de cœur, j'adore y jouer et on s'est retrouvé voilà pendant 2 semaines malgré l'urgence sanitaire mais en respectant les mesures et les gestes barrières dans un hôtel à 20 pour les 2 semaines de raid mythique au château de Natria qui est juste derrière moi d'ailleurs. C'était un vrai bonheur pour nous, c'était un petit peu tout le rêve de joueurs de MMO de se retrouver avec les 20 de la guilde directement dans un hôtel pendant 2 semaines pour jouer comme des malades. Et on a réussi à un petit peu avancer dans le raid même si on n'est pas des pros, mais on a fait de notre mieux et c'était déjà pas mal. World of Warcraft pour moi c'est une très vieille histoire. Déjà dans les années 2000-2013 j'organisais des concours de pexing sur le jeu et il y avait déjà pas mal de gens pour suivre. Et aujourd'hui presque 10-15 ans plus tard il y a encore autant de monde qui suit tout ça, donc je suis vraiment très content. Aujourd'hui je suis très fier de représenter la France et toute l'Europe à travers World of Warcraft, mon stream et cette vidéo grâce à la confiance que m'a accordé Blizzard. And now, selected from the finalists of the 4 cosplay categories, here is the winner for this year's Best in Show.
And that's it for our BlizzCon line community showcase. Congratulations to Hartigan for winning the cosplay Best in Show contest. Hartigan!
Hartigan!
Well done. And thank you, Matt, for joining me. Every year, every time that I get to spend with you is more special than I can possibly say.
Oh, make me blush. It's truly the honor is mine. I've been coming to BlizzCon since it started, and being able to share this space with you is always an absolute joy.
Thank you. And congratulations to all our finalists. And thank you to all the community members who participated in our showcase. And finally, thanks to all you watching at home. Look, friends, even though we're still staying safe by playing a part together, hopefully, if we're lucky, we'll see you sooner than later at our next BlizzCon. Until then, I'm Darren.
And I'm Matt.
Stay safe. We love you!
Mwah!